Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads. And after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The faucet in the guesthouse kitchen dripped. It was not a frantic, desperate tapping, but a slow, measured beat. 1. Dap. A fat bead of water swelled at the chrome lip, clinging to its own weight for a moment. A tiny, trembling world. Tadrissire. It fell. The sound it made against the stainless steel basin was a soft, wet punctuation in the quiet room. It was the first thing Booker heard when he woke, and the last thing he heard before the sleeping pills pulled him under. He had counted the drips for 3 nights now. Anshwe. 2. He knew its rhythm better than he knew the rhythm of his own heart. The call had come on a Tuesday, a voice from a past he had tried to bury under the quiet soil of his retirement. It was Miller, his old superior, a man whose voice always sounded like he was chewing on a dry cigar even when he wasn't. "It's Jeffrey," Miller had said, the name hanging in the static-filled silence between them. "They found him in the bath. Looks like he slipped, hit his head. A tragic accident." Booker had said nothing. He simply listened to the hum of the line, a faint, panicked thrum of his own blood. "But," Miller continued, the word heavy with implication, "the scene, it's a little too tidy, Booker. For a man like him, we need a set of eyes. Quiet eyes, your eyes." So he had come to this safe house on the outskirts of a city that no longer felt like his own, to this sterile guest house that smelled of lemon-scented bleach and damp plaster. The faucet dripped. 1, 2. It was a metronome, counting out the seconds of a life he had left behind. A life of shadows and lies, and the cold, metallic taste of fear. Jeffrey had been more than an informant. He had been a thread, a fragile, fraying thread connecting 2 worlds that were perpetually at war. He was the last living soul who had been deep inside Isaiah's network during the final disastrous operation in Vienna, the one that had cost 2 field agents their lives and Booker what was left of his marriage. Jeffrey was a canary, a nervous, twitchy man who knew the taste of poison before it ever touched his lips. He did not die in a bath by slipping. Men like Jeffrey do not have accidents. The file on the small laminate table was thin. A few photographs, a coroner's preliminary report, a transcript of a final garbled phone call Jeffrey had made to a burn number that was now disconnected. Booker spread the photos out. Jeffrey, pale and bloated, submerged in cloudy water. His head was tilted back, his mouth a slack O of surprise. A dark, ugly contusion bloomed on his temple. The bathroom was pristine. A single, dry towel hung on the rack. The tile floor was spotless. No water splashed on the mat. No shaving kit upended. It was the bathroom of a careful man, or a stage set designed to look like one. Booker closed his eyes and let the room assemble itself in his mind. The smell of steam and cheap sandalwood soap dot. The feel of the cool porcelain lip of the tub under his fingers. The sound of water, not dripping, but sloshing gently. He saw a hand, not Jeffrey's. A strong hand with clean clipped nails, pressing a head down, holding it under until the struggle ceased, until the last bubble of air escaped from those surprised lips. Then, the careful cleanup, the body arranged just so. The head tilted to show the bruise, to suggest a fall. It was clean, efficient, and utterly ruthless. It had Isaiah's fingerprints all over it, Not literally, of course, but in the elegant, contemptuous simplicity of the thing. It was a message written in the negative space of the crime scene. I was here, and I'm still better than you. The investigation was a slow, deliberate wade through murky water. He met with field agents in anonymous hotel bars that smelled of stale beer and desperation. They were young, their faces still unlined by the particular brand of cynicism that came from seeing too many good lies fall apart. They gave him fragments. A sighting of a man matching Isaiah's description near Georgetown a week before Jeffrey died. A financial trail, a series of shell companies that bled money into offshore accounts, one of which had made a large, inexplicable deposit into Jeffrey's daughter's trust fund 2 days after his death. Hush money, or a payment for services rendered. It was impossible to tell. The truth in their world was never a straight line. It was a tangled knot, and pulling on one thread only tightened another. The senior officials were a different kind of obstacle. They sat in leather chairs in soundproofed offices, their faces masks of polite concern. They offered him coffee in fine china and obstruction in measured tones. The geopolitical situation is delicate, Booker? One of them, a man named Henderson, said, stirring a single sugar cube into his cup. Chasing ghosts from the Cold War doesn't serve our current interests. Perhaps it was just an accident. A sad, simple accident. Their support was a thin veneer over a deep well of fear. They were afraid of Isaiah, afraid of the scandal, afraid of the ugly truths a dead informant might vomit up from the grave. In the quiet moments, in the guest house with the dripping faucet, Booker thought of Brianna. He would pick up the phone, his finger hovering over the speed dial button that still held her number. A relic from a life that felt like it belonged to someone else. He never pressed it. He would only remember the look in her eyes the last time he saw her. A look of profound, exhausted disappointment. You carry the cold with you, Leo, she had said. You bring it into the house. I can't warm you up anymore. Her absence was a physical ache, a hollowed-out space in his chest that the investigation could not fill. The break came from a field agent named Cora, a woman with sharp eyes and a stillness that reminded him of a hawk. She met him on a park bench overlooking a frozen pond. The air was sharp and cold, and their breath plumed in the gray light. She handed him a folded slip of paper without a word. On it was an address and a time. He's using the old library, she murmured, her gaze scanning the tree line. The reading room. Noon tomorrow. He wants to see you. He said you'd know it was him by the book. Booker felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. The old library. The reading room. It was where they had first met, decades ago. A chance encounter between two young, brilliant men who saw in each other a reflection of their own ambition. Isaiah had been reading Sun Tzu. Booker, Hemingway. It was a story they had laughed about, back when the lines between them were more clearly drawn. The next day, Booker entered the library. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and dust. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the silent air. He walked through the stacks, his footsteps muffled by the worn carpet, his senses heightened. He could feel the weight of the pistol in his shoulder holster. A cold, familiar comfort. He pushed open the heavy oak door to the reading room. It was exactly as he remembered. Dark wood, green-shaded lamps casting pools of light on empty tables. And there, at the far table, sat Isaiah. He looked older, of course. The dark hair was now shot through with silver, the lines around his eyes deeper, but he still carried himself with the same effortless authority, the same magnetic stillness. He was reading a book. It was a worn, leather-bound copy of The Art of War. He did not look up as Booker approached. Booker sat down in the chair opposite him. The table between them felt like a chasm. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the soft rustle of a page as Isaiah turned it. Finally, Isaiah closed the book, placing it carefully on the table. He looked at Booker, and his eyes were the same. Intelligent, amused, and utterly devoid of warmth. "Leo," Isaiah said, his voice a low, pleasant baritone, "you are looking well. Retirement agrees with you." "Jeffrey," Booker said, his own voice flat. Isaiah sighed, a theatrical expression of regret. A terrible thing. A clumsy man in the end. He knew so much, but he never knew how to stand on a wet floor. "You killed him." "Did I?" Isaiah smiled, a thin, cruel curve of his lips. "Or did he simply outlive his usefulness to everyone? His own people were terrified of what he might say next. My people saw him as a liability. He was a man with a price tag, Leo. And in our world, that is a terminal condition. The money in his daughter's account. Your signature. A gesture of goodwill. I'm not a monster. I have a daughter myself." Isaiah leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. "This is not about Jeffrey. This is about the last page of a story we started writing a long time ago. Vienna." Booker's blood ran cold. "Vienna is closed." "Is it?" Isaiah's gaze was unwavering. "You lost 2 men. You lost your wife. You think that was just bad luck? An operational error? You were led, Leo. You were led by the hand into an ambush, and the hand that led you belonged to your own people. They sold you out. They sold your men out for a promise of a truce that was never meant to be kept." The room seemed to tilt. The pools of light from the lamps swam in Booker's vision. He remembered the radio silence, the wrong address, the sudden brutal ambush. He had buried the guilt for years, shouldered the blame himself. To hear it now, laid out so calmly by his oldest enemy, felt like having a healed wound torn open to reveal a festering truth beneath. "Ooh." The word was a dry croak. Isaiah leaned back, spreading his hands. "That is the question, isn't it? The real mystery." Jeffrey knew. He was there, on the periphery, listening. He was going to tell you. "That is why he is dead, not because of me. Because of them." He gestured vaguely, encompassing the entire city, the government, the world of senior officials and leather chairs. "You expect me to believe you," Booker said, his voice gaining a sharp edge. "I expect you to be the man I have always known," Isaiah replied. "The man who cannot leave a puzzle unsolved. The man who needs to know the truth, even if it destroys him. I am giving you the key, Leo. The question is, do you have the stomach to turn it?" He stood up, smoothing the front of his immaculate coat. He picked up The Art of War and tucked it under his arm. "We are mirrors, you and I. We have spent our lives reflecting each other's moves. Do not break the glass now when the final image is coming into focus." He walked away, his footsteps silent on the carpet. He did not look back. Booker sat there for a long time, the silence of the room pressing in on him. The truth was not a clean, sharp thing. It was a many-headed monster. Isaiah had killed Jeffrey. Of that he had no doubt. But he had not done it to silence him about the past. He had done it to unleash him, to use his death as a weapon to reignite a war within Booker's own ranks. It was a move of breathtaking audacity, a final, personal checkmate. He left the library and walked out into the fading afternoon light. The city moved around him, a blur of noise and color, but he felt separate from it, encased in a bubble of cold clarity. He knew what he had to do. He had to follow the thread Isaiah had given him, straight into the heart of his own side. The confrontation happened not in a shadowy alley, but in Henderson's pristine office. Booker laid it out, piece by piece. The financial records Cora had risked her life to get, the timeline of Jeffrey's calls, the specific, damning details of the Vienna operation, that only a handful of people could have known. He watched Henderson's face, saw the polite mask slip to reveal the calculating, frightened man beneath. Henderson did not deny it. He simply shrugged, a gesture of weary resignation. It was a different time, Booker. The calculus was different. We were offered a chance to de-escalate. A gesture of good faith was required. Your team was that gesture. It was a tactical sacrifice for the greater good. Booker looked at the man who had signed the death warrant of 2 young agents and the slow, painful death of his marriage. He felt no rage, only a vast, hollow emptiness. This was the enemy. Not Isaiah in his elegant isolation, but this man in his expensive suit. This bureaucrat who saw human lives as variables in an equation. The greater good, Booker repeated, the words tasting like ash. He turned and walked out. He did not report to Miller. He did not file a report. He went back to the guest house. The investigation was over. The mystery was solved. He knew the who and the why, but there was no victory in it, no catharsis. There was only the bitter metallic taste of a truth that offered no solace. He stood in the kitchen, listening to the faucet. And I, too. The rhythm was the same, but the meaning had changed. It was no longer a countdown to his past, but a metronome for the static, unresolved present. He thought of calling Brianna, of telling her he finally knew that the cold he carried wasn't entirely his own fault. But he knew it wouldn't matter. The chill was in his bones now, a permanent condition. He packed a single bag. He did not know where he was going. He only knew he could not stay here, in this room, in this city, in this life. Months later, in a small coastal town where the air smelled of salt and pine, he would sometimes get a postcard. There was never a return address, never a signature. Just a single cryptic line written in a familiar, elegant hand. One read, "I trust the view is clearer from a distance." Another, "The game never ends. Only the players change." Booker would read them, then drop them into the wood stove, watching the paper curl and blacken, the words turning to smoke. He never knew if Isaiah was taunting him or offering a strange form of camaraderie. He never knew if the men who had betrayed him had faced any justice, or if they had simply retired to their own comfortable lives, their consciences clean. The details of the case, the sharp edges of the truth, began to soften and blur, like a photograph left out in the rain. The face of Jeffrey, the sound of Henderson's voice, the cold weight of the gun in the library, even the memory of Brianna's eyes, it all began to recede, fading into a gray, indeterminate haze. The only thing that remained, perfectly clear and eternally unresolved, was the sound of a faucet dripping in a quiet room. A steady, patient beat against the silence. 1, 2, 1, 2, until it was just a sound. And then, finally, it was nothing at all. The final postcard arrived on a Tuesday. The picture was of a mountain path disappearing into a mist-shrouded forest. The message was a single sentence. "The drip finally stops for the man who leaves the sink." Booker held the card for a long time, the cheap paper rough under his thumb. It was the first time Isaiah had ever referenced the guest house directly. A final, intimate confirmation that his surveillance had been absolute, his understanding of Booker's psyche complete. He had known about the faucet, the counting, the pills. He had known everything. He did not burn this one. He placed it in a drawer beneath a stack of woolen socks, a strange, dark relic he could not bring himself to destroy. That night, he lay in bed and listened to the silence of his small cottage. There was no dripping faucet here, only the distant, rhythmic crash of waves on the shore. He realized he had been waiting for an ending, a final confrontation or a dramatic resolution that would somehow make sense of the wreckage. But life was not a file to be closed. It was a current, and he was simply floating in it now, untethered from both the shore and the storm. He started taking walks along the cliff path every morning. The physical exertion was a dull substitute for the mental gymnastics of his old life, but it was something to structure the days. He bought a radio and listened to the local news. The chatter about fishing yields and village fetes, a soothing, meaningless noise. He was Leo Booker, a retired man of no fixed past, a polite stranger who kept to himself. The identity was as thin as tissue paper, but he wore it every day. One afternoon, he saw a woman struggling with a grocery bag that had split, sending oranges rolling across the wet pavement. He helped her gather them, his movements automatic and efficient. She was perhaps 60, with a kind, weathered face and eyes that held a simple, uncomplicated warmth. Her name was Eleanor, and she lived in the cottage with the blue door at the end of the lane. She thanked him and asked him in for tea. Her home was cluttered and alive, filled with books and plants, and the smell of baking. It was the absolute opposite of the sterile guest house, the soundproofed offices, the silent library. They drank tea from mismatched mugs and talked about the weather, about books, about the stubbornness of the local seagulls. It was effortless. It required no lies, only the careful omission of nearly his entire life. When he left, she smiled and said, "It's nice to have a new face around here. You should come by again." He walked home in a state of profound confusion. The encounter felt like a crack of light under a door he had believed was sealed forever. The part of him that had lived in the shadows for so long recoiled, warning him against the connection, against the vulnerability. But another part, a part he thought had been extinguished, felt a faint, unfamiliar glow. That evening, he did not think about Vienna, or Henderson, or Isaiah. He thought about the way Eleanor had laughed, a full, unreserved sound that filled the small kitchen. He knew it could not last. The past was not a ghost. It was a dormant infection. It found him 2 weeks later in the form of a black sedan parked outside the post office. The driver's side window slid down and a man with a familiar, weary face nodded at him. It was Miller. Booker's entire body went rigid. The peaceful rhythm of the last few months shattered in an instant. He got into the passenger seat without a word. The car smelled of stale coffee and gun oil. "We have a situation," Miller said, pulling away from the curb and driving slowly through the village. "It's Henderson. He's dead. Apparent heart attack in his garden. But his computer was wiped. Professionally." Booker stared out the window at the passing cottages. "I'm retired." "Don't," Miller snapped, his voice tight with a stress Booker remembered well. "This isn't a social call. The patterns, it's the same. Too tidy. The same hand. He's cleaning house, Booker. Our house. He's tying up the last loose ends from Vienna, and you are the biggest loose end of all." Booker said nothing. He watched a young couple pushing a pram along the sidewalk, their heads close together. A life he would never have. "He's not just sending you postcards for the fun of it," Miller continued. "He's keeping you on the board. You're a piece he hasn't decided how to play yet, but he will. And when he does, you won't be sitting in a library. You'll need to come in. We can protect you." The offer was as hollow as it had always been. There was no protection, only different kinds of cages. "No," Booker said, his voice quiet but final. Miller's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "He will come for you, Leo." "Let him," Booker replied. Miller stopped the car at the end of the lane leading to Booker's cottage. He didn't look at Booker, just stared straight ahead at the gray sea. "I'm sorry," he said, and it sounded like he meant it. For all of it. Booker got out of the car and watched it drive away, disappearing around a bend. He stood there for a long time, the salt wind pulling at his clothes. He thought about Eleanor, about the simple peace of her kitchen. He thought about the drip of the faucet, the patient, endless beat. He had left the sink, but the sound had followed him. It was in Miller's car, in Henderson's death, in the postcard in his drawer. It was the sound of the game, and it would never stop. He turned and walked, not toward his cottage, but toward the cliff path. He walked until he stood at the very edge, the grass giving way to crumbling chalk that fell away to the roaring sea below. The wind was stronger here, a constant buffeting force. It screamed in his ears, louder than any silence, louder than any drip. He closed his eyes and felt its pull. For a terrifying, exhilarating moment, he understood the simplicity of a final, decisive move. One step, and the current would take him. The game would be over. But he did not step forward. He opened his eyes and looked at the vast, indifferent horizon. He was not ready to let the current take him. Not yet. The truth was, he was curious. He wanted to see what move Isaiah would make next. He turned his back on the edge and walked toward the village, toward the cottage with the blue door. It was not a choice of life over death, or good over evil. It was simply his next move in a game that he now understood he would never, could never, truly leave. The drip had become the wind, and the wind had become the blood in his ears. And he knew, with a cold and certain clarity, that he was listening for the next beat. He knocked on the blue door. When Eleanor opened it, her smile was genuine, but it faltered for a second when she saw his face. He knew what she saw. The tension in his jaw, the distant look in his eyes that had nothing to do with the sea. "Leo, is everything all right?" "No," he said, the honesty startling them both. "But I would still like that tea if the offer stands." She studied him for a long moment, her kind eyes seeing more than he wanted them to. Then she stepped back, holding the door open wider. "Of course. Come in. I just took a batch of scones out of the oven." The warmth of the kitchen enveloped him, a stark contrast to the chill that had settled in his bones on the cliff. He sat at the small table while she busied herself with the kettle and a plate. The domestic sounds were a shield, a fragile barrier against the world Miller had just brought back to his doorstep. He knew this was a risk, drawing her into his orbit, however slightly. But the alternative, returning to the silence of his own cottage, to the waiting and the watching, was suddenly unbearable. "You look like a man who's seen a ghost," she said, placing a mug in front of him. "Something like that," he replied, wrapping his hands around the warm china. "They can't follow you here, you know," she said softly, not looking at him as she cut a scone. "Not unless you let them." He almost laughed. She thought it was an ex-wife, a debt, a criminal past. The simplicity of her assumption was a luxury he could never afford. "It's not that kind of ghost," he said. They drank their tea in a comfortable silence that felt, for the first time, like a shared space rather than a void. He listened to her talk about her late husband, a fisherman, and her son, who was a teacher in London. It was a whole, normal life, etched with ordinary grief and joy. He found himself offering fragments of a fabricated past, a safe, sanitized version of a career in logistics and a quiet divorce. The lies felt like a betrayal of her kindness, but the truth would be a worse one. When he left, the sky was deepening to a bruised purple. He walked back to his cottage slowly, his senses scanning the familiar lane, the shadows between the hedges. Everything looked the same, but everything had changed. Miller's visit had redrawn the lines. He was no longer a retired man. He was a player who had temporarily left the board. The board, it seemed, had been brought to him. Inside, he methodically checked every room. Nothing was out of place. The postcard was still in the drawer. He stood in the middle of the living room, the silence pressing in. He could go. He could pack his bag right now and disappear into the night, become someone else, somewhere else. It was what he was trained to do. But he was tired of running. Running was just another move in the game, a defensive one. Isaiah was not a man who respected defense. He respected counterattacks. He respected audacity. Booker went to the small desk in the corner and took out a sheet of plain paper and a pen. He wrote a single sentence in a clear block script that was nothing like his own cursive. It was not a message of threat or a plea for mercy. It was a simple declarative statement, an answer to the unspoken question in all of Isaiah's postcards. He wrote, "The sink is gone. The man remains." He did not sign it. He sealed it in a blank envelope. In the morning, he would mail it to the only dead drop location he was certain Isaiah still monitored, a numbered box in a Zurich train station. It was a risk of monumental proportions. It was an invitation. It was, he realized, the only move that felt true. He was not stepping off the board. He was moving his piece into the center and waiting for the reply. The game was on, but for the first time he was playing by his own rules. The letter felt like a lead weight in his jacket pocket for the 3 days it took to reach the post office in the next, larger town. Mailing it was an act of quiet finality. He drove back to the coast, the sea growing larger in his windshield, and felt a strange calm settle over him. The waiting was now active, a state of focused readiness. He continued his walks, his talks with Eleanor, his listening to the local radio, but beneath the placid surface, every nerve was tuned to the frequency of a coming storm. It arrived not with violence, but with silence. A week after he mailed the letter, the postcards stopped. The Daily Mail brought only flyers for hardware stores and reminders for dental appointments. The absence of communication was more unnerving than the cryptic messages had been. It was as if, by answering, he had changed the nature of their dialogue. He had moved from being a spectator to being an active participant, and Isaiah was now recalculating. Eleanor noticed the change in him. "You seem more present," she remarked one evening as they walked back from the village pub. "Less like you're listening for a phone that's never going to ring." He just nodded, unable to explain that the phone had not only rung, but he had answered. And now the line was dead, holding its breath. He began to take different routes on his walks, varying his patterns. He noted the cars, the faces of the few tourists. He was waiting for a professional, not a postman. The knock on his door came on a rainy Thursday afternoon. It was not the timid tap of a neighbor, but 3 firm, measured raps. Booker was at the desk. He did not startle. He slowly closed the book he was reading, placed it down, and stood up. He did not reach for a weapon. He had none. He had decided that if this was the end, he would meet it empty-handed. He opened the door. It was not Isaiah. It was a woman. She was perhaps 40, with a sharp, intelligent face and dark hair pulled back in a severe ponytail. She wore a practical, rain-spattered coat. Her eyes, a cool, assessing gray, scanned him. Then the room behind him, in a single, efficient glance. "Leo Booker," she said. It was not a question. Yes. She held out a small, sealed box, plain brown cardboard. "A delivery. My instructions were to put this directly into your hands and to say the following." The reflection was becoming distorted. It was time for a new mirror. Booker took the box. It was light. He felt nothing shift inside. "Who are you?" he asked. "A courier," she said. "My task is complete." She turned and walked back down the path to a nondescript hatchback, got in and drove away without a backward glance. He closed the door, the box held loosely in his hand. He carried it to the table and sat down. He used a penknife to slice through the tape. Inside, nestled in plain white tissue paper, was a single, old-fashioned brass key. There was no note, no explanation, just the key. He picked it up. It was cold and solid. He knew, with a certainty that went beyond reason, that it was not a key to a building or a car. It was a key to a lockbox, a safety deposit box. Perhaps in that same Zurich station. It was not a threat. It was an offering, a piece of the game. Isaiah was not coming to end him. He was inviting him to the next level. The key was a question, just as the postcards had been. It asked, "What are you willing to know now? What are you willing to become?" Booker looked from the key in his hand to the window, where the rain streaked the glass, blurring the world outside. He could throw the key into the sea. He could go to Eleanor's, have tea, and try to forget. He could even call Miller, but he knew he would do none of those things. The man who remained after the sink was gone was not a man who sought peace. He was a man who sought conclusion. He closed his fist around the key, feeling its teeth bite into his palm. The game was not over. It had simply found a new board. The rain fell for 2 more days, a steady, gentle percussion on the slate roof. The key sat on the mantelpiece, a small, dull gleam in the gray light. It was a patient object. It did not demand. It merely existed, a tangible piece of the shadow world that had once been his entire life. He found his eyes drifting to it during the long, quiet hours, his mind turning over the possibilities. What lock did it fit? What truth, or what lie, was it meant to unveil? It was a test of his resolve, a measure of his curiosity against his instinct for self-preservation. On the 3rd day, the sun broke through the clouds. He went for his walk, the key a heavy absence in his pocket, though he had left it on the mantel. He met Eleanor on the path. She was carrying a basket of wild mushrooms. "For a stew," she said, holding it up. "There's far too many for one. You'll join me for supper." He looked at her open face, at the simple, honest offering of food and company. It was a lifeline back to the world he was pretending to inhabit. He could take it. He could go to her cottage, eat her stew, and let the key tarnish on his mantle until it was just a forgotten piece of junk. He could choose that life. "I can't," he heard himself say. The words felt like stones in his mouth. "Nah, tonight. I have to go away for a few days." Her smile faded, replaced by a look of gentle concern. "Oh, business. Something like that." She nodded, accepting the lie because she had no reason not to. "Well, be safe. The roads can be treacherous at night." He watched her walk away, the basket swinging from her arm, and felt a pang of loss for something he had never truly allowed himself to have. He had made his choice on the cliff, and this was the consequence. He returned to his cottage. He packed a small bag with a few changes of clothes, his passport, and a substantial amount of cash from its hiding place beneath a floorboard. He did not pack a weapon. Then he picked up the key from the mantel. He held it for a moment, feeling its cold weight, before slipping it into his pocket. The drive to the airport was a blur of motorways and fading light. He parked in a long-term lot, his movements automatic, his mind clear and empty. He was not Leo Booker, retired. He was not the man who walked the cliffs. He was an instrument, being taken out of its case for one more performance. He bought a ticket to Geneva with cash. From there, he took a train to Zurich. The journey was a study in anonymity, a return to a skill set he had hoped was rusted shut. The Zurich Hauptbahnhof was exactly as he remembered it, a cavern of echoing footsteps and hurried destinations. He walked past the lockboxes twice, his eyes cataloging the reflections in the polished metal, searching for any sign of surveillance. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. It was just a train station. He approached the wall of small, identical doors. His heart was a steady, slow drum in his chest. He did not hesitate. He took the key from his pocket and slid it into the lock of box 317. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. The door swung open. Inside was not a stack of documents or a weapon or money. There was a single, sealed, manila envelope. He lifted it out. It was thin, containing perhaps a single sheet of paper. He closed the lockbox door, the sound echoing faintly in the vast hall, and walked away, the envelope tucked inside his jacket. He found a quiet cafe a few blocks from the station, ordered a coffee he had no intention of drinking, and sat in a corner booth. His hands were steady as he slit the envelope open with his thumb. He pulled out the contents. It was not a letter. It was a photograph. It was a recent picture, taken with a long lens. It showed Eleanor standing in her garden holding a watering can. She was smiling, looking at something just out of frame. The quality was excellent. He could see the pattern on her sweater, the texture of the soil in her flower beds. There was no note, no threat, no demand, just the photograph. Booker stared at it, and the calm he had felt since mailing his letter shattered. This was not a move in their game. This was a change in the rules. Isaiah was no longer just communicating with him. He was showing Booker that his new world, the one he had tried to build from the wreckage, was just as transparent, just as viable as his old one. The Blue Door was not a sanctuary. It was another location on the map, another piece to be used. He carefully placed the photograph back into the envelope. He finished his coffee, the bitter liquid cold on his tongue. He knew what he had to do. He could not go back to the cottage, to the cliffs, to Eleanor. To do so would be to paint a target on her back. Isaiah had not given him an instruction. He had given him a dilemma. He had forced Booker to choose between the game and the ghost of the life he had almost touched. And in doing so, he had reminded Booker of the one, unalterable truth he had tried to forget. There was no retirement. There was only the next move. He stood up, left money on the table, and walked out into the Swiss night, the envelope in his pocket feeling heavier than any gun. He walked until he found a small, anonymous hotel near the industrial quarter. The room was clean and spare, the only sound the distant hum of traffic. He placed the envelope on the bedside table and lay down in the dark, fully clothed. He did not sleep. He watched the play of headlights on the ceiling, his mind a cold, clear engine turning over the problem. Isaiah had not threatened Eleanor. The photograph was not a threat in the conventional sense. It was a demonstration of knowledge, of capability. It said, "I see your new life, and I can touch it whenever I choose." The power was in the implication, in the uncertainty of what came next. It was a masterstroke of psychological pressure, designed not to force an action, but to paralyze him with possibility. By morning, he had a plan. It was not a good plan. It was reckless and likely to fail, but it was the only move that felt like his own. He could not run. He could not hide. To do either would be to confirm Eleanor as a vulnerability, a lever Isaiah could pull. He had to make her irrelevant to the game. He had to show Isaiah that the man who remained was not sentimental, that he could not be manipulated through a kind woman with a blue door. He took the first train back to Geneva and the first flight to London. From there, he caught a connecting flight to the small regional airport near the coast. He did not go home. He went straight to the village pub. It was a Friday evening and the place was crowded with locals. He saw Eleanor immediately, sitting at a corner table with a couple he recognized from the post office. She saw him too, and her face lit with a surprised pleasure that felt like a physical blow. He did not smile back. He walked to the bar, ordered a whiskey, and drank it standing up, his back to the room. He could feel her gaze on him, confused, and then concerned. After a few minutes, he felt a gentle touch on his arm. "Leo, I thought you were away." He turned. He let her see the coldness in his eyes, the detachment he had cultivated over a lifetime. "Plans changed," he said, his voice flat. "Oh, well, I'm glad you're back. We missed you at the History Society meeting." He gave a short, dismissive shake of his head. "Not really my thing." The warmth in her face drained away, replaced by a careful, neutral politeness. "I see. Well, I should get back to my friends." He nodded, already turning back to the bar. He ordered another whiskey and drank it slowly, feeling the burn in his throat. He could feel the hurt radiating from her across the room. It was a cruelty he hated himself for, but it was necessary. He was drawing a line, not just for her, but for Isaiah. He was showing them both that Leo Booker, the man who drank tea in a warm kitchen, was a fiction. The man who remained was the one who could turn to ice in an instant. He left the pub without looking at her again. He walked back to his cottage in the dark. He knew it was not over. Isaiah would see through the performance, or he would not. The photograph might be followed by another, or by something else entirely. But Booker had made his counter-move. He had sacrificed the one good thing in his new life to prove it held no power over him. He unlocked his door and stepped inside, into the silence. He did not turn on the light. He stood in the living room, waiting. The game was different now. It was no longer about postcards and keys. It was about how much of his soul he was willing to shred to prove he still had one. The drip was back, not in the sink, but in the quiet, steady beat of his own heart, counting down to the next inevitable move. The silence in the cottage was absolute. He did not move from the center of the room for a long time, listening to the absence of sound, feeling the emptiness he had cultivated settle around him like a shroud. He had done it. He had pushed her away. The ache of it was a clean, sharp pain, preferable to the dull, grinding fear of making her a target. 2 days passed. The mail brought nothing. The lane outside remained quiet. He was a rock in a stream, and the world flowed around him. He practiced the art of being no one, of feeling nothing. He was almost convinced it was working. On the third morning, a different car pulled up outside. It was a sleek, black sedan, government issue. He watched from the window as Miller got out, alone this time. His posture was different. The casual slouch was gone, replaced by a grim efficiency. Booker met him at the door before he could knock. Miller's eyes scanned him, taking in his unchanged clothes, the hollows under his eyes. "We need to talk, Leo." "We already did." "Not about you," Miller said, his voice low and urgent. "About your friend, Eleanor Vance." A cold knot tightened in Booker's stomach, but his face remained a mask. "What about her?" "She's gone," Miller said. "Packed a bag last night. Told a neighbor she was visiting her son in London. Left in a private car, not a taxi. We ran the plate. It's a ghost. A professional pickup." Booker stepped back, allowing Miller inside. He closed the door, the click of the latch unnaturally loud. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because we both know it wasn't a social visit," Miller said, his gaze piercing. "This is your mess. I warned you. The people you used to work with don't send postcards to say hello. They send cars in the night." He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. "They have her, Leo. They've taken her off the board, and they've done it using the rift you created in the pub. They've made her disappear, and they've made it look like your fault." Booker turned away, walking to the window. The sun was shining on the calm sea. The perfect, ordinary day was a mockery. His performance in the pub had been a catastrophic miscalculation. He had tried to show he didn't care, and Isaiah had called his bluff by removing the piece entirely. He hadn't protected her. He had handed her to them on a silver platter. "Why?" Booker asked, his voice rough. "Leverage, a pawn to control a king." Or, Miller said quietly, "a queen. They know you're in the game. Now they've given you a reason to play for keeps. They're forcing your hand." Booker looked at the mantelpiece where the key had sat. It was empty now. The game had escalated beyond symbols and dead drops. It was in the world of flesh and blood. "What do you want from me, Miller?" "The same thing I wanted before. A name. Isaiah. Give me that, and I will turn this country inside out to find her. My resources against his. It's her best chance." Booker knew it was a lie. Miller's resources were a hammer. Isaiah was a scalpel. By the time I-5 mobilized, Eleanor would be a memory. There was only one path now, and it led directly into the dark. "No," Booker said. Miller stared at him, incredulous. No, they have an innocent woman, and you'll never find her, Booker replied, his tone flat and final. I will? How? You're retired. You're out of the loop. Booker turned from the window and looked at Miller, and for the first time he let the retired man fall completely away. What was left was the operative, the hunter. The man who had once been a legend in the very shadows Miller feared. I'm not going to find her by looking, Booker said. I'm going to make him bring her to me, and you're going to stay out of my way. If I see you or any of your people anywhere near me, I will assume you are working for him, and I will treat you accordingly. We'll treat you accordingly. Miller took a step back, the professional in him recognizing a truth he had only suspected. The mild-mannered man in the cottage was gone. In his place was the void, and it was looking right through him. Without another word, Booker walked past him, out the door, and into the sunlight. He did not take a bag. He did not look back at the cottage or the sea. He had one objective now, a single, fixed point in the chaos. He had to draw Isaiah out from behind his proxies and his games. He had to make this personal. He was no longer a piece on the board. He was the player, and he was about to flip the table. He walked to the village payphone, the one that stood near the bus shelter, its red paint faded by salt and sun. He had coins in his pocket. He dialed a number from memory, a sequence he had not thought of in years, a line that connected to a dead-letter drop in a city that no longer existed. The number would be inactive, of course, but the attempt would be noted. It was a flare in the dark, a signal to anyone who was listening that the old protocols were being activated. He then walked to the train station and bought a ticket to the city. He checked into a large chain hotel near the central station, using one of the identities he kept for emergencies, the one he thought of as Mr. Jones. He did nothing for the rest of the day but sit in the hotel room and wait. He ordered room service, ate without tasting the food, and watched the news on television with the sound off. The next morning, he went to the reading room of the city's main library. He requested a specific obscure volume of 19th century botanical illustrations. He sat at a wooden carrel, the heavy book open before him. He was not there for the book. He was there for the ritual. An hour passed. Then, a man in a dark overcoat, despite the mild weather, sat down at the carrel opposite him. The man did not look at Booker. He opened a briefcase and took out a file. He slid a single photograph across the polished wood. It was not of Eleanor. It was of a building, a modern glass-fronted office block in a capital Booker knew well. He recognized it. It was the headquarters of a private security consultancy, one that was widely understood to be a front for Isaiah's network. It was not a secret. It was a statement of power, hidden in plain sight. Booker looked from the photograph to the man. The man gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. The message was clear. The invitation had been upgraded. This was no longer a game of postal chess. This was a summons. Booker left the library. He went to a department store and bought a new suit, a dark, expensive one. He bought a leather briefcase. He looked the part of a consultant, a businessman. He went to the airport and bought a first-class ticket on the next flight out. He landed in the late afternoon. He took a taxi to the glass building. He did not hesitate at the entrance. He walked through the revolving doors as if he owned the place. The lobby was vast and cool, all marble and muted light. A receptionist looked up, her smile professional and vacant. "Can I help you, sir?" "I'm here for the meeting," Booker said, his voice calm, devoid of all emotion. "Do you have a name?" Booker met her eyes. "Tell him the sink is gone." "No." The receptionist's smile did not falter. She picked up a phone, turned slightly away, and spoke a few quiet words. She listened, then replaced the receiver. "Please, Follow me. She led him to a private elevator. The doors closed and they ascended in silence. When the doors opened again, they revealed a spacious, minimalist anteroom. Another man, taller and more solid than the courier, stood waiting. He gestured for Booker to follow. They walked down a corridor lined with modern art to a set of double doors. The man opened one and stepped aside. Booker walked in. The office was large, with a panoramic view of the city. The desk was a slab of pale wood, empty except for a single monitor. And sitting behind it, his hands steepled, was a man Booker had last seen in a grainy photograph from a file 2 decades old. He was older, his hair silvered, his face more lined, but the eyes were the same. Sharp, intelligent, and utterly calm. "Leo," the man said. His voice was a soft baritone, exactly as Booker had imagined it would be. "It's been a long time." Booker did not sit. He stood in the center of the room, his briefcase hanging loosely from his hand. "Where is she, Isaiah?" Isaiah smiled, a thin, economical movement of his lips. "Safe. For now. She is a guest. A means to an end. The end being this conversation. This could have been a postcard." "No," Isaiah said, shaking his head slowly. "It could not. The reflection was becoming distorted. We needed a new mirror. You and I looking at each other directly, without proxies. You tried to retire, Leo. You tried to become a rock. But the tide always comes in. It was time you remembered who you are." "I know who I am," Booker said. "The question is, what do you want?" Isaiah leaned forward, his gaze intensifying. "I want you to come back to work. Not for your government. Not for mine. For me. The world is a more complicated place than it was when we last danced. I have a project. A necessary one. And I need the best. I need the man who remained after the sink was gone." "And what?" Booker looked at him, at the face of the ghost who had haunted his retirement. This was not an offering. It was a recruitment. The key, the photograph, the abduction, they were all steps in a seduction. He felt a cold clarity settle over him. He had walked into the lion's den to get Eleanor back. But to get her back, he would have to agree to stay. "Let me see her," Booker said. "Proof of life." Isaiah nodded. He pressed a button on his desk. The monitor flickered to life. It showed a live feed of a pleasant, sunlit room. Eleanor was sitting in a chair reading a book. She looked calm, unharmed. She turned a page, unaware she was being watched. Booker met Isaiah's eyes. "If a single hair on her head is harmed, there is no corner of this earth where you will be safe from me." "I believe you," Isaiah said, his smile returning. "That is precisely why I want you on my team. So, do we have an agreement?" Booker was silent for a long moment, his eyes locked with the man who had torn his life apart to put it back together in a new, terrible shape. He had sought conclusion. This was it. Not an end, but a beginning of something much darker. "We have an agreement," Booker said. Story 2. The light from the hallway did not so much enter my room as it bled, a thin, jaundiced trickle beneath the door. It pulsed, not with the steady hum of the household current, but with a faltering rhythm, a syncopated flicker that suggested a hand, perhaps whirring the switch in the hall, or a loose wire sputtering its last breaths behind the plaster. I watched it from my bed, the quilt pulled to my chin. A 9-year-old girl marooned on an island of too soft mattress. The light was wrong. It was the first note of a dissonant chord that had begun to sound in the house, a silent vibration that had pulled me from sleep. The grandfather clock in the downstairs hall had just chimed 3, each note a brass bell dropped into a pool of silence, and the echoes were still lapping at the edges of the house when the flickering began. I remember the texture of the flannel sheets, the stale, sweet smell of my own breath caught in the pillowcase, the oppressive weight of the quiet. It was a quiet that had texture, a thick velvet pushed into your ears. And then, a new sound. Not a loud one. A soft, wet sigh, like a foot being pulled from mud. It came from my parents' room. I did not move. My body was a fossil in the bedrock. The jaundiced light under my door flickered faster, a frantic, silent alarm. And then it went out, plunging my world into a black so complete it felt solid. I must have lain there for an hour or a minute or a lifetime, listening to the new, absolute silence. It was a different quality of quiet now, exhausted, final. The air grew cold. I slipped from the bed, my feet recoiling from the icy bite of the wood floor. The house was a cave, a tomb. I did not turn on a light. I navigated by memory, my hand skimming the wallpaper, its textured pattern of roses feeling like 1,000 closed eyes. I pushed open my door. The hallway was a black throat. To my left was my brother Dennis' room. The door was ajar. To my right, at the end, was the master bedroom. That door was closed. I went to my brother's room first. His bed was empty, the sheets thrown back. A faint metallic scent hung in the air, coppery and sharp, like the smell of the pennies my father kept in a jar. I remember the cold knot in my stomach, a hard, frozen thing. I did not call out. I walked, a small ghost in a white nightgown, down the hall toward my parents' door. I pressed my ear against the cool, painted wood. Nothing. I reached for the knob. It was cold, and it came away sticky. I looked at my hand in the profound dark, seeing nothing, but feeling the thick, viscous liquid coating my palm. I pushed the door open. The smell that rolled out was a physical blow, a warm, iron-rich wave that spoke of butchery and open viscera. Moonlight streamed through the window, painting a silver path across the floor, and in that cold, celestial light, I saw them. My father was a dark shape half fallen from the bed. My mother, Guadalupe, was on her back, her eyes open to the ceiling, her nightgown a black blossom in the moonlight. And standing over her, a silhouette against the moon-washed window, was my brother. Dennis stood. He held the old fire axe from the garage, its head dark and dripping. He turned his head, and his eyes met mine. They were not his eyes. They were flat, black, animal eyes, empty of any thought I could recognize. He took a step toward me. The axe handle creaked in his grip. I did not scream. I simply turned and ran, back down the black throat of the hall, through the silent house, and out into the freezing night. The image of him, of it, seared onto the back of my eyelids forever. That was 20 years ago. The official story was simple. Dennis Lampley, 17, in a fit of psychotic rage, murdered his parents, William and Guadalupe, with an axe. His 9-year-old sister, Chloe, was the sole miraculous survivor. His arrest was a formality. He was found covered in their blood, catatonic, in the woods behind the house an hour later. He never stood trial. He was deemed unfit, a broken vessel, and was remanded to the St. Dimphna's Secure Forensic Hospital, where he has resided, silent and unmoving, ever since. The case was closed. The town of Blackwater, Missouri, buried it. I buried it too, deep inside me, under layers of therapy and medication, and a life built 1,000 miles away. But the past is not a ghost. It is a tenant. It lives in the marrow of your bones, and it pays its rent in nightmares. Mine was a specific one. The flickering light, the sticky knob, the black animal eyes. It was a loop I was forced to live every night. I had built a life for myself, a fragile diorama of normalcy in a small coastal town, working as a restorer of old books, a mender of broken things. It was a quiet life. It had to be. Any loud noise, any sudden shock could send me spiraling back to that hallway. The group found me online. They called themselves the Lamplighters, a community, they said, dedicated to shining a light on cold cases, on forgotten victims, on injustices the world had been too quick to sweep under the rug. Their leader, a man named Julian, made contact through a series of meticulously polite emails. He was a historian of tragedy, his prose elegant and suffused with a profound, almost reverent sorrow. He knew my story, of course. Everyone in that world did. The Blackwater Axe murders, a gothic horror story from the heartland. His first email was a masterpiece of empathy and intrusion. He spoke of my mother, Guadalupe, not as a victim, but as a woman. He mentioned her art, the small, haunting sculptures she made from river clay, and found objects that no one ever saw. How did he know that? He spoke of the inconsistencies the local paper had glossed over, the lack of a clear motive. The strange fact that the back door of the house had been found unlocked, a detail never explored. He did not accuse. He merely wondered. He wondered if I, Chloe, the little girl who saw, had ever wondered too. I deleted the email. Then I fished it out of the trash a week later. I wrote back just one line. "What do you want?" His response was immediate. "We want to help you find the whole truth, not the easy truth. The whole one." It was a siren's call. The Lamplighters became my secret addiction. Julian, with his calm, hypnotic voice on our weekly video calls, was my confessor. There was Ilara, a forensic psychologist who spoke of trauma and memory with the precision of a surgeon, and Leo, a former investigative journalist who had a box of files on Blackwater that smelled of dust and decaying paper. They fed me snippets, questions, possibilities. They did not tell me my brother was innocent. They simply asked me to consider that the story I had told myself, the story the world had accepted, might be a cracked lens through which I was viewing a shattered world. They pushed me to go back, to go see Dennis, to look into those eyes again now, with the eyes of a woman, to see if the monster was still there, or if I had imagined him all along. The drive to St. Dimphna's was a journey into the gut of the country, away from the ocean and into the flat, endless fields of the Midwest. The land was monochrome, the sky a sheet of low, bruised cloud. The hospital was a hulking Victorian brick building, a place of weeping pipes and whispered screams, surrounded by a high iron fence. It smelled of antiseptic and boiled cabbage and despair. They led me to a visitation room, a sterile cube with a single table bolted to the floor. And then they brought him in. Dennis, my brother. He was a man of 37, but he moved with the slow, shuffling gait of an old man. His hair was thin and gray. His face was a placid, unreadable mask. He sat across from me, his hands resting on the table, and he did not look at me. He looked at a point on the wall somewhere past my left shoulder. I said his name. My voice was a dry leaf scraping on pavement. He gave no reaction. I talked for an hour. I talked about the weather. I talked about the books I restored. I talked about the taste of the blackberry pie our mother used to make. I poured my memories out onto the table between us, a pathetic offering to a stone god. He did not move. His breathing was slow and even. His eyes, when I finally dared to meet them, were not the black, animal eyes of my memory. They were a pale, washed-out blue, vacant and still. There was no one home. I left feeling more hollow than when I had arrived. I had come looking for a monster or a brother, and I had found an empty shell. I reported this to Julian. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "The absence of a monster does not prove the presence of a brother, Chloe. It only proves that time has passed. The truth is in the soil of the past. You must go back to the beginning. You must go back to Blackwater." What? The town had not so much decayed as it had slumped, like a body losing its will to stand. The main street was a procession of boarded-up windows and faded ghost signs. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and fertilizer from the surrounding fields. I checked into the only motel, the Lazy Sky, where the carpet was sticky and the neon sign buzzed like a trapped fly. I was an outsider here, twice over. I was the girl from the murder house, the survivor. I started with the witnesses from the past, the ones who were still there, trapped in the amber of small-town life. Mrs. Gable, our old neighbor, her face a web of wrinkles, her hands constantly kneading the fabric of her apron. She remembered the screams, she said. No, that was a lie. I had not screamed. She remembered the police lights, painting the white clapboard of our house in frantic strokes of red and blue. She remembered my mother, Guadalupe. Such a quiet woman, she said, her voice a dry rustle, kept to herself. Had her strange little sculptures. People talked. They said she practiced the old ways. Folk magic from her family down south. Your father, he was a good man. A strict man. He didn't hold with such things. I went to the old sheriff, Bill Henderson, now retired and living in a trailer on the edge of town. His body large and soft, his eyes like chips of flint. He was not happy to see me. He spoke in short, clipped sentences, a man who had long ago decided on the shape of the world. "Case is closed, girl. Your brother did it. He was covered in their blood. Axe was right there. Sometimes a thing is just what it looks like. But the back door," I said. The detail Julian had given me. The report said it was unlocked. Henderson's face tightened. "So what? Well, it probably ran out that way. Got lost in the woods. Don't go stirring up mud. Nothing at the bottom of that pond but more mud." Each conversation was like this. A partial truth, a deflection, a warning. The rural community was a closed system, and I was a pathogen. I felt their eyes on me in the diner, at the gas station. A hostility that was as much fear as it was resentment. They had built a scar over the wound my family represented, and I was picking at the edges. The most unsettling visit was to Harlan Cooper, my father's old business partner. He had a small, neat farm a few miles out of town. He was a handsome man, still, with a full head of silver hair and a firm handshake, but his eyes were a little too bright, a little too eager. He welcomed me into his home, offered me iced tea. He was the first person who seemed willing to talk. "Your father was a hard man, Chloe," he said, leaning forward, his voice confidential. "A good provider, sure, but hard on your mother, hard on Dennis. He wanted a certain kind of son, and Dennis, well, Dennis was a sensitive boy. He liked to draw. He liked your mother's art. Your father saw that as weakness." He took a long sip of his tea. "There were arguments, loud ones. I heard them myself sometimes when I'd come by the house." "About what?" I asked, my throat tight. "About your mother's interests, her sculptures. Your father called it devilry. Nonsense, of course. But he was a devout man. He saw sin in everything." He paused, his gaze drifting to the window. "The night it happened, I heard them. Earlier in the evening. Your father was roaring. I was out checking the fence line, and the sound carried on the wind. He was saying something an abomination. About cleansing the house. I felt a cold finger trace its way down my spine. An abomination." Harlan looked back at me, his expression one of profound sadness. "I think he found one of her pieces. Something she'd made that he found particularly unholy. He was going to destroy it. Your mother, she would have fought like a wolf to protect her work. It was the only thing that was truly hers. A new picture was forming, a terrible, plausible picture. My father in a fanatical rage destroying my mother's art. My mother fighting back. A struggle. Dennis trying to protect her. The axe, kept in the garage for splitting logs, becoming a weapon in a domestic storm. It was a narrative of heat and passion. A tragedy, not a slaughter. It fit the facts. It explained the unlocked door. Harlan perhaps hearing the commotion, coming to investigate. It even explained Dennis' catatonia diet. The shock of what he had done to save his mother. I reported this to Julian. He was silent for a long time. I could hear his soft breathing on the line. "It's a compelling theory, Chloe," he said, his voice a low murmur. "It absolves your brother of premeditated evil. It makes him a tragic hero. But is it the truth? Or is it just a better story?" "What do you mean?" "Memory is a story we tell ourselves," he said. "And the stories others tell us become our memories. Harlan Cooper gives you a story that makes sense. But why now? Why, after 20 years of silence, is he so eager to talk? Ask yourself, Chloe, who benefits from this new story?" I went back to my motel room, my mind a whirlpool. I lay on the stiff bed, the buzz of the neon sign outside my window, a constant irritating hum. I closed my eyes, and I was back in the hallway. The flickering light, the sticky knob. I pushed the door open. I saw my mother, my father, the silhouette with the axe. But this time, I tried to look past the silhouette. I tried to see the window, the moonlight, and I saw something else. A reflection, a faint, ghostly shimmer in the glass of the window. A second figure, standing in the deeper shadows of the room, near the closet. A figure I had never seen before. Because my 9-year-old eyes had been locked on the axe, on my brother. My eyes snapped open. My heart was a frantic bird against my ribs. It was not a memory. It was an invention, a desperate contrivance of a mind trying to solve its own unsolvable equation. Wasn't it? The next day, I went to the Blackwater Public Library, a dusty, silent place that smelled of old paper and wax. I found the microfiche records of the Blackwater Gazette from that time. I read every article, every line. And in a small 3-paragraph piece, buried deep in the week after edition, I found it. A detail so small, so insignificant, it had been forgotten by everyone, including me. The article was about the funeral arrangements for William and Guadalupe Lampley. It listed the surviving family. It mentioned that among Guadalupe's personal effects to be interred with her was a small, unfinished clay sculpture, per the family's wishes. An unfinished sculpture. To be buried with her. Why would you bury an unfinished piece of art? Unless it wasn't about the art. Unless it was about what was inside the art. I drove out to the Blackwater Cemetery. It was on a low hill overlooking the town. The stones leaning like rotten teeth. I found their plot. William and Guadalupe Lampley ... together in death as they were not, perhaps, in life. The ground was neat, manicured. It had been tended to for 20 years. I stood there, the wind whipping my hair, and I knew. I knew with a certainty that felt like falling. I didn't have a shovel. I used my hands. I knelt at the foot of my mother's grave, and I dug into the soft black earth with my bare fingers. The soil was cold and heavy, full of worms and roots. I dug like an animal, my breath sobbing in my chest, my nails tearing, my fingers bleeding. I dug down, past the roots, down to where the cheap particle board coffin would have long since collapsed. I didn't find a coffin. I found a metal box, a simple rusted strongbox, buried maybe 2 feet down. It had not been buried with her. It had been buried later. My hands were caked in mud and blood as I pried the rusted latch open. The hinges screamed. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, was not a sculpture. It was a journal. My mother's journal. and tucked inside its pages, a photograph. A photograph of my mother, Guadalupe, laughing, her head thrown back. And standing with his arm around her, his face also alight with a secret joyous smile, was Harlan Cooper. I sat back on my heels, the world tilting on its axis. The wind moaned through the headstones. I opened the journal. The handwriting was my mother's, a flowing, elegant script. The words were a confession, a lament, a chronicle of a trapped life. She wrote of my father's cold piety, his contempt for her spirit. She wrote of her art, the only thing that kept her sane. And she wrote of Harlan, their affair. It had been going on for years. He was the one who understood her, who cherished her creativity. They planned to leave. They were going to take Dennis and me and go west. They had been saving money, hiding it. My father had found out. The night he was killed, he had found the money, hidden inside one of her larger hollow sculptures. The abomination Harlan had mentioned. It was the truth, twisted just enough to point the blame elsewhere. I read the final entry, dated the day she died. William knows. He found the savings. The storm is here. He says he will break every piece I have ever made. He says he will burn them. He has locked Dennis in his room. I am afraid of what he will do. Harlan is coming. He said he would come after dark. We have to leave tonight. God help us all. Harlan was coming. He had come. He had come through the unlocked back door. He had found my father in a rage, my mother terrified. There had been a struggle. The axe. My father fell. My mother, did he mean to kill her? Or did she try to stop him? Dennis, hearing the noise, breaking out of his room, arriving just in time to see Harlan standing over our mother's body, the axe in his hand. Harlan, the man he trusted, the man he thought was his salvation, had become the monster. The shock had been too much. It had shattered his mind, sent him into a catatonia from which he had never emerged. He had taken the axe from Harlan's hands, not in aggression, but in confusion, in horror. And he had stood there, holding the instrument of his parents' death as I walked in. Harlan had melted back into the shadows. He had let my brother, a broken, silent boy, take the fall. He had buried the truth in a box in the ground, and he had planted a story in my ear. A story of a fanatical father and a tragic son, knowing I would unearth it and believe it. A story that left him completely out of the frame. I drove to Harlan's farm. The sky was the color of lead. The fields were bare and brown. He was in his barn, sharpening a tool on a grinding wheel, the sparks flying like angry fireflies. He looked up as I entered, and he saw the journal in my hand. He saw the mud on my clothes, the wild look in my eyes, and he knew. The friendly mask dissolved. The eagerness in his eyes hardened into a cold, flat calculation. He didn't deny it. He just stopped pretending. It was an accident, he said, his voice calm, devoid of all the false sorrow. Your father came at me. I pushed him. He fell, hit his head on the bedpost. He was still breathing. Then Lupa, she went mad. She attacked me with her nails, her teeth. She was screaming she would tell everything. I couldn't have that. I picked up the axe. It was just there. I picked up the axe. It was just there. And Dennis? I asked, my voice a whisper. He saw. He just stood there. He didn't say a word. He took the axe from my hand. It was convenient. He shrugged, a small, economical movement. I loved your mother, Chloe. I did. But love makes you do desperate things. And then you have to live with them. Yeah. He took a step toward me. The sharpened tool in his hand glinted in the dim light of the barn. It was a sickening echo of that other night, in that other room. The same calculation. The same cold solution. I was the last loose thread. I didn't run. I stood my ground. The lamplighters know. I lied. I've told them everything. They have the journal. If anything happens to me... He stopped. He studied my face, looking for the truth. He saw something there, some flicker of certainty that gave him pause. The tool in his hand lowered slightly. It was a stalemate. I had no proof that would stand in a court of law. A journal dug up from a grave? The word of a traumatized woman against a pillar of the community? And he had no clean way to silence me now. I backed away, slowly, never taking my eyes off him. I walked out of the barn into the flat, gray light. I got into my car, and I drove. I didn't look back. I went to St. Dimphna's one last time. I sat in the same sterile room. They brought Dennis in. He sat, same as before, his hands on the table, his eyes on the wall. I didn't speak. I simply laid the photograph from the journal on the table between us. The photograph of our mother and Harlan Cooper, young and laughing. For a long time, nothing happened. Then, slowly, so slowly, I thought I might have imagined it. His gaze shifted. His pale blue eyes moved from the wall to the photograph. They focused. A tremor went through his hands. A single fat tear welled in the corner of his eye, traced a path through the stubble on his cheek, and fell, splashing silently onto the laminated tabletop. It was the first emotion I had seen on his face in 20 years. It was not an answer. It was a confirmation. He remembered. He had always remembered. I left him there with his memory. I drove away from Blackwater for the last time. I never spoke to the lamplighters again. I had my truth. It was not a clean truth. It was not a just truth. It was a truth of cowardice and compromise, of a love that turned to murder, and a boy who took the blame for a monster because his mind could not bear the weight of the reality. I live by the ocean again. The salt air scours the land from my skin. Some nights, I still dream of the hallway, the flickering light, the sticky knob. But now, when I push the door open, I do not see a monster with my brother's face. I see a man stepping back into the shadows. I see my brother, a boy frozen in a moment of impossible horror, holding the weight of a sin that was not his. And I see myself, a little girl, forever standing on the threshold. The rain began to fall as I crossed the state line. A soft, steady rain that washed the mud and the grime from my car. It fell for days, soaking into the fields around Blackwater, swelling the rivers, turning the earth to soup. I read in a news digest weeks later about the flooding in the region. The Blackwater River had jumped its banks, a brown, churning fury that had swallowed the low-lying areas of the town. It had inundated the cemetery on the hill, the water rising so high it washed the soil from the bones of the dead, tumbling headstones and caskets in its muddy flow. When the waters finally receded, the grounds were a churned wasteland of silt and debris, the graves indistinguishable from one another, the past erased, all traces of my digging, of the strongbox, of the truth it held, buried under a new blank layer of earth. The article was short, a mere column inch, about property damage and state aid. There were no pictures of the ruined cemetery, no interviews with grieving families. It was just another natural disaster in a forgotten part of the state. I cut it out and placed it in a small wooden box along with the photograph of my mother and Harlan. I did not keep the journal. I read its painful, beautiful script until the words were etched on the back of my eyelids. And then I took it to the rocky shore near my home and burned it page by page, letting the ashes be taken by the wind and the sea. It was her story, not mine to keep. My story was the hallway. My story was the silence. I got a job at a marine research institute, logging data on water salinity and temperature. The work was methodical, quiet. It required a precision that left little room for memory. No one knew me there. No one knew my name or the name of my hometown. I was just Chloe, the quiet woman with the apartment by the beach. Sometimes a man at the coffee shop would try to talk to me, or a colleague would invite me for a drink after work. I always declined. I had built a life that was a fortress, and I was its only occupant. A year after the flood, a padded envelope arrived with no return address. The postmark was from a city 200 miles inland from Blackwater. Inside there was no note, just a small, crudely carved wooden bird, its wings swept back as if in flight. The style was unmistakable. It was my mother's. I held it in my hand, the wood smooth and warm from its journey. It was a piece I had never seen before. It felt like a message, but I could not decipher its meaning. A peace offering from the past? A warning? I placed it on my windowsill, where the morning light would catch it. A week later, I received a second envelope. This one contained a single sheet of paper. On it, typed in a neutral font, was a name and an address. It was for a private psychiatric facility in a different state, one known for progressive and experimental therapies. I did nothing for a month. I went to work. I walked on the beach. I watched the wooden bird on my sill. The address burned a hole in a desk drawer. I knew, with a certainty that was deeper than logic, that the sender was Julian, the lamplighters, closing a file in their own peculiar way. They had given me the truth, and now they were giving me a possibility. A thread, however thin, leading out of the labyrinth. I finally wrote a letter. It was brief. I informed the director of the facility that I was the sister of Dennis Lampley, and I inquired, as a hypothetical, if a patient with his specific long-term catatonic condition might be considered for transfer and evaluation. The reply came swiftly. It was polite, professional, and full of cautious optimism. They had reviewed the limited records I had provided and believed his case presented a unique opportunity for a new form of narrative therapy. They could make no promises, of course. It took 6 more months of paperwork, of battling state bureaucracy, of convincing a board of weary officials that moving a man who had not spoken in 2 decades was a risk worth taking. I used the last of my savings to cover the initial costs. I did not know if it was an act of love or of penance. Perhaps they were the same thing. The new facility was nothing like St. Dimphna's. It was nestled in a grove of pine trees, the buildings low and modern, filled with light. Dennis had his own room with a window that looked out onto a garden. He was thinner, his hair now shot with gray, but he held himself differently. The profound stillness that had defined him for so long seemed less rigid, more like a deep and watchful quiet. I visited him once, just after he was settled. I did not bring the photograph. I did not speak of Blackwater or Harlan Cooper or our parents. I simply sat with him in the garden as the afternoon light slanted through the pines. I told him about the ocean. I described the sound of the waves at night, the way the fog rolled in, blanketing everything in soft, quiet gray. I told him about the gulls that wheeled and cried outside my window. He did not look at me, but his head was tilted, as if he were listening to a distant sound. His hands, resting on his knees, were perfectly still. As I stood to leave, a young therapist approached him, holding a simple sketchbook and a charcoal pencil. "Dennis," she said, her voice calm and clear. "Would you like to try? You don't have to draw anything specific, just a line if you like." I turned and walked away, giving them their space. At the edge of the garden, I glanced back. Dennis was still sitting, but now the sketchbook was on his lap. His right hand was curled around the pencil. He wasn't drawing. He was just holding it, his knuckles white. It was the first time I had seen him hold anything in 20 years. I got into my car and began the long drive back to the coast. The sky was clear, a deep, endless blue. I thought of the wooden bird on my windowsill, its wings poised for a flight it would never take. I thought of the floodwaters, scouring the land, burying the old wounds under fresh, clean mud. There are some truths that do not set you free. They simply change the nature of your cage. My brother was no longer in a cage of silence, but in a room with a window. And I was no longer a girl in a hallway, but a woman driving on a long, open road, with the scent of the sea waiting for her at the end of it. It was not a happy ending. It was just a continuation. And for now, that was enough. The first drawing arrived 6 months later. It was mailed to me in a large, flat envelope from the facility. The therapist had included a note explaining that Dennis had begun working with the materials, slowly, tentatively. She stressed that I should not look for literal meaning, that the images were likely non-representational, a way for his motor functions to reconnect without the burden of language or memory. But it was representational. It was a single, thick, dark line. Charcoal dragged with immense pressure across the page. It started at the bottom left corner and swept up and across in a violent, decisive arc, ending in a ragged tear where the pencil lead had broken. It was the swing of an axe. It was the trajectory of a life, shattered in a single moment. He was not drawing a thing. He was drawing an action. He was drawing the event itself. I did not frame it. I placed it in the wooden box with the photograph and the news clipping. It was the third and final piece of evidence. My father's death, my mother's secret, my brother's burden, the holy trinity of our family's ruin. I continued my work at the Institute. The sea is a patient teacher. It repeats its lessons with minor variations, day after day, year after year. I learned the names of the tides, the patterns of the currents. I found a strange comfort in its indifference. It did not care about my history. It only asked that I pay attention. One evening, walking home along the shore, I saw a figure sitting on the large, flat rock where I often watched the sunset. It was a man, his silhouette familiar in the fading light. As I drew closer, I saw it was Julian. He looked older, his hair thinner, his face more lined. He was wearing a simple windbreaker and looked less like an archivist and more like a tired professor on sabbatical. We looked at each other for a long moment, the roar of the surf filling the space between us. He did not apologize for finding me. I did not ask how he had. He gestured to the rock. "May I?" I nodded. We sat together, watching the sun bleed into the horizon. "He's dead," Julian said finally, his voice barely louder than the waves. "Harlan Cooper, a month ago. A stroke, they said. He died alone in that farmhouse." I felt nothing. No triumph, no relief. It was just a fact, another piece of data. The world had simply become a place where Harlan Cooper no longer was. "The farm is being sold," Julian continued. "The new owners were clearing out the barn. They found a box buried under the floorboards, behind a stack of old feed sacks. It was full of money, old bills, and a few of her smaller sculptures, the ones that weren't hollow. So he had kept it. He had kept the money he and my mother had saved for their escape, and he had kept the art he claimed my father wanted to destroy. A final, petty theft. A trophy. What did they do with it?" I asked. "The money? It's legally ambiguous. The sculptures? The new owners thought they were folk art. Charming. They have one on their mantelpiece, I'm told. The irony was so perfect it was almost beautiful. My mother's art, born of confinement and desperation, was now a decoration in the home of the man who had killed her. It was the kind of ending she would have hated." Julian stood up, brushing the sand from his trousers. "I thought you should know. The file is closed. Truly closed this time." He began to walk away, then paused, turning back. "The work you do here," he said, gesturing toward the vast, darkening ocean. "It's good work. It's honest." Then he was gone, swallowed by the twilight and the sound of the sea. I never saw him or any of the lamplighters again. They had given me their last piece of information, their final act of bureaucratic tidiness. I stayed on the rock until the stars pricked the velvet sky. I thought of the money buried in the barn, and the journal I had buried at sea. I thought of the flood that had buried the cemetery. We are all just burying things, one way or another. We bury the truth. We bury the lies. We bury the people we love and the people we hate, and we hope the ground holds. But the sea does not bury. It reveals. It turns things over and over in its relentless hands, polishing the bones of shipwrecks and scattering them on the shore for anyone to find. I stood up and walked toward the water, the cold foam washing over my bare feet. I would continue my work, logging the salinity and the temperature. I would watch the gulls and the tides, and I would wait, not for an answer, but for the next thing to be revealed patiently by the long, slow, indifferent hands of the sea. The following spring, a large crate was delivered to my doorstep. It was heavy, weathered, and addressed to me in a spidery, unfamiliar hand. Inside, packed tightly with yellowed newspaper, were my mother's remaining sculptures. The larger, hollow ones I remembered from the attic. The wooden bird on my sill was now joined by a heron, a fox, a seal, all carved with that same fluid, desperate grace. There was no note, no invoice. The return address was a law firm in a city I'd never heard of. I never learned who sent them, whether it was the result of some belated probate ruling or another quiet intervention from the lamplighters, tidying up one last loose end. I kept them. I arranged them on a wide shelf I built myself, where they catch the light from the big window facing the ocean. They aren't ghosts. They are simply wood, shaped by a woman I barely knew. They remind me that beauty can grow in the darkest of places, and that it can survive long after the hands that made it are gone. Another drawing came from Dennis. This one was different. It was not a single, violent line, but a series of soft, overlapping circles, drawn in a light gray charcoal, like stones dropped in water or the rings of a tree. It was peaceful. It was a record of time passing, not a memory of it stopping. I put it in a simple frame and hung it in my kitchen. I do not know if it represents progress in any clinical sense, but it is a change. And change, I have learned, is the only constant the sea, and I truly understand. The phone calls began last week. A real estate developer, his voice slick and enthusiastic, talking about the revitalization of Blackwater. They're building a resort on the high ground, looking to capitalize on the rustic charm of the area. He'd heard I was a Lampley, that my family had deep roots there. He wondered if I had any old photographs, any stories, any artifacts they could use in the lobby display. A piece of local history, he said. I told him I had nothing. I told him the past was better left buried. He didn't understand. He said he'd call back. He will call back. They always do. The past is not a ghost that haunts you. It's a resource to be mined, a story to be sold. I will not answer. I will go down to the shore and watch the tide recede, exposing the dark, wet sand, the scattered shells, the smooth, anonymous stones. I will wait for the water to return and cover it all over again. This is my work now. This is my silence. This is enough. He called back this morning. I let the machine answer. His voice, tinny and persistent, filled the quiet room, talking about legacy and community and the future. I stood at the window, watching a tanker on the horizon. When he finished, the click of the machine was loud in the silence. I picked up the receiver and dialed the number for the psychiatric facility. The line rang twice before a receptionist answered. I asked to speak to my brother's therapist. There was a long pause, the sound of papers shuffling. Then the receptionist's voice returned, polite but firm. I'm sorry, she said. There is no patient by that name currently in our care. The world tilted. The ocean outside the window seemed to freeze in place. What do you mean? I asked, my voice strangely calm. "Dennis Lampley. He was transferred there over a year ago." Another pause, longer this time. "I'm looking at the records now," she said. "Dennis Lampley was discharged 6 weeks ago. His file has been closed." "Discharged to where?" The calm was cracking. I could hear the edge in my own voice. "I'm sorry. That information is confidential. The file indicates the discharge was authorized by his legal guardian." "I'm his legal guardian," I said, each word sharp and clear. The silence on the other end of the line was absolute. Then, a soft, nervous cough. "According to our records, ma'am, the guardianship was legally transferred 8 months ago to a Mr. Julian Croft." I put the phone down. I did not hang up. I simply placed the receiver back in its cradle, and the world went quiet again. I looked at the wooden bird on the sill, its wings forever poised for a flight that was never its own. I had thought the file was closed. I had thought the labyrinth was behind me. But Julian had not given me a thread leading out. He had given me a different path, one that doubled back on itself, deeper into the dark. The lamplighters were not archivists. They were curators, and they were not done with the exhibit. My brother was gone, and I was alone in my fortress by the sea, waiting for a knock on the door that I now knew would never come from the person I expected. The past was not buried. It was simply waiting for the right moment to step out of the shadows and back into the light. The days that followed were made of glass. I moved through them carefully, afraid that any sudden movement, any strong emotion, would cause everything to shatter. I did not try to call Julian. There would be no number to reach him at. I did not contact the police. What would I say? That my catatonic brother, who had been missing from my life for 20 years before he was ever physically gone, was missing again? It was a paradox that would not fit inside a police report. I went to work. I logged the salinity readings. I watched the tankers on the horizon. It was on the 3rd day that I noticed the heron. One of my mother's sculptures, the tall, graceful one with the long, curved neck, had been turned slightly on the shelf. It now faced the front door, whereas before it had been in profile. A fine layer of dust confirmed it had been moved. The clean, distinct circle its base had occupied was now a faint smudge. Someone had been in my apartment. The realization did not bring fear. It brought a cold, clarifying focus. They were not just watching. They were interacting. They were adjusting the set. I did not check for broken locks or jimmied windows. I knew I would find nothing. Instead, I made a pot of coffee and sat at my kitchen table, looking at the drawing Dennis had made of the soft, concentric circles. A record of time. A ripple. That evening, I took the wooden box from its hiding place in the back of my closet. I emptied its contents onto the table. The photograph, the news clipping, the violent charcoal line. I studied them, not as memories, but as evidence. 3 points of data. My father's death. The flood that covered his grave. My brother's act. They formed a shape I had been too close to see. The flood was not an end. It was an erasure, a necessary cleansing for something new to be built. And the developer's call was not an isolated event. It was part of the same pattern. They had not taken Dennis to punish me. They had taken him because they needed him. He was the last living piece of Blackwater's true history, the one man who knew the origin story of the ruin that was about to be packaged and sold as rustic charm. They needed his silence, or they needed his voice. I did not know which was more terrifying. I went to the shelf and picked up the heron. I turned it over in my hands, feeling the familiar, smooth weight of it. My mother's art. The thing my father had supposedly hated, and Harlan had secretly coveted. I ran my fingers along its neck, down its back, and then I felt it. A hairline seam, so fine it was almost invisible, running along the base. I pressed, I twisted, I pulled. Nothing. I examined the other sculptures. The fox, the seal, the bird on the sill, all solid, all seamless, except the heron. I took it to the kitchen and held it under the strong light over the sink. I saw it then, a tiny, almost imperceptible hole near the bottom, the kind a pin would make. I found a needle in a sewing kit and inserted it. There was a faint, metallic click. The base of the sculpture loosened. With trembling hands, I unscrewed it. The inside was not hollowed out for a secret note. It was packed with a fine grayish clay. Buried in the clay was a small cylindrical key, the kind used for a safe deposit box. Taped to the key was a microfiche slide. I held it up to the light. On it was a single image, the front page of the Blackwater Ledger from the day after my father's death. But it was not the copy I had read in the Lamplighter's archive. This one had a different headline. This one had a photograph. It was a picture of my father, alive and smiling, standing next to his truck. The headline read, "Local man reported missing. Feared dead in river." He had not been found. He had been missing. The official story, and the one I had built my life upon, was a lie planted after the fact. My hands were steady as I placed the key and the microfiche on the table. The heron, now disassembled, watched with its blank wooden eyes. My mother had not just been carving her sorrow. She had been building a lockbox. And the Lamplighters, in their infinite manipulative wisdom, had not given me the final piece. They had given me the tool to find it myself. The labyrinth had no center. It was just a series of doors, and Julian had handed me the key to the next one. The question was no longer where my brother was. The question was what else my mother had buried, and what I was supposed to dig up now. The key was cold in my palm. I looked from it to the microfiche, the ghost of my father's smile blurring in the light. The story of his death was a story. The truth was something else, something that began with a disappearance. I thought of the money in the barn, the sculptures, my mother's quiet desperation. She hadn't just been planning an escape. She had been hiding something far more dangerous. I did not go to a bank. A safe deposit box felt too obvious, too easily monitored. Instead, I drove to the city, to the main library, a vast, hushed building that smelled of old paper and dust. I found the microfiche reader in a quiet corner, a heavy, obsolete machine. My hands were steady as I threaded the slide into place. The screen glowed to life, showing the front page I had already seen. I advanced the frame. The next page was the continuation of the story about my father. The page after that was local advertisements. I went through the entire edition, then the editions for the week that followed. Nothing. No follow-up. No discovery of a body. Just a single strange article that vanished from the news as if it had never been. I leaned back in the chair, the hum of the machine loud in my ears. The key was not for a box containing more information. It was a key that was the information. Here's a token, a passkey. It was meant to be presented. The drive back to the coast was a blur. The sea was a choppy, leaden gray, mirroring the turmoil behind my eyes. When I got home, I did not put the heron back together. I left its two pieces on the shelf, a visible wound in the row of perfect artifacts. A challenge. Let them see that I had found it. Let them know I was no longer a passive recipient of their carefully placed clues. 2 days passed. The silence was different now, charged and expectant. On the third morning, a plain white postcard arrived in the mail. There was no postmark, no stamp. It had been hand-delivered. On one side was a printed address, 17 Seabreeze Lane, an old, weathered street in the historic fishing district a few miles down the coast. On the other side was a single, handwritten word. Now. I did not hesitate. I picked up the key, left the disassembled heron on the shelf, and drove. Seabreeze Lane was a narrow, cobbled street that ended at a cliff overlooking a secluded cove. Number 17 was not a house. It was a former boathouse, built into the side of the cliff, its wood bleached silver by salt and sun. The door was heavy, reinforced with iron. There was no knob, only a keyhole. I inserted the key. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. The door swung inward, without a sound. The air inside was cool and still, smelling of brine and old wood. Light filtered in from a high, round window, illuminating a single, spare space. There was no furniture, only a large rectangular object leaning against the far wall, covered by a dusty canvas sheet. I crossed the room, my footsteps echoing on the plank floor. I took a corner of the canvas in my hand and pulled. It slid away in a whisper of dust. It was a painting. It was my mother's work. I knew it instantly, but unlike anything I had ever seen from her. It was not a carving, but an oil painting, vast and dark and tumultuous. It depicted the river behind our old house, but the water was a frenzy of black and green and furious white. On the bank, caught in the act of swinging an axe into a towering sculpture of a horse, was my father. His face was a mask of rage, and standing in the shadows of the trees, watching him, was not just my brother, Dennis. I was there too, a small, ghostly figure in a white nightgown, my hand over my mouth. I had been there. I had seen it. This was not a memory I possessed. It was a memory she had stolen from me, or given back to me. I didn't know which. The painting was her testimony. It was her confession. She had not just witnessed the act that broke our family. She had recorded the audience for it. She had painted the truth of that night, and then she had hidden it, knowing its power was too great to be seen. I stood before it for a long time, the key cold in my hand. The lamplighters had not led me to my brother. They had led me to my mother. They had given me back the witness I had been, the piece of the story I had erased to survive. Dennis was not the only one who had been silent all these years. I had been too. The cage was not just his. It was mine, and the key to it had been hidden inside a hollow bird, waiting for the sea to wash me clean enough to hold it. Story 3. The silence in the house was the first thing he noticed. It was not the quiet of an empty home, the gentle hum of a refrigerator or the distant sigh of a furnace. This was a profound and unnatural stillness, a void where a specific sound had been carved out. The sound was the rhythmic, slightly off-key clicking of his wife's high heels on the polished oak floor of the hallway, a sound that usually announced her arrival home from her late shifts at the gallery. Wow. That sound was gone. It had been gone for 3 hours now, and its absence had grown from a minor concern into a physical presence, a cold, dense thing that filled the rooms and pressed against the windows. Deshawn stood in the center of the living room, a glass of amber whiskey held in a hand that refused to be still. He was a man built for order, an architect whose life was a blueprint of calculated decisions and clean lines. This silence was a structural flaw, a crack in the foundation of his world. He had called her phone 12 times. Each call had gone directly to a voicemail that was too cheerful, a recording of a version of Dakota that seemed to belong to another lifetime. He had paced the perimeter of the house, his own footsteps muffled by the expensive rug, a gift from her, a splash of chaotic color he had never quite approved of but had learned to tolerate. The phone in his hand vibrated, a sudden violent insect. He fumbled with it, the whiskey sloshing over the rim of the glass onto his fingers. The screen did not show Dakota's name. It showed a number he had come to dread, a sequence of digits that felt like a brand. He let it ring 3 times, each tone a needle pricking the silence, before he answered. He did not speak. A voice, smooth as worn velvet and just as dark, came through the line. "It's done. You should hear the news soon. Be ready." The line went dead. Deshawn lowered the phone. He walked to the sink and poured the rest of the whiskey down the drain, watching the liquid swirl and vanish. He placed the glass carefully on the counter. Then he went to the front window and parted the blinds with 2 fingers. The street was quiet, suburban, bathed in the orange glow of the sodium vapor lamps. A single car, a dark sedan he did not recognize, was parked 2 houses down. It had been there for an hour. He let the blinds fall back into place. The silence was now a different thing. It was the silence after an explosion before the screaming starts. It had begun on a train, the 7:15 express from the city, a metal serpent sliding through the bruised twilight of the outskirts. Deshawn always took this train, a creature of habit, his briefcase on his lap, his mind already drafting the next day's problems. The car was half empty, the air thick with the smell of damp wool and exhaustion. He had not noticed the man slide into the seat beside him until he spoke. "Long day." It was not a question. Deshawn turned. The man was younger than him, perhaps in his early 30s, with a gaunt, intense face and eyes the color of a winter sky, pale and depthless. He wore a dark, well-cut coat, but there was something frayed about him, a tension in his jaw, a restlessness in his long, thin fingers. "Aren't they all?" Deshawn said, a polite, dismissive murmur. He turned back to the window, to the fleeting reflections of his own life. "Some are longer than others," the man said. His voice was hypnotic, a low melodic baritone that seemed to bypass the ears and resonate directly in the skull. "Some days feel like they have no end. They just stretch on, a tunnel with no light." Deshawn felt a prickle of unease. He gave a non-committal grunt. "My name is Eugene Ray," the man said, as if bestowing a secret. "I know who you are, Deshawn. I've seen you on this train. You have the look of a man carrying a weight." This was no longer a chance encounter. Deshawn's professional composure, his armor of civility, tightened around him. "I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage." Eugene Ray smiled, a thin, bloodless line. "Not at all. I'm simply an observer. I see the way you hold yourself, so rigid. The way you never look at your phone with anticipation, only with duty. You are a man trapped in a beautiful cage. I recognize it because I live in one too. No brown, no and oh shy." The train plunged into a tunnel, and for a moment they were suspended in roaring blackness. The sound of the wheels, a deafening percussion. When they emerged, the world outside was darker. Eugene Ray was still looking at him. "What if," Eugene Ray said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "we could open the doors for each other?" Deshawn felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Of course you do. We all have our obstacles. My father, Bryson, a man made of stone and old money. He controls everything. My life, my finances, my future. He is a wall I cannot climb, a door I cannot open. And you have Dakota." Hearing her name on this stranger's lips was a violation. Deshawn's hand clenched on the handle of his briefcase. "Don't look so shocked," Eugene Ray murmured. "It's written on you, the resentment, the slow poison of a marriage that has become a business arrangement. She is your obstacle, your beautiful, complicated, expensive obstacle." "You're insane," Deshawn said, but the words lacked force. They were the expected protest, the script a respectable man was supposed to follow. Am I, or am I just pragmatic? Think of the perfect crime. Not a crime of passion with its messy fingerprints and emotional trails, but a transaction. An exchange. You have no motive to kill my father. I have no motive to kill your wife. We are, in the eyes of the law, perfect strangers. We create The train began to slow, for Deschamps stopped. He stood up, his legs unsteady. "This conversation is over." Eugene Ray leaned back, his wintry eyes gleaming. "Is it? Think about the silence, Deschamps. The kind of silence that only comes when a constant, nagging noise finally stops. I'll be in touch." Deschamps stumbled off the train and into the cool night air, his heart hammering against his ribs. He told himself he would forget it, dismiss it as the ramblings of a lunatic. But the idea, perverse and sleek, had been planted. It took root in the fertile soil of his own quiet desperation. Dakota was not a bad person, not truly. But she was a drain, emotionally, financially. Her affairs were poorly concealed. Her spending was reckless. Her presence in his life was a constant, low-grade hum of anxiety. The silence Eugene Ray promised began to sound less like emptiness and more like peace. Weeks passed. Deschamps avoided the 7:15 train. He tried to reconnect with Dakota, to find the woman he had married, but she was a phantom, her attention always elsewhere. Then, a plain envelope appeared on his desk at work, containing a single typewritten line. "The offer stands. The door is waiting to be opened." He found himself, against all reason, responding. A note left on a park bench. A call from a payphone. The pact was sealed not with a handshake, but with a series of chillingly precise communications. Eugene Ray was a meticulous planner. He provided Deschamps with everything. A time, a place, a method. A remote cabin where Bryson spent his weekends alone. A key under a flower pot. A heavy, old-fashioned fireplace poker. "Make it look like a burglary," Eugene Ray had written. "He has valuable guns. Take them. It will sell the story." The night Deschamps drove to the cabin, the moon was a sliver of bone in a black sky. The air smelled of pine and cold earth. He let himself in. The house was silent, save for the ticking of a grandfather clock. Bryson was in his study, asleep in a leather armchair, a book open on his chest. He was a large man, with a stern, lined face, even in sleep. Deschamps stood over him, the cold weight of the poker in his hand. He saw not a monster, but a man. An old, sleeping man. His resolve, which had felt like steel during the long drive, turned to water. He could not do it. He lowered the poker. He would leave, call the whole thing off, confess his insanity to a therapist. He turned to go. A floorboard creaked behind him. He spun around. Eugene Ray was there, standing in the doorway of the study. He was not supposed to be there. His face was a mask of serene disappointment. He held a pistol, small and ugly, fitted with a long black cylinder. "I knew you wouldn't have the stomach for it," Eugene Ray said, his voice still that hypnotic melody. "Some men are built for plans, others are built for the execution." He raised the pistol. There was a soft phut sound, like a sigh. Bryson jerked in his chair, a dark flower blooming on the chest of his white shirt. His eyes flew open, meeting Deschamps' for a single horrifying second before the life fled from them. Deschamps stood frozen, the poker dangling from his hand. Eugene Ray walked forward, calmly. He took the poker from Deschamps' limp grasp. He wiped Deschamps' fingerprints from it with a cloth, then pressed his own onto the handle. He placed it on the floor. He opened a glass cabinet and began stuffing guns into a duffel bag. "You're my alibi now," Eugene Ray said, not looking at him. "You're in this. Your fingerprints are in this house. You came here to do this. You failed, and I had to finish it. That's the story. And if you ever think of telling a different one, remember, I know about Dakota. And now, I have your confession on tape. Every planning session, every hesitant agreement. The nightmare had begun. The murder of Bryson was a sensation. The stern patriarch, slain in his own home. Eugene Ray played the grieving, shocked son perfectly for the police. Deschamps, terrified, followed the script Eugene Ray fed him. He admitted to a professional dispute with Bryson, a fictional argument over a construction project. He said he had gone to the cabin to confront him. Things had gotten heated. Bryson had reached for a gun, and he, Deschamps, had acted in self-defense. The stolen guns, which Eugene Ray had later deposited in a river, lent credence to the botched burglary angle. The police, led by a wearied, perceptive detective named Alvarez, were suspicious but lacked evidence to contradict the story. Deschamps was a free man, but he was Eugene Ray's prisoner. The demands started small. Money, dot, then access to Deschamps' business contacts. Then the final, inevitable command. Your part of the bargain is still outstanding. Dakota, the silence you were promised. Paranoia became Deschamps' constant companion. He saw Alvarez's unmarked car everywhere. He heard accusation in the casual questions of his colleagues. The weight of Bryson's dead gaze was a permanent ache behind his own eyes. He began to see Dakota not as an obstacle, but as a fragile, flawed human being he had once loved. He could not do it. He would rather go to prison. He decided to confess everything to Alvarez. He would take his chances with the law. It was the only way out of Eugene Ray's labyrinth. He never got the chance. The silence in the house that night, the absence of Dakota's clicking heels, was the proof that Eugene Ray's patience had expired. He had taken the final payment himself. The doorbell rang, a sharp, two-tone chime that shattered the oppressive quiet. Deschamps walked to the door, his movements slow, dreamlike. He opened it. Detective Alvarez stood there, his hat in his hands, his face a careful composition of professional sympathy. Behind him, the dark sedan had its engine running. "Mr. Vance," Alvarez said, "I'm afraid we have some difficult news." Deschamps just looked at him, his mind a blank, white screen. "It's about your wife, Dakota. There's been an accident. They took him to the morgue. The room was cold and smelled of antiseptic and something else, something metallic and sweet. They pulled the sheet back. Dakota's face was pale and serene, a small dark hole perfectly centered in her forehead. It was neat, professional, nothing like the messy, passionate crime of a jealous husband. It was the work of a contractor. "A robbery, we think," Alvarez was saying. "In the gallery parking lot. Her purse was gone. We found the weapon a block away, wiped clean." Deschamps knew, with a certainty that was colder than the room, that they would never find the man who did it. Eugene Ray was thorough. The pact was complete. The weeks that followed were a blur of arrangements and hollow condolences. He met Cheryl, a friend of a friend, at the funeral. She was kind, with warm eyes and a quiet strength. She didn't ask probing questions. She just brought him food and sat with him in the echoing silence of his house. She was a potential future, a glimpse of a life beyond the nightmare. One evening, a month after the funeral, the doorbell rang again. It was a deliveryman with a small, flat package. No return address. Inside was a vinyl record. No label. With a sense of dread that was now as familiar as his own heartbeat, Deschamps put the record on his turntable. The needle hissed, dropped. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, Eugene Ray's voice, smooth and intimate, filled the room. "Congratulations, Deschamps. You're a free man. The silence you wanted is yours. Enjoy it. And enjoy her. Cheryl, is it? She has a lovely laugh. I heard it at the coffee shop yesterday. A life of peace and quiet. You've earned it. Just remember who holds the key to that peace. I'll always be a part of your silence, Deschamps." Oh, the record ended. The needle lifted and returned to its cradle. Deschamps did not move. He sat in his living room, in the house he had designed, and listened. The refrigerator kicked on with a low hum. A car passed on the street outside, its tires whispering on the asphalt. The clock on the wall ticked, a steady, metronomic sound. It was the sound of a normal life, resuming its ordinary rhythm. He had gotten everything he had secretly wished for. The obstacle was gone. The police had closed their investigations. A new, gentle woman was in his life. He sat there as the afternoon light faded into evening, listening to the quiet. It was no longer an absence. It was a presence. It was the sound of the cage, now perfectly, terrifyingly empty, and the realization that the door had never been locked from the outside. He sat there, a respectable man in a quiet house, and the silence grew and grew until it was the only thing in the world, a perfect, unending scream that only he could hear. He did not know how long he sat there after the record ended. The transition from day to night happened without his notice, the room sinking into a deep blue gloom before being pierced by the sudden, sterile glare of the street lamp outside the window. He did not get up to turn on a lamp. The darkness felt appropriate, a shroud for his thoughts. The phone buzzed on the coffee table. Cheryl's name glowed on the screen. He watched it until it went to voicemail. A few minutes later, it buzzed again with a text. "Just checking in. Thinking of you. Call me if you need anything." The kindness in her words felt like a physical weight, an anchor tied to a man drowning in deep water. How could he ever bring her into this? How could he sit across from her at a dinner table, listening to her lovely laugh, knowing that Eugene Ray was out there, listening too, cataloging it, owning it, owning it? He stood, his joints stiff, and walked to the window. The dark sedan was gone, but its absence was no comfort. It had been replaced by 1,000 potential watchers. The man walking a dog, the neighbor pulling into a driveway, the curtain twitching in a house across the street. Eugene Ray did not need to be physically present. He had become a virus in Deshawn's mind, a permanent filter through which every sight and sound was processed. He went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water, his hand remarkably steady. He drank it slowly, the coldness a shock to his system. He looked at the whiskey bottle on the counter but felt no desire for it. Numbness was what he needed, and alcohol offered only a temporary, deceptive warmth. His gaze fell on the architect's blueprint for a new library, rolled up on the counter where he had left it days ago. His life's work. Creating order from chaos, beauty from raw materials. It was a lie. He was chaos. His life was a ruin. A plan began to form, not as a sudden epiphany, but as a cold, logical conclusion. The only possible move left on a board where every other square was controlled by his opponent. He could not go to the police. Eugene Ray had his confession, and implicating Eugene Ray would implicate himself. He would spend his life in prison, and Eugene Ray, with his resources and cunning, would likely walk. He could not run. Eugene Ray would find him, and the punishment would be visited upon someone else, maybe Cheryl. He could not live this half-life, this performance of grief and recovery under the gaze of a puppeteer. There was only one way to break the pact, only one way to reclaim the silence and make it his own. He walked to his study, the room he had always considered his sanctuary. He unlocked the bottom drawer of his desk. Inside, beneath a stack of old tax documents, was a small, heavy box. He had inherited it from his father, a man who had believed in preparedness. He opened the box. The pistol inside was cold and blued steel. A simple, brutal tool. He loaded it with 5 bullets from a box beside it. The clicks of the cylinder, a series of definitive, metallic sounds in the quiet house. He did not have a plan for the act itself, only for the aftermath. He would not do it here. He would not make this house, Dakota's house, a tomb for a second tragedy. He would go to the cabin, the place where it had all begun. It felt right, a symmetry. He would finish what had started there, not with the murder of an old man, but with the execution of his own corrupted self. He wrote 2 letters. The first was to Cheryl. It was short. "I am so sorry. You are a good person. You deserve a world without shadows. Forget me." The second was to Detective Alvarez. It contained no confession, no names, only 3 sentences. "The man who killed Bryson and Dakota is named Eugene Ray. I am his final victim. Check the cabin." He sealed the envelopes and left them on the desk. He put on his coat, pocketing the heavy weight of the pistol. He walked out of his house, locking the door behind him for the last time. The night air was crisp. He got into his car and started the engine. As he pulled away from the curb, he glanced in the rearview mirror. The house receded, a neat, well-kept box containing a lifetime of choices, now empty of everything but the silence he was about to make permanent. He did not feel fear. He felt a profound, chilling clarity. He was no longer a victim, no longer a prisoner. He was an architect, drafting his final, most essential design, the demolition of his own cage. The drive was a long, dark ribbon, unspooling into the mountains. He did not turn on the radio. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the whisper of the tires, a monotone accompaniment to the single, focused thought in his mind. He passed no one. The world had shrunk to the cone of his headlights and the destination that lay at the end of this road. He found the turnoff, the mailbox slightly askew as Eugene Ray had described it all those weeks ago. The gravel driveway crunched under his tires, a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the sleeping forest. The cabin was just as he remembered it, a dark silhouette against the star-dusted sky. He parked where he had before, killed the engine, and sat for a moment, the pistol a cold, solid truth in his coat pocket. He used the key from under the flower pot. The door swung open silently. The air inside was still and cold, carrying the faint, coppery scent of old blood that no amount of cleaning could ever fully erase. He did not turn on a light. Moonlight filtered through the large windows, painting the furniture in shades of gray and blue. He could see the outline of the leather armchair, the dark stain on the rug near its foot. This was where he would do it. In this room where the original sin had been committed. He would add his own to the floorboards, a final, messy signature. He took the pistol from his pocket, the metal already warming from his touch. His finger found the curve of the trigger. He closed his eyes, seeking a final memory, an image of peace to carry with him. But all he could see was Eugene Ray's wintry eyes, and all he could hear was the phantom hiss of the record player. A floorboard creaked. It was not beneath his own feet. The sound came from the hallway leading to the bedrooms. His eyes snapped open. A figure emerged from the shadows, stepping into the patch of moonlight. It was Eugene Ray. He was holding a glass of amber liquid, swirling it gently. He looked utterly at home. "I knew you would come here," Eugene Ray said. His voice was a soft intrusion in the sacred quiet Deshawn had built for his final act. "This is where it all began. It's only fitting it should end here. But not like this." Deshawn's arm, which had been raising the pistol, froze. "How? You're predictable, Deshawn. The respectable man. The man of conscience. You couldn't live with the guilt. You couldn't live with my oversight. This was the only place you had left to go. I've been waiting." Eugene Ray took a slow sip of his drink, his eyes never leaving Deshawn's. "You were going to make a mess. A suicide. So dramatic. So revealing. It would raise questions. Alvarez would find your letters. It would be inconvenient." Deshawn found his voice, a dry rasp. "It doesn't matter. It matters to me," Eugene Ray said, taking a step closer. "I have a different ending in mind. A better one. A tragic accident. The grieving widower, overcome with sorrow after his wife's death, returns to the scene of another violent tragedy, the place that haunted him. He came to, I don't know, see closure. He was cleaning his father's gun, the one the police missed. It went off. He gestured with his glass toward the pistol in Deshawn's hand. That will do nicely. No, Deshawn said. The word was weak, but it was his. Yes, Eugene Ray said, his voice hardening. He moved with a sudden, startling speed, closing the distance between them. His free hand shot out to grab the barrel of the pistol. The world compressed into a violent, shoving struggle. Deshawn fought with a strength he didn't know he possessed, a raw, animal desperation. He was not fighting for his life anymore, but for the right to his own death. The glass fell from Eugene Ray's hand, shattering on the floor, the smell of whiskey joining the scent of blood and dust. They grunted, their shoes scuffling on the rug, stumbling against the leather chair. The gun was between them, a fulcrum of their mutual destruction. Eugene Ray's face was a mask of cold fury, his cultured composure shattered. You ruined everything, he snarled. I gave you everything. The silence, the freedom. It's not freedom, Deshawn gasped, wrenching the gun sideways. It's a different cage. The pistol erupted. The sound was immense, a physical blow in the confined space. Eugene Ray's body jolted. His grip on the gun loosened. A look of profound, almost comical surprise crossed his features. He took a half step back, his hand going to his stomach, where a dark spreading stain was already blooming on his crisp white shirt. He looked down at it, then up at Deshawn, his wintry eyes wide. He opened his mouth as if to speak, to deliver one last perfect line, but only a wet, guttural sound came out. His legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees, then slumped forward onto the rug, his head coming to rest near the dark stain left by his father. Deshawn stood panting, the pistol smoking in his hand. The reverberation of the shot faded, leaving a new, deeper silence in its wake. He looked at Eugene Ray's still form. The architect of his nightmare was gone. The key to the cage was broken. He slowly lowered the gun. He had not pulled the trigger. Or had he? In the struggle, he did not know. It didn't matter. The pact was finally, truly over. He walked out of the cabin, leaving the door open behind him. He did not take the gun. He got into his car and started the drive back to the city. The sun was beginning to lighten the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. He drove toward the dawn, a man who had planned his own death and instead had witnessed a murder. He was not free. The silence was still there, but it was a different silence now. It was not the scream of a trapped man, but the quiet of a battlefield after the war has ended. It was haunted and scarred and terrible, but it was his. He drove directly to the precinct. He did not call ahead. He walked through the automatic doors as they slid open with a soft hiss. His clothes rumpled, his face a mask of grim exhaustion. The fluorescent lights were too bright, humming a flat, industrial note. The night duty sergeant looked up from his computer, his expression shifting from boredom to alertness, as Deshawn approached the high counter. I need to speak with Detective Alvarez, Deshawn said. His voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. The sergeant picked up a phone. A few minutes later, Alvarez emerged from a hallway, pulling on a worn blazer. He looked tired, but his eyes were sharp and fully awake as they took in Deshawn's disheveled state. Mr. Vance, Alvarez said. What can I do for you? Is everything all right? No, Deshawn said. It's not. I've just come from the cabin. Bryson's cabin. Eugene Ray is there. He's dead. Alvarez's body went very still. How? We struggled, Deshawn said. Over a gun. It went off. Alvarez studied him for a long, silent moment. He gestured toward the hallway. Why don't you come back to my office, Mr. Vance? I think you should tell me the whole story. From the beginning. Deshawn followed him. He sat in a hard plastic chair opposite a cluttered metal desk. He began to talk. He started with the first phone call from Eugene Ray, the proposition, the threat. He told him about the drive to the cabin, the confrontation with Bryson that was never a confrontation, the cold, clinical pull of the trigger. He told him about the staged burglary, the stolen guns, the river. He told him about Dakota, about the record, about the silence that was not silence at all. He held nothing back. It was a confession, a purge, a river of poison finally flowing out of him. Alvarez listened without interruption, his hands steepled under his chin. When Deshawn finished, the room was quiet again, save for the distant sound of a ringing telephone. "You understand that this changes everything," Alvarez said finally. "Your self-defense claim for Bryson is gone. You'll be charged." "I know," Deshawn said. "And for Eugene Ray?" Alvarez asked. "What would you call that?" Deshawn looked out the small, grimy window of the office. The sky was fully light now, a pale, washed-out blue. I don't know," he said. "It felt like justice, but I'm ready to accept whatever it is." Alvarez nodded slowly. He stood up. "I have to place you under arrest, Deshawn. You have the right to remain silent." Deshawn almost smiled. "That's the one thing I don't have anymore, Detective. I don't have any silence left at all." He was processed, fingerprinted, and placed in a holding cell. The procedures were a blur. His lawyer, a sharp, anxious man named Fields, arrived, sputtering about self-defense and temporary insanity. Deshawn listened, but said little. He had told his truth. The rest was just noise. Weeks turned into months. The district attorney, faced with the death of both the alleged blackmailer and the initial victim, and a defendant who refused to contest the facts, offered a deal. Manslaughter for Bryson, a lesser charge for Eugene Ray. The lines blurred in the messy tapestry of the events. Deshawn took it. He had no fight left. The day of his sentencing was a bright, clear morning. He stood before the judge in a standard-issue jumpsuit. Cheryl was in the gallery. She met his eyes for a brief moment, her expression a complex mix of sorrow and a strange, hard-won understanding. Then she looked away. The judge spoke of consequences, of the sanctity of life, of a tragedy that had consumed multiple families. The gavel fell. The sentence was handed down. A number of years, a concrete measure of time that felt both immense and insignificant. As the guards led him away, he passed Alvarez, who was standing near the doors. The detective gave him a slow, almost imperceptible nod. It wasn't forgiveness. It was an acknowledgement, an understanding that some labyrinths have no center, and the only way out is through the darkest part of the walls. The prison transport van was waiting. The doors closed with a heavy final clang, shutting out the world. The engine started, and the van began to move. He looked out the small, reinforced window as the city slid by. A landscape he had once helped shape, now receding from view. He was going to a place of constant noise, of clanging metal and shouted orders, a world without quiet. He was going to a different kind of cage. But as the city faded into the distance, Deshawn closed his eyes. For the first time since the doorbell had chimed that night, the scream in his mind had finally truly stopped. The van ride was a study in sensory deprivation and overload. World outside the slit of a window became a smear of grays and greens, then just the flat, empty expanse of fields. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of sweat and antiseptic, the rattling of chains, the low, tense breathing of the other men. Deshawn kept his eyes closed, not in prayer, but in a kind of internal retreat. He was mapping the new silence. It was not peaceful, but it was honest. It was the quiet of a stripped engine, of a machine that had finally broken and could now, at last, be still. The processing at the correctional facility was a brutal, impersonal echo of his time at the precinct. The clothes he had worn to the courtroom were taken, replaced by a coarse olive green uniform. His wrist was stamped with an ID number. He was assigned a cell, a concrete box with a bunk, a sink, and a toilet. The door clanged shut, the sound ringing in the small space. He sat on the thin mattress, the springs groaning in protest. Days began to bleed into one another, a monotony of counted steps in a yard, of tasteless meals in a loud cafeteria, of hours spent in the library pretending to read. He kept to himself, a ghost among ghosts. His notoriety preceded him. The architect who had killed 2 men. It earned him a wide berth, a mixture of fear and curiosity. He offered nothing in return. One afternoon, a letter arrived. It was from Cheryl. His hands trembled slightly as he opened it. She did not offer forgiveness. She did not speak of the future. She wrote about the present. She had visited his house, she said, to collect the last of her things. She had seen the blueprint for the library still on the counter. She had taken it. She had met with his partners. They were going to see it built in his name. It was a beautiful design, she wrote. It would be a quiet place for people to think. He read the letter 3 times, then folded it carefully and placed it under his thin pillow. That night, lying in his bunk, he did not think of Eugene Ray or Bryson or the cabin. He thought of light falling through high windows onto polished wood floors. He thought of the weight of a book in a person's hand. He was not building it, but it would be built. It was a small, hard seed of something that was not redemption, but was perhaps its distant cousin, a consequence that was not entirely destructive. Another letter came weeks later, this one from an address he didn't recognize. The handwriting was elegant, precise. It was from Lillian, Eugene Ray's mother. His breath caught. He expected venom, a mother's curse, but her words were as cold and clear as a mountain stream. "You took my son from me," she wrote. "First, you took the boy he was when you were children, with your friendship that he could never quite grasp. Then you took the man he became. I know what he was. I am not blind, but he was mine. The world is a quieter place without him in it. I wonder if you find the silence you were seeking. I find it definite." He did not write back. There were no words for that particular abyss. But he kept her letter too. It was a part of the truth, a stone in the foundation of his new life. The seasons changed, marked only by the slight shift in the temperature of the yard and the quality of the light through the barred window of his cell. He worked in the prison workshop, assembling furniture. The work was mindless, his hands moving with a mechanical rhythm. One day, he looked at the chair he was building and saw not just a collection of parts, but a joinery, a structure, a design. It was a faint, almost deadened spark, but it was there. He requested drafting materials. It took months, but they eventually arrived. A pencil, paper, time, a straight edge. He began to draw. Not libraries or houses, but small things. A better stool for the workshop. A more efficient layout for the laundry. Designs for a world he would never leave. He was drawing one evening, the scratch of his pencil the only sound in his cell, when he became aware of a new noise. It was the man in the cell next to him, a young, twitchy kid named Jesse, sobbing. It was a raw, hopeless sound, the kind of sound Deshawn knew intimately. It was the sound of a man realizing the size and shape of his cage. Deshawn stopped drawing. He looked at the concrete wall that separated them. He thought of ignoring it, of retreating back into his own hard-won quiet. But the silence he had now was not a fortress. It was a tool. He reached down and slid his precious drafting paper under the gap at the bottom of his cell door. He pushed it until it disappeared into the next cell. On it, he had drawn nothing of consequence. Just a single, perfect, geometric flower, its petals unfolding in a complex, logical pattern. A small piece of impossible beauty for a place that had none. The sobbing from the next cell hiccuped, then stopped. There was a long silence. Then, a faint rustle as the paper was picked up. Deshawn picked up his pencil. He did not start drawing again. He simply sat in the humming quiet of the prison, listening. He heard the distant shout of a guard, the clang of a door, the faint, steady breathing of the man in the next cell. The scream was gone. In its place was only the world, with all its terrible, complicated noise. And for the first time, he was simply listening to it. The days began to accumulate like dust. He continued his work in the shop. His drawings became more intricate, small rebellions of order against the chaos. Jesse, the kid from the next cell, started talking to him through the wall, his voice a low, muffled thrum in the concrete. He asked about the flower. Deshawn found himself explaining the principles of geometric drawing, the way lines could create the illusion of life. It was not friendship, but it was a connection. A thread spun across the narrow, dark space between them. One morning, a guard he didn't recognize slid a folded newspaper through the slot in his door. It was yesterday's news, but news nonetheless. He unfolded it on his bunk, his eyes scanning the business section out of old habit, caught a familiar name. Alvarez. The detective had retired. The short article mentioned his career, his commendations. It also, in passing, noted his involvement in what the paper called the Vance case, a sordid tale that had briefly captivated the city. Deshawn read the clinical summary of his own life, his crimes reduced to a few column inches. He felt nothing. He was a footnote in someone else's story now. He folded the paper and placed it with the others he used for his drawings. The following week, he was called to the warden's office. This was unusual. His lawyer, Fields, was there, looking older and more rumpled, but with a new, sharp light in his eyes. The warden, a grim man with a jaw like a shovel, sat behind his desk. "We've received a communication," he said, his voice flat, "from the district attorney's office. New evidence has come to light regarding the Bryson homicide." Deshawn said nothing. He looked at Fields. "It seems," Fields said, choosing his words with obvious care, "that Eugene Ray kept a very thorough diary. A digital one, encrypted. The forensic team only just managed to access it. It details his entire plan. The manipulation of Bryson, the specific instructions he gave you. It corroborates your statement about the nature of the threat. It outlines his intention to frame you for his father's death, if you ever showed weakness." Deshawn listened, the words seeming to come from a great distance. He thought of Eugene Ray, meticulously documenting his own monstrosity, so sure of his own cleverness that he never considered it would be used against him. "The DIA is reconsidering the charges related to Harlan Bryson," Fields continued. "They're talking about time served. There will be a hearing. It's not a guarantee, but it's a chance." Deshawn looked from Fields to the warden. He thought of the cabin, the gun, the struggle. He thought of the library being built in the city. He thought of the geometric flower under Jesse's door. A chance. It was just a word. It held no weight, no scent, no texture. He nodded slowly. "Okay," he said. Back in his cell, he did not allow himself to hope. Hope was a dangerous draft in a sealed room. He simply continued. He drew. He listened to Jesse's whispers. He ate his meals. The hearing came and went, a blur of legal language and solemn faces. The judge agreed. The manslaughter conviction was vacated. The sentence for Eugene Ray's death, a product of a mutual struggle that the new evidence painted in a starkly different light, was deemed sufficient. Time served. The day he was released was overcast. The clothes they returned to him felt like a costume from another life. He walked out through the gates, the same ones he had entered years before. The air outside was shockingly cold and vast. Fields was there, waiting by a car. He offered a thin smile. Deshawn just stood for a moment, breathing the unfiltered air. He got into the car. Fields talked about arrangements, a halfway house, a job one of his partners had lined up. Deshawn watched the world go by. The colors were too bright, the movements too fast. They drove into the city, and as they turned a corner, he saw it. The library. It was finished. His design, rendered in stone and glass, standing solid and graceful amid the taller buildings. It was real. He asked Fields to stop the car. He got out and stood across the street, watching people walk up the broad steps and through the large doors. They were just shapes, strangers carrying their own quiet burdens into the quiet space he had imagined. He did not go in. He did not need to. It was enough that it was there. He got back in the car. Fields dropped him at a small, sparse apartment that had been arranged for him. It was silent. He stood in the middle of the living room, the key cold in his hand. The silence was not the screaming void of the cabin or the grim hum of the prison. It was just an empty room. He could fill it with whatever he chose. He walked to the window and looked down at the street, at the people moving with purpose he could no longer comprehend. He had no plan. He had no grand design. He had only the quiet and the memory of a geometric flower and the long, slow work of learning how to listen to the world again. The first night in the apartment was a long excavation of stillness. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, was a distinct event. He slept on the floor because the bed felt too soft, too yielding. In the morning, he walked to a corner store and bought a pencil and a cheap pad of paper. It was a start. The job his partners had arranged was at a nonprofit that designed low-cost housing. They gave him a small, windowless office and simple tasks, redrawing outdated plans. The work was beneath his old skill, but his hands remembered the language of lines and scales. His colleagues were polite, distant. They knew his story. He was a ghost in the machine, and he preferred it that way. Weeks passed. He established a routine. Work, walks, the silent apartment. He avoided the news. He did not seek out Cheryl, though he sometimes saw her name in the society pages, linked to fundraising for the library. He was a stone skipping across the surface of his own life, touching down only lightly. One Saturday, he found himself walking a familiar route, his feet carrying him without conscious direction. He stopped when he realized where he was. The park. Their park. The one where he and Eugene Ray had flown a kite a lifetime ago. He sat on a bench, the cold iron seeping through his trousers. He watched the bare branches of the trees scratch at the gray sky. An old woman sat down on the far end of the bench, a small bag of breadcrumbs in her hand. She tossed them to the pigeons, her movements slow and deliberate. After a while, she spoke without looking at him. "They're never as graceful as you remember, are they? The pigeons. You think they'll be peaceful, but they're just greedy, nervous." Deshawn looked at her. She had a sharp, intelligent face, weathered by age. He nodded. She glanced at him, her eyes lingering on the faint, permanent shadows under his own. "You have the look," she said. "What look is that?" he asked, his voice rough from disuse. "The look of someone who's been to the bottom of the well," she said, and decided to climb back out. "It's a different look than the one people have who never fell in." She gathered her bag and stood up, brushing crumbs from her coat. The pigeons scattered. "Remember," she said, "it's darker when you get out. Your eyes have to readjust." He watched her go, a solitary figure disappearing down the path. He sat there until the streetlights flickered on. His eyes were adjusting. The world was not the bright, simple place it had been before the doorbell rang, nor was it the monochrome hell of the cabin or the prison. It was something else, something complex and shadowed and real. He stood up and walked home. The city sounds a symphony he was slowly learning to decipher. The work of living was not in forgetting the fall, but in learning how to stand in the new, unforgiving light. The nonprofit was planning a new community center in a part of the city he had once helped gentrify. The initial designs were sterile, efficient, and soulless. During the meeting, as the project lead pointed to a bland elevation, Desan heard his own voice, quiet but clear, cut through the murmur. "The western facade," he said. "It gets the full afternoon sun. You could use a brise soleil. Not just for efficiency. You could design a pattern. It would cast shadows on the interior walls. It would change with the time of day." The room went quiet. The project lead, a young woman named Chloe, looked at him. Then at the drawing. "What kind of pattern?" He didn't have an answer then. But later in his small office he opened his pad. He did not draw a building. He drew the interplay of light and shadow. He drew the geometric flower from his cell, but he broke it apart, its petals becoming a repeating, abstract motif that would, in theory, dance across a floor. He slid the drawing under Chloe's door that evening. The next day, she came to his office. She held the drawing. "This is good," she said. "It's human." She didn't ask about his past. She asked about his process. It was the first professional conversation he'd had in years that wasn't tinged with pity or fear. He started working with her team. The work was collaborative. His ideas filtered through other minds, improved, sometimes discarded. He learned to let go. He found a strange satisfaction in seeing a fragment of his thought become part of a larger, communal whole. He was no longer the sole architect, but a craftsman. It was enough. Months later, on a cool spring evening, he was working late. The office was empty. The silence was his own. The phone on his desk, his direct line, rang. The sound was so foreign, so unexpected, that he stared at it for 3 full rings before picking it up. "Deshaun Vance," he said, the name still feeling unfamiliar on his tongue. There was a pause on the other end, filled only with the faint static of the line. Then, a voice, older, wearier, but unmistakable. It was Lillian. "I am in the city," she said. No greeting, no pleasantries. "I am at the library. I would like you to come." His hand tightened on the receiver. The well of that particular darkness opened up inside him again, cold and deep. He could have hung up. He could have said no. "All right," he said. He walked. The city lights were soft halos in the evening mist. The library stood as it always did, a calm, solid presence. He saw her before she saw him. She was sitting on a bench in the small plaza before the main entrance, a small, straight-backed figure in a dark coat. She was looking up at the building. He sat beside her. They did not look at each other. They watched the people coming and going. "It's a quiet place," she said finally. "You were right about that." He nodded, unsure if she could see the gesture. "I come here sometimes when I am in the city," she continued. "I sit and I read. I try to imagine the mind that thought of this space. It is a peaceful mind, a mind that values order and light." She turned her head slowly and looked at him. Her eyes were the same as they were in his memory, deep and unforgiving. "It is a mind I never knew." Deshaun met her gaze. "I didn't know it either. Not then." Lillian considered this. She looked back at the library. "He would have hated this place," she said, a strange, soft finality in her voice. "All this quiet. It would have made him feel small." They sat in silence for a long time. The sounds of the city were a distant river. He did not offer an apology. She did not ask for one. There were no words that could bridge the chasm between them, only the shared, terrible understanding of what had been lost. Finally, she stood. She adjusted her coat. "Goodbye, Deshaun," she said. She did not look back as she walked away, her figure soon swallowed by the crowd. He remained on the bench. He felt emptied out, scoured clean. He looked up at the library, his library, and for the first time he felt not like its creator, but like one of its patrons, a man in need of a quiet place to think. He stood and walked up the steps. He pushed through the heavy door. The air inside was cool and smelled of old paper and clean floors. The light fell through the high windows just as he had drawn it, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. He found an empty chair at a long wooden table, sat down, and simply breathed. He was not at peace, but he was present. He was here. He did not open a book. He did not need to. He simply absorbed the atmosphere he had created, the gentle rustle of pages, the soft tread of shoes on carpet, the focused silence of 100 private worlds existing together. It was the opposite of the prison's noise. It was a silence that held life within it. When he left, the night had deepened. The city's noise felt less like an assault and more like a familiar, if chaotic, song. He walked back to his apartment, his footsteps measured. The key turned in the lock with a solid, final sound. The next morning, he went to work. Chloe was waiting for him. A set of new blueprints rolled under her arm. "The community center project is approved," she said. "With your breeze so loyal. The city planners love it. They want to meet the designer." Deshawn looked at the rolled papers. He thought of Lillian's words, of the mind that valued order and light. That mind was his, now. It was not a mask or a performance. It was the man he had built, piece by piece, in the quiet. "I'm not a designer," he said. "Not like I was." Chloe smiled, a quick, genuine thing. "You're better. You're a collaborator." She unrolled the plans on a nearby table, her finger tracing the lines of the facade. "So, are you ready?" He looked at the drawing, at the intricate pattern of shadows it was meant to create. It was a small thing, a detail in a large city, but it was a part of the world's noise, a deliberate, beautiful note added to the chorus. He picked up a pencil from his desk. It felt light in his hand. "Yes," he said. "I'm ready." Story 4. The air in the library was a still, warm broth of old paper and beeswax. Then, a cold spot. It was a distinct pocket of chill, a localized winter that hung in the space between the high-backed leather chair and the great oak desk. Howard felt it as he crossed the threshold. A sudden prickle on his skin like the touch of a ghost. He paused, letting the sensation register. It was the kind of detail the local constable would have missed, the kind of thing that evaporated under the trample of heavy boots and loud voices. But, to Howard, it was a word in the first sentence of a story. The room was too warm, the fire in the hearth having died only an hour before. Yet this patch of air was fresh from an open window in December. He moved past it, his eyes cataloging the scene with a dispassionate hunger. Desmond Albright was a big man, and he made a substantial corpse. He was splayed in the leather chair, his head lolled back as if in a deep, unsatisfying sleep. A crystal tumbler, empty save for a single amber drop at the bottom, sat on the desk blotter within easy reach. There was no visible wound, no sign of a struggle. Just a wealthy man, dead in his own library on a Tuesday evening. The local doctor, a man named Christopher Poole, had already been and gone, citing a probable cardiac event. A tidy, convenient end for a man whose life was, as Howard was beginning to understand, anything but tidy. The quiet of the rural community of Oakhaven was a thick, smothering thing. It was not a peaceful quiet, but a held breath. The news of Desmond Albright's death had not so much shattered the village's harmony as it had revealed the harmony to be a fiction, a carefully maintained performance. Howard, an outsider from the city with a reputation for cleaning up messy situations, felt the weight of their collective gaze from behind lace curtains. He had been called by the family's lawyer, a discreet man who suggested the probability was low but the stakes were immeasurably high. His first official interview was with Dr. Christopher Poole. Poole's office was a model of sterile competence, smelling of antiseptic and old wood. He was a man in his late 40s, with calm hands and a voice that was meant to soothe. Desmond had a weak heart, Poole said, his tone even, almost bored. He was under a great deal of stress. The particulars of his business, you understand. It was a matter of time. The particulars of his business seem to be the only thing anyone understands, and no one wishes to discuss, Howard replied, his voice a low murmur. He did not look at Poole, but at a diagram of the human circulatory system on the wall. The cold air in the library. Was the window open when you arrived? Poole's fingers, which had been resting on his desk, stilled for a fraction of a second. The window? No, it was shut. The room was quite warm. The fire was still going then. Howard nodded, storing the discrepancy away. And the niece, Lily, how did she seem? Distraught, as one would expect. Desmond was her guardian, her sole support. Sole support, Howard repeated. A powerful motive is often the simplest to overlook. He next walked the grounds of Albright Manor, a hulking Victorian that seemed to brood over the village. The butler, Carmelo, a man whose face was a mask of polite neutrality, shadowed him at a discreet distance. Howard stopped by a rose garden, the blooms gone to brittle, thorny skeletons in the late autumn air. The window in the library, Carmelo, was it often open? Mr. Albright disliked stale air, sir, but last night he specifically requested it be closed. He complained of a draft. Howard turned to look at the man. His eyes were the color of old flint. Yet, after his death, the room was warm. And yet, I felt a chill. A very specific chill. Carmelo's expression did not change. I cannot account for the sensations of the air, sir. I only know the window was shut when I found him. And when the doctor came, the housekeeper, April, was a woman whose loyalty was a fortress. She spoke of Desmond Albright with a reverence that felt practiced, like a prayer recited too many times to hold any meaning. She was polishing silver in the kitchen, the sharp, metallic scent filling the air. Her hands, red and capable, never stopped their work. He was a good man, she said, her voice firm. A private man. Private men often have public secrets, Howard said. Who was he afraid of? The cloth in her hand paused on the curve of a teapot. Mr. Albright was not a man who feared. He was a man who others feared. Later, Howard sat in the village pub, the Grizzled Stag. The air was thick with the smell of fried food and damp wool. The villagers were a closed circle, their conversations dropping to a hush when he entered, then resuming in a forced, overly loud manner. Caleb, a neighbor whose land bordered the Albright estate, was a constant presence at the bar. He was a watcher. He nursed a pint of dark ale, his eyes reflecting the low lights like an old dog's. Desmond Albright, Howard said, taking the stool next to him. What kind of neighbor was he? Caleb took a slow sip. The kind who knows the value of things, and the price. He gestured with his glass toward the window, beyond which the lights of the manor glowed. He owned the bank, the land, most of the shops. His silence was a currency here. You paid for it one way or another. Blackmail. I didn't say that, Caleb said, his voice dropping. I said silence has a price. Sometimes you pay it with money. Sometimes with other things. The investigation unfolded like a slow poison. There was no single clue, no dramatic confession. It was an accumulation of minor details, of glances held a moment too long, of sentences left unfinished. Lily, a young woman with eyes too old for her face, was indeed the primary beneficiary of a vast and complicated will. Her grief seemed genuine, a raw, shaky thing. But Howard saw the calculation behind it, the fear of a future that was now terrifyingly real. She had been in the house that night, she admitted, but had gone to bed early, hearing nothing. April, the housekeeper, was discovered to have a son, a troubled young man with gambling debts that had been mysteriously paid off 6 months prior. Carmelo, the butler, had a past that did not align with his present, a 5-year gap in his employment history that he refused to elucidate. And Dr. Christopher Poole, the impartial narrator of the village's ailments, seemed to be everywhere, a calming, rational presence who was always ready with a medical explanation, a gentle nudge away from the sensational. He had been the one to pronounce the death. He had been the one to comfort Lily. He had been the one to assure the constable that there was no need for a fuss. Howard felt the web tightening around him, each strand a fact, a lie, a half-truth. He spent his evenings in his rented room, going over his notes, the names and connections mapping themselves out in his mind, like a constellation of guilt. Desmond Albright, the keeper of secrets, was dead. The obvious conclusion was that one of his victims had finally turned on him. Lily for her inheritance, April for her son, Carmelo for his past. A villager driven to desperation. But the chill in the library would not leave him. That localized cold. A window opened and then closed. Why? He stood again in the library, long after the body had been removed. The room had been cleaned, restored to its state of oppressive order, but the cold spot was gone. The air was uniformly warm and dead. He walked to the window, examining the latch. It was well-oiled, silent. He looked out at the night, the dark shapes of the trees. His reflection stared back at him, a ghost in the glass. And then he saw it, not in the reflection, but in the logic. A flaw in the story, a single dissonant note. Dr. Poole had said the room was warm, the fire still going when he arrived. Carmelo had confirmed the window was shut, but the cold spot Howard felt, hours later, was a residue. It was the memory of a sudden influx of cold air. For a room that size, with a fire recently dead, to develop such a localized chill, the window would have had to be opened wide for several minutes after the fire had died. After Desmond was already dead, someone had opened that window after finding the body. Not before. After. Why? The answer did not come as a thunderclap, but as a slow, dawning horror. It was not an intuition of who, but of why. He thought of Poole's calm, professional demeanor, his quick pronouncement, his insistence on a natural cause, his presence, his constant, guiding presence. Howard left the library and drove through the sleeping village to Dr. Poole's office. He did not knock. He used a set of tools he was not officially supposed to have and opened the lock with a soft click. Inside, the silence was profound. He went straight to the medical waste bin. It had been emptied. He went to the filing cabinet, to Desmond Albright's patient record. It was a model of bland normalcy, slightly elevated blood pressure, stress, a prescription for mild sedatives. It was all so clean, so professional. He then went to the small, tidy laboratory at the back. He opened the cabinets. He found nothing out of the ordinary, but his eyes fell on the autoclave, a machine for sterilizing instruments. It was cool to the touch. Next to it was a rack of vials. Most were common supplies. Saline, antiseptics. His gaze snagged on one. It was unlabeled, tucked at the back, half hidden. He picked it up. It was empty. He held it to the light. A tiny, almost invisible residue coated the inside of the glass. He unscrewed the cap and brought it to his nose. There was a scent, faint but unmistakable. A ghost of bitter almonds trapped in the glass. Cyanide. Not a tool of passion, but of cold, clinical precision. A needle prick, perhaps. Something so small it would leave no mark, especially on a man with a known heart condition. A thing a doctor would have had access to. A thing a doctor would know how to use and how to disguise. The narrative rearranged itself in Howard's mind, not with a shout, but with a terrible, silent clarity. Desmond Albright had not died of a heart attack. He had been murdered. And the murderer was not one of his victims, not someone driven to desperation by his blackmail. It was the man who stood to lose his own secret. Poole, the trusted doctor, the impartial narrator. What was his secret? It didn't matter yet. The method was the motive. Albright had discovered something about Poole, something the good doctor could not allow to be known. And so, he had used his knowledge and his tools to silence the blackmailer forever. The open window? A final, clever piece of staging. To disperse any potential odor of cyanide, the telltale scent of bitter almonds, before the body was discovered. He had come, pronounced the death, opened the window to air out the room, and then closed it again before the constable arrived, creating a timeline that pointed away from himself. He had not counted on the lingering thermal ghost, the slow-to-dissipate cold spot that would whisper of his actions to a man who knew how to listen. Howard stood in the dark, silent laboratory, the empty vial held lightly between his thumb and forefinger. He looked at it, this small glass clue that held the truth of a man's life and his ending. He did not move to call the constable. He did not feel the surge of triumph that was supposed to accompany the solution. Instead, a profound and weary stillness settled over him. He had the answer, the thing he had been hired to find. But the truth was not a clean, bright thing. It was a dark, complicated stain. It was the knowledge that the keeper of the town's health was its most calculated poisoner. That the harmony he had shattered was a lie built upon a deeper, more clinical evil. He placed the vial carefully back in its hiding place. He would have to build the case, gather the evidence, confront the man with the calm hands and the soothing voice. But for now, in the deep quiet of the night, Howard simply stood. He stared at the tiny glass cylinder, its meaning echoing in the silence. A silent testament to the cold equations of murder and the even colder calculations of the human heart. He left the laboratory as silently as he had entered, the lock clicking shut behind him. The drive back to the manor was a blur of dark hedgerows and his own grim reflection in the windshield. He had the truth, a fragile, explosive thing. But truth alone was not enough. He needed proof that would stand up in a court of law. Something more than a cold spot and an empty vial. The next morning he requested a meeting with Lily Albright. He found her in the morning room, a sunlit space that felt cheerless despite the light. She was dressed in black, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "I need to know," Howard began, his voice low and devoid of accusation, "if your uncle ever mentioned any concerns about Dr. Poole. Anything at all. A disagreement, a question about a diagnosis, even a casual remark." Lily's eyes, still red-rimmed, widened slightly. "Dr. Poole? No, never. He was Uncle's closest confidant, I think. He trusted him completely." She looked down at her hands. Uncle had been seeing him more frequently in the last few months. He said it was for his nerves, but he always seemed more agitated after the visits, not less. Howard stored this away. Agitation after visits. Not the effect of a sedative, but the effect of a blackmailer tightening the screws. His next stop was the village telegraph office. He sent a coded message to a contact in the city. A request for any information on Dr. Christopher Poole's history, specifically any scandals, lawsuits, or sudden relocations that might have preceded his arrival in Oak Haven. He had a feeling that Poole's secret, the one Albright had discovered, was not a local one. While he waited for a reply, he paid a visit to Caleb at his farm. The man was mending a fence, his movements slow and deliberate. "Poole," Caleb said, not looking up from his work. "Hey, boy, that big practice old Dr. Hemlock left behind came with a lot of goodwill." Integrated himself quickly. always helpful, always calm. Too calm, Howard prompted. Caleb drove a post into the ground with a single powerful blow. Calm is a currency, too. It buys trust, lets you get close. He finally looked at Howard, his gaze steady. You think it was him? I think a man who knows how a body works also knows how to make it stop working, Howard said. And a man who is trusted has the perfect opportunity. The reply from the city came 2 days later. It was brief and to the point. Dr. Christopher Poole had left his previous position in a larger town under a cloud of suspicion. A patient, a wealthy widow, had died suddenly of an apparent heart failure. Poole had been the attending physician. There had been whispers about an altered will and a significant, unexplained deposit into Poole's personal account, but nothing had been proven. The case was closed. Poole had moved to Oak Haven shortly thereafter. Howard read the telegram twice, then burned it in the hearth. The pattern was complete. Albright, the collector of secrets, had undoubtedly uncovered this old, buried scandal. He had begun his own form of taxation on the doctor. Poole, cornered and facing professional and financial ruin, had decided on a permanent solution. He had used his medical knowledge to administer a poison that mimicked a heart attack, and his position of trust to control the narrative from the moment the body was discovered. The confrontation took place in Poole's office, but this time, Howard did not go alone. The constable, a skeptical man named Davies, stood beside him, his presence a reluctant formality. "This is a rather dramatic intrusion, Mr. Howard," Poole said, his voice still a model of calm reason. He did not rise from his chair. "I have a few more questions about the air in the library," Howard said. "You confirmed the window was shut when you arrived, but the physics of the situation suggest otherwise. A cold spot that persistent could only form if that window was opened wide for several minutes after the fire had died. After Mr. Albright was dead." Poole's smile was thin, condescending. "You are deducing murder from a draft? From the memory of a sensation? That is the stuff of penny dreadfuls, sir." "It is the stuff of physics," Howard countered evenly. "And it leads to a question of motive. Why would someone open a window after finding a body? To disperse a scent, perhaps. A distinctive scent, like that of bitter almonds. A flicker of something, cold and sharp, passed through Poole's eyes. It was gone in an instant. I smell nothing of the sort now. And I did not then." "No," Howard agreed. "Because you aired it out. You came, you confirmed the death. You injected your narrative of a weak heart, and then you opened the window. You let the evidence of your chosen tool vanish on the night air. You closed it before the constable arrived, thinking no one would be the wiser. This is pure fantasy," Poole said, his voice gaining a slight metallic edge. "You have no proof." "Proof can be found," Howard said. "It's in the gaps in your own history, in the sudden death of a widow in your previous practice, in the bank records that will show a sudden influx of money you could not explain. Desmond Albright discovered that old secret, didn't he? And he began to apply his own kind of pressure. You weren't a victim of his blackmail, Doctor. You were a business rival who lost the negotiation." Poole was silent. The calm facade was beginning to crack, revealing the cold, terrified man beneath. He looked from Howard's impassive face to the constable's increasingly alarmed one. "You can't prove any of that," Poole whispered, but the certainty was gone from his voice. "We will exhume the body," Howard said, his tone flat and final. "A modern toxicology test will find the cyanide. Your empty vial is still in your cabinet, and people will talk. The widow's family will be contacted. Your silence here in Oak Haven was bought with Albright's death, but that currency has expired. Dr. Christopher Poole did not confess. He simply stared at his own hands, those calm, capable instruments of healing that had become instruments of murder. He saw his future not in a dramatic flash, but in a slow, sinking realization. As clinical and dispassionate as his crime, his reputation, his practice, his freedom, all were dissolving in the face of this quiet, relentless man from the city. Howard turned and left the office, the constable's stunned questions fading behind him. He stepped out into the main street of Oakhaven. The air was still and cold, but it was a natural cold, the chill of an approaching winter. The held breath of the village had finally been released, not in a gasp, but in a long, weary sigh. The harmony was broken. A false chord resolved into a grim and final silence. Justice, of a sort, would be done. But as Howard walked away, he knew that some poisons leave no antidote, and some truths only exchange one kind of quiet for another, deeper kind. He walked to the edge of the village, where the paved road gave way to dirt and the houses thinned out. He stood there for a long time, looking back at the cluster of roofs, the church spire, the dark, hulking shape of the Albright Manor on the hill. He had come to find a truth, and he had found it, and now he felt the weight of it. A lodestone in his chest. The arrest was a quiet, grim affair. Poole went without a struggle, his face a mask of detached resignation. The news spread through Oakhaven not like a wildfire, but like a seep of groundwater, chilling everything it touched. The trusted doctor, the man who had brought their children into the world and eased their parents out of it, was a calculated killer. The foundation of their world, already cracked by Albright's death, now crumbled into dust. Howard made his final report to the city. It was a dry, factual document that contained no mention of cold spots or the look in a butler's eyes. It spoke of toxicology, of financial records, of a prior investigation. It was enough. He packed his single bag in the rented room. The case was closed, his purpose here finished. Yet, a thread of unease remained, tugging at him. It was Lily. He saw her one last time by chance outside the post office. She was no longer in full black, but in a deep, muted gray. Her face was pale, but her jaw was set. "Thank you, Mr. Howard," she said, her voice low but clear. "For the truth." He nodded, unsure of what to say. He had given her the truth, but it was a truth that had stripped her of any remaining innocence, that had made her the heir to a legacy of poison and secrets. She was rich, and she was utterly alone. "What will you do?" he asked. She looked toward the manor. "Sell it, all of it, the land, the businesses, the bank. There is nothing for me here but ghosts and whispers." She met his gaze, and for a moment, he saw the steel that had always been there, hidden beneath the grief. He controlled everyone, even from the grave, but no more. As Howard's train pulled away from the small station, he watched the village recede into the landscape. He thought about Caleb, who would now have a new, unknown landlord. He thought of April and her son, freed from one form of debt, but shackled by the memory of suspicion. He thought of Carmelo, whose own secret was now irrelevant, lost in the wake of a greater crime. And he thought of Dr. Poole, sitting in a cell, his clinical mind doubtless already dissecting his own failure, turning his cold analysis inward. The train picked up speed, carrying him back to the city's anonymous roar. He had solved the puzzle. He had identified the poison and the poisoner. But as the last rooftops of Oakhaven vanished behind a screen of trees, Howard felt no sense of victory. He had simply pulled one thread, and the entire tapestry had unraveled, leaving behind not a clean slate, but a pile of tangled colored yarn. He had brought a kind of justice, but no peace. The quiet of the village, he knew, would now be a different quiet, deeper and more profound. It would be the silence of a wound that had been lanced, the hollow stillness that remains after a terrible and necessary truth has been spoken. The city met him with its usual indifferent clamor. He paid his landlord, ignored his messages, and sat in his Spartan apartment, the sounds of traffic a dull roar below. He had done his job. He had been the scalpel, cutting out the infection. But the patient, Oakhaven, was forever changed, and he felt the phantom ache of the incision in his own spirit. A week later, a package arrived. It was a small, flat box, wrapped in plain brown paper with no return address. Inside, nestled on a bed of cotton wool, was a single, perfect black feather. There was no note. It could have been from Caleb, a final, silent acknowledgement. It could have been from Lily, a symbol of the burden she was shedding. It could even have been a taunt from some other, unseen player in the drama he thought he had concluded. He held the feather, its veins soft and impossibly dark against his skin. It was not a threat. It was a reminder. A reminder that secrets, like spores, could lie dormant for years, and that the pursuit of truth was not a straight path to light, but a journey through endless interconnected shadows. He placed the feather on his desk, a stark, dark mark against the pale wood. Then he picked up the next file, the next set of lies, waiting to be untangled. The work was all there was. It was the only thing that made the silence bearable. The file was for a missing person, a clerk from a shipping firm. It was thin, unpromising. Howard opened it and began to read, but his eyes kept drifting back to the feather. It was not just a symbol of secrets. It was a question. Had he truly found all the answers in Oakhaven? The method was clear, the motive logical, but the sheer, chilling efficiency of Poole's crime suggested a mind accustomed to extreme risk, to operating on the very edge of exposure. A man who had done this before, not just once, but perhaps multiple times, hiding his murders in the natural deaths of the sick and the elderly. He pushed the new file aside. The clerk could wait. Poole was in custody, but his past was a dark continent, largely uncharted. The telegram from his contact had mentioned one suspicious death. But a man like Poole, a spider who had spun a web of trust in a new town, would have a history. There would be other towns, other practices, other wealthy, vulnerable patients who had died suddenly, leaving behind altered wills or simplified estates. Howard stood and went to his bookshelf, pulling down a heavy medical directory. He spent the next 2 days cross-referencing, writing letters, calling in favors from contacts in other cities. He was no longer being paid, but the loose thread was nagging at him, the one that threatened to unravel his own sense of a finished case. The replies trickled in, painting a sparse but chilling map. Before his time in the larger town, Poole had worked for a brief, unremarkable period in a coastal practice. The senior partner there had died of a sudden severe illness. Poole had been the sole beneficiary of his will. The death had been attributed to a rare, aggressive food poisoning. No autopsy had been performed. Another letter mentioned a 2-year stint in a mining town. A rich mine owner, a patient of Poole's, had succumbed to a supposed stroke. His business partner, who had been locked in a bitter dispute with him, had seen his fortunes miraculously improve shortly thereafter. Rumors of a generous private loan from the partner to Dr. Poole had circulated, but were never substantiated. Howard laid the letters out on his desk, surrounding the black feather. A pattern emerged, not of a man who had snapped under the pressure of blackmail, but of a predator. A man who used his profession as a hunting ground, who sought out the vulnerable and the wealthy, and who engineered their deaths for profit. Desmond Albright had not been a unique victim. He had been the latest. He had simply been different. He wasn't a patient. He was a collector, and he had seen the pattern, too. He had tried to become a partner in Poole's grim business, and for that he had been efficiently erased. The case against Poole for Albright's murder was strong. But these other deaths, these cold, calculated killings disguised as natural causes, they were the true measure of the man. Proving them would be nearly impossible. The bodies were buried, the evidence long gone, the witnesses unwilling or unaware. Howard picked up the feather again. It was not an acknowledgement. It was a warning. A signal from the shadows that he had only glimpsed the surface. He knew then that he would attend Poole's trial, not as a witness, but as an observer. He needed to look the man in the eye one more time, to see if he could discern the depth of the darkness there. The quiet of his apartment was suddenly filled with the echoes of all those other rooms, in all those other towns, where Dr. Christopher Poole had stood over a deathbed, his hands steady, his expression calm, presiding over his private, profitable harvest. The case was closed, but the story was not over. It was simply waiting for the next chapter to begin. The trial of Dr. Christopher Poole was a swift and clinical affair, much like the man himself. Howard sat in the back of the crowded, stuffy courtroom, a spectator. The evidence was presented with dispassionate efficiency. The toxicology report confirming cyanide in Albright's system, the financial records linking Poole to the widow's estate, the testimony about the open window. Poole sat perfectly still, his face a placid mask, offering no defense, no emotion. He was a man who had already dissected his own failure and found the jury's verdict to be a foregone conclusion. He was found guilty of the murder of Desmond Albright and sentenced to hang. As the judge pronounced the sentence, Howard watched Poole's eyes. They were not those of a cornered animal, but of a scientist observing an expected result. There was no remorse, only a faint, chilling acknowledgement of a calculation that had finally proven incorrect. Howard left the courtroom before the crowd dispersed. He stood on the courthouse steps, the cold air doing little to clear his head. He had come looking for some sign, some crack that would reveal the monster he knew lurked beneath the calm exterior. He had found only a profound and unsettling emptiness. A voice spoke beside him. "It's not enough, is it?" He turned to find Lily Albright, her face pale but composed beneath a black veil. She had sold the manor, as she said she would. The Albright era in Oak Haven was over. "The law has been served," Howard said, his voice neutral. "The law deals in single crimes," Lily replied, her gaze fixed on the courthouse doors. "It does not measure the weight of a soul. I have been going through his papers, Mr. Howard. My uncle's. He had a file on Dr. Poole that was extensive. It contained more than just the business with the widow. There were notes, suspicions about other deaths in other places. My uncle wasn't just blackmailing him. He was studying." Howard felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. "What did you do with the file?" "I burned it," she said softly. "There is no justice to be had for ghosts, only more pain. Let the past bury its dead." She turned to him, and for a moment, her veil lifted in the wind. Her eyes were dry and held a hard-won peace. "Goodbye, Mr. Howard. Thank you for your service." He watched her walk away, a solitary figure in black, disappearing into the city. She had chosen a different kind of silence, a protective one. She had buried the deeper, darker truth to save herself and the memories of countless other families from being poisoned by it. Back in his apartment, the black feather on his desk seemed to mock him. Lily had found her closure by embracing a necessary lie. The law had found its justice by convicting a man for one murder, ignorant of the dozen others that would never see a courtroom. Only he was left, holding the full, ugly weight of the truth. A truth that was now useless. Dangerous, even. He picked up the file for the missing clerk. The words blurred before his eyes. The neat lines of inquiry, the search for a single verifiable fact, felt suddenly childish. The world was not a puzzle to be solved, but a dark forest where monsters like Poole hunted with impunity for years, and where the only solace for their victims' families was often ignorance. He closed the file. The clerk would have to wait. Howard sat in his chair as the afternoon light faded, the feather the only distinct object in the growing gloom. He had always believed that the truth, however painful, was the only thing of value. Now he wondered if he had been wrong. Perhaps the only thing that truly mattered was the silence that came after, and whether you could find a way to live within it. The case was closed. The killer was condemned. And yet, Howard had never felt further from any sort of answer. The silence in the room was a physical presence, thick and heavy. It was broken by the sharp, decisive sound of Howard opening the new file. He would not succumb to this paralysis. The work was the anchor, the only process he trusted. The clerk's face stared up from a grainy photograph, a man of unremarkable features and a nervous smile. His name was Arthur Pym.R. He had vanished 3 days ago after withdrawing his entire life savings from the bank. Howard began his method, the familiar ritual pushing back the lingering shadows of Oakhaven. He made notes, listed contacts, mapped Pym's known routines. It was straightforward, mundane. A man with money who disappears is usually running to or from something or someone. Yet, his focus was fractured. The image of Dr. Poole's empty eyes superimposed itself over the photograph of Arthur Pym. The feather, a slash of darkness on the corner of his desk, seemed to draw his gaze like a magnet. Lily Albright's words echoed in his mind. Let the past bury its dead. He stood abruptly, needing movement, needing the city's noise to drown out the quiet thoughts. He walked the streets for an hour, the cold air biting at his face. He ended up, without consciously deciding to, outside the grim granite walls of the prison where Poole was being held. He did not go in. He had no official reason, no questions to ask. He simply stood across the wide street, watching the light from a high barred window. The man was in there, counting down the days to the gallows. Was he thinking of his victims? Was he replaying his crimes with a clinician's detached interest? Or was his mind a perfect, serene blank, having already accepted the finality of his fate? A prison wagon rattled through the gates, and Howard turned away. The obsession was a trap. Poole had already taken enough. He would not take Howard's sanity as well. Returning to his apartment, he found a telegram had been slipped under his door. It was from the constable in Oakhaven. The message was brief. Poole has requested to see you. He says he has information. He will speak only to you. Howard crumpled the paper in his fist. It was a ploy, a final manipulation from a man who had built his life on controlling narratives. He would not go. He would not give Poole the satisfaction of a final audience. He threw the bald telegram into the bin and sat down, forcing his attention back to Arthur Pym. He tracked down the man's landlord, a surly individual who confirmed Pym was quiet, behind on his rent, and had seemed agitated lately. He spoke to Pym's supervisor at the shipping firm, who said the clerk had been a reliable worker, but had taken several unexplained absences in the weeks before his disappearance. The trail was cold, but it was a trail. It was real. It was a problem that could be solved with facts and legwork, not philosophical dread. Howard worked late into the night, the single lamp on his desk casting a pool of light that left the feather in shadow. He was building a picture of Arthur Pym, a man of simple worries and modest dreams. There was no grand conspiracy here, no hidden poison. It was a simple, sad story of a man who had likely made a bad decision and run. As the city clock struck 2 a.m, Howard finally leaned back, his eyes gritty with fatigue. He had done all he could for one day. He stood and prepared for bed, his movements automatic. His gaze fell upon the wastepaper basket and the crumpled telegram within. He will speak only to you. The words seemed to unwind in the silent room. It was the ultimate act of control. Even from his cell, Poole was pulling strings, trying to dictate the terms of his own end. He knew Howard was haunted by the unsolved chapters of his past. He was offering a key, knowing it would torment the one man who understood the log. Howard got into bed and lay in the darkness, listening to the distant sounds of the city. He knew he would not go. To go would be to admit that Poole had won this final psychological battle. It would be to validate the man's monstrous ego. But as he finally drifted into a fitful sleep, he knew with a cold certainty that he was lying to himself. The question had been planted. However poisonous the source, it would grow in the dark soil of his mind. He would go to the prison. He would sit across from the doctor, and he would listen, because the truth, no matter how tainted its messenger, was a compulsion he could not resist. The case was closed, but the echo remained, and it was calling him back. The train journey back to Oakhaven felt like a regression, a moving backwards through a story he had already closed the book on. The landscape, once a picturesque backdrop to a mystery, now seemed drained of color, a monochrome sketch of fields and leafless trees. He presented himself at the prison, a different, colder building than the local courthouse, all echoing corridors and the smell of disinfectant, failing to mask the scent of despair. Poole was brought into the visitation room, his hands cuffed, his posture still unnervingly erect. He looked thinner, the skin stretched tighter over his skull, but his eyes held the same analytical calm. He sat across the scarred wooden table from Howard and offered a faint, bloodless smile. "Mr. Howard, I knew you would come. The pursuit of a complete data set is a powerful motivator, is it not?" Howard said nothing. He would not give the man the satisfaction of a prompt. Poole's smile did not waver. "You are wondering about the others, the mine owner, the senior partner. You have a list, I assume. You are a thorough man." "They are not on trial here," Howard said, his voice flat. "Precisely," Poole replied, his cuffed hands resting perfectly still on the table. "They are the unaccounted-for variables, the loose ends that your orderly mind cannot abide. You have the satisfaction of seeing me hang for Albright, but it is a hollow victory because you know the scale of my work is far greater. You want the full tally. Is that why you called me here? To give me a confession? To unburden your soul?" Howard kept his tone deliberately bored, though his heart was a hard, cold knot in his chest. Poole let out a soft, dry sound that was not quite a laugh. "Unburden? No. My soul is not a commodity I trade in. I called you here to give you a gift, and to ask for one in return." Howard remained silent, his gaze steady. "The gift is this," Poole continued, his voice dropping to a confidential, almost intimate tone. "You are correct. Albright was not the first. He was, however, an amateur. He thought my methods could be leveraged for his petty financial gains. He failed to understand the purity of the endeavor. It is not about money. It is about efficacy, about demonstrating that the thin veneer of life is the most fragile of constructs. I am a scientist, Mr. Howard, testing a hypothesis." The clinical detachment in his voice was more horrifying than any outburst of rage could have been. Howard felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "And the favor?" Howard asked, his throat tight. Poole leaned forward slightly, the chains on his cuffs clinking softly. "I want you to be there, at the end. I want a competent observer to witness the final experiment, to document the process. I have no time for journalists or gawkers, but you appreciate the methodology." Howard stared at him, a wave of pure revulsion rising in his gut. The man was arranging his own execution as if it were a laboratory procedure. He was making Howard a part of it, tethering him to this final, grotesque act. "I am not your chronicler," Howard said, standing up. The legs of his chair screeched against the stone floor. "Aren't you?" Poole's voice was placid, unfazed. "You seek truth. This is an inarguable truth. The cessation of a complex system. It is the ultimate answer to the question you have been asking since you left this town. You look at me, and you see a monster. I look at you, and I see a man who is afraid of the dark because he knows what truly lives there. Be there, Mr. Howard. See it through, for your own sake." "Wow!" Howard turned and walked out without another word. He left the prison, the cold air feeling like a baptism. He had gotten his answer. He had seen the depth of the darkness, and it was bottomless. Poole's confession was not a repentance, it was a manifesto. And his request was the most sophisticated cruelty of all, an invitation to damn himself by participating in the doctor's final, twisted performance. He stood on the street, breathing heavily, the image of Poole's calm, expectant face burned onto his retina. He knew then that he would not attend the execution. To do so would be to surrender a part of himself to Poole's worldview, to become a data point in the doctor's final study. The only way to win was to refuse to play. The full truth was a poison, and he would not drink it. He would go back to the city, to Arthur Pym, to the messy, ambiguous, but human-scale problems that were his real work. He had looked into the abyss, and his only victory would be in walking away. The return train to the city was a blur. Howard stared out the window, but saw only the reflection of his own tired face, superimposed on the passing darkness. Poole's words echoed, not as a taunt, but as a diagnosis. You are afraid of the dark, because you know what truly lives there. The man had expertly identified the crack in his armor and driven a wedge into it. The work had always been his shield, his way of imposing order on chaos. Now Poole had implied that the order was an illusion, and the chaos was the only real thing. He went straight to his office from the station, the need for the familiar confines of his own space overwhelming. The file on Arthur Pym was where he had left it. He focused on it with a desperate intensity, a man clinging to a raft in a stormy sea. He tracked down Pym's sister in a neighboring county, a weary woman with Pym's same nervous eyes. She confessed, through tears of shame and relief, that her brother had not been kidnapped or murdered. He had fled to start anew after embezzling a small sum from his employer. He was alive, hiding in a boarding house 2 towns over, paralyzed by fear and regret. It was a clean, simple solution. A life ruined by a moment of weakness, not by a calculated evil. Howard facilitated the return of the money and negotiated a quiet dismissal from the shipping firm, sparing the man prison. It was a small act of mercy, a restoration of a broken but human order. As he watched Arthur Pym, pale and trembling, board a train to live with his sister, Howard felt a faint, fragile sense of equilibrium return. The date of Poole's execution came and went. Howard did not read the newspapers that day. He stayed in his apartment, methodically cleaning his already spotless rooms, fixing a loose hinge on a cabinet, and writing a long-overdue letter to a cousin he had not seen in years. He engaged in the mundane, stubbornly ordinary acts of living. He did not bear witness. He refused the gift and the curse of that final, terrible truth. A week later, a small, plain package arrived in the mail. There was no return address, only a postmark from Oakhaven. His hands were steady as he untied the string and unfolded the brown paper. Inside was a single sheet of paper, and wrapped within it, another black feather, identical to the first. The note was written in a precise, elegant hand he recognized from Poole's medical ledgers. It contained only a single sentence. The experiment is concluded. The data is complete. A cold fury, clean and sharp, washed over Howard. This was Poole's final move from beyond the grave. A last, elegant act of psychological terrorism. A reminder that he had calculated even this, even Howard's refusal to attend. He had known the silence would be its own kind of testimony. He had ensured his echo would remain. Howard picked up the feather and the note. He carried them to his small fireplace, struck a match, and watched them catch and curl into black ash. There would be no collection, no shrine to this monster. He would not be the curator of Poole's legacy. He returned to his desk. The surface was clear now, save for a fresh sheet of paper and his pen. There were other cases, other people lost in the shadows of the city, waiting for someone to look for them. The work was the answer. Not a grand answer to the darkness, but a practical one. It was the steady, persistent light of a single lamp in a vast night. It would have to be enough. He picked up his pen and began to write. The first name he wrote was not a client's, but his own. Then he began to list his assets, his skills, his contacts. He was not writing a resume, but a declaration. He was defining the edges of his own life, the territory he would control. The case of Arthur Pym had shown him that there were still battles worth fighting, where a single act of intervention could alter the course of a life for the better. That was a different kind of truth, one that was built, not uncovered. He worked through the afternoon, the scratch of his pen the only sound. When a potential client, a woman whose husband had disappeared with the contents of their joint account, arrived for her appointment, he listened with a focus that was both detached and deeply engaged. He asked his questions, took his notes, and laid out his terms. He did not promise her a happy ending, only a resolution. She agreed, her eyes full of a desperate hope that he accepted as part of the job, but no longer felt compelled to absorb into himself. Days turned into weeks. The memory of Poole did not leave him, but it changed. It was no longer a haunting presence, but a landmark, a dark monument on the horizon of his mind. He knew it was there, but he no longer had to stare at it. He refused cases that smelled of the gothic or the overly complex, turning down a grieving countess who insisted her late husband's ghost was directing her to a hidden treasure. He stuck to the mundane tragedies of infidelity and financial ruin. One evening, sorting through a box of old files for a tax assessment, he found a small, forgotten envelope tucked at the bottom. It contained a photograph of himself from 10 years prior, standing with colleagues outside his first office. He looked young, his face unlined, and his eyes holding a certainty that now seemed foreign. He had believed then that the world was a system of levers and pulleys, and that with the right application of logic, any mechanism could be understood and controlled. He almost threw the photograph away, this evidence of his former naivete, but he stopped himself. He slipped it into the frame of his shave mirror. It was not a tribute to the man he had been, but a reminder of the journey. The certainty was gone, replaced by something harder and more durable. He had learned that some doors, once opened, could not be closed, and that the most profound truths were often the ones you chose to leave unspoken. The work continued. A missing ring was found. A wayward son returned home. A business partner was exposed for his duplicity. Small victories in a world that was neither just nor unjust, but simply was. Howard moved through it, a man doing a job, his own silence a settled thing, a room in his mind he had finally learned to live in. The past had buried its dead, and he had, at last, stopped trying to dig. The new case was a simple matter of forged signature on a series of bank drafts. Howard traced the culprit, a junior clerk with a gambling problem, in under 3 days. He presented the evidence to the bank manager, who was grateful and paid his fee without question. As he left the bank, the afternoon sun was weak but bright on the wet pavement. He decided to walk back to his office, a route that took him past the grand, imposing courthouse. A crowd was gathered on the steps, a murmur of excitement running through them. A trial had just concluded, and the spectators were spilling out, dissecting the verdict. Howard moved to the edge of the crowd, intending to pass by, when he saw her. Lily Albright was standing apart from the throng, her black dress a stark contrast to the gray stone. She was watching the people, her expression not one of grief, but of a quiet, profound assessment. Their eyes met across the bustling steps. For a moment, neither moved. Then she gave a small, almost imperceptible nod, and began to walk towards him. Howard felt a strange stillness settle over him, the noise of the crowd fading into a distant hum. She stopped before him. She looked older, the lines around her eyes more deeply etched, but her gaze was clear and direct. "Mr. Howard," she said. Her voice was calm. "Mrs. Albright," he replied. "I did not expect to see you here." "I come sometimes," she said, glancing back at the courthouse doors, "to remember, and to see that the machine of justice, however clumsy, still turns." She looked back at him. "I read that you were not there, at the end." Howard said nothing. He simply held her gaze, allowing her to see the confirmation in his eyes. "Good," she said softly. "That was a weight you did not need to carry. Some spectacles are meant for no one." She adjusted her grip on her handbag. "I am leaving the city. There is nothing for me here now. I have a sister in the country. I hope you find some peace there," Howard said, and he found that he meant it. Lily Albright offered him a faint, genuine smile. "I believe I will. The air is cleaner. Thank you, Mr. Howard, for your service. It is over now." With another slight nod, she turned and walked away, blending into the flow of pedestrians, and was gone. Howard stood for a long moment on the courthouse steps. Her words, "It is over now," did not feel like a benediction, but like a simple, factual statement. The case was closed. The client was satisfied. The chapter was ended. He continued his walk back to the office, the sun a little warmer on his back. He thought of Arthur Pym, likely working a farm with his sister, and of Lily Albright, starting anew in the countryside. They were building new lives from the rubble of the old. It was not a grand victory, but it was a form of progress. He climbed the stairs to his office, unlocked the door, and went inside. The room was quiet, waiting. He hung his coat on the stand and sat at his desk. There was a stack of correspondence to attend to, and a new client, a bookseller disputing a lease, was due at 4. The work was waiting, and he was ready to begin. Story 5. The glass on the small, bolted-down desk trembled. It was a minute thing, a vibration so faint it was felt more in the teeth than seen with the eyes. A resonance from the ship's great engine far below. But within the tremor, a smaller, more precise shiver existed. A single drop of cheap vodka, left in the bottom of the glass from the night before, quivered and traced a slow, deliberate path down the inside. A silent tear shed for no one. Clyde watched it, his eyes raw and his head a hollow drum. The drop reached the smudged base and pooled, a tiny, perfect mirror reflecting the gray, riveted ceiling of his cabin. In that distorted silver, he saw the ghost of his own failure, and he knew with a certainty that was colder than the sea outside, that the tremor was not just in the glass. It was in the ship. It was in the men. It was in the very air, a prelude to a coming fracture. The Vostok, a hulking factory ship of rust-streaked white and Soviet red, pushed its way through the barren sea. It was a floating city of industry and isolation, a leviathan breathing out plumes of diesel and frozen breath into the Arctic air. The world outside the thick portholes was a study in monochrome: white ice, gray water, black sky. Inside, the world was a different kind of bleak. The stale smell of boiled cabbage and unwashed wool, the constant metallic groan of stressed hull plates, the low hum of machinery that was the ship's weary heart. Clyde was a part of this ecosystem of despair, a disgraced former investigator from Leningrad, now a lowly supply clerk. His past was a closed file, his future a frozen road ending at a bureaucratic ice wall. He was here to be forgotten. The summons came not from the ship's intercom, but from a hard-faced deckhand who merely jerked his thumb. Clyde followed, his boots echoing on the grated metal floors. He was taken not to the bridge, but to a storage hold near the stern, a cavernous space reeking of salt, diesel, and dead fish. The crew was gathered in a silent, shifting semicircle. At their center stood Captain Byron, a man carved from old timber and older regrets, his face a map of weathered lines. Beside him was Irwin, the political officer, a man whose presence was as sharp and out of place as a surgical instrument in a butcher's shop. His eyes, the color of a winter sky, missed nothing. Between them, on a tarpaulin, lay Marie. She was a young worker from the processing line. Her hair now a dark, frozen halo around a face bleached of all color. Her eyes were open, staring at the harsh industrial lights overhead with a profound and empty surprise. Her clothes were soaked through, stiffening in the cold. "An accident," Captain Byron said, his voice a low rumble that tried to smother the tension. "She must have slipped on the deck. A tragic accident." Irwin's lips tightened into a thin, bloodless line. "The party does not believe in accidents that are so convenient. It creates questions. It fosters doubt." His gaze swept over the crew before settling on Clyde. It was not a look of recognition, but of utilization. "You, the clerk, you have a history of looking into things that are not your concern. You will look into this. You will confirm the captain's theory. You will provide a report that satisfies the requirements of order." It was not a request. It was a sentence. To refuse was insubordination, a one-way ticket to a darker hole than this ship. To agree was to walk a razor wire between a crew that would see him as a political informant and an officer who already saw him as a disposable tool. Clyde looked at Marie's body, at the delicate blue veins like marble patterns on her temples, and he felt the old, cold engine of his mind shudder to life. He gave a single, slow nod. His investigation began in the silence between men. He started with her bunk, a narrow cot in the women's quarters that smelled of soap and loneliness. Her possessions were few. A photograph of an older woman, likely a mother, in front of a dacha. A small, worn book of Akhmatova's poetry, the margins filled with her own delicate script. A single silver locket, empty. There were no letters, no diary, just the quiet artifacts of a life pared down to its essentials. The poetry book fell open to a page where a line was faintly underlined. "And if I can't have love, if I can't find peace, give me at least a bitter glory." He walked the decks, the wind a knife against his face. He found the spot where she was supposed to have fallen, a section of railing slick with ice near the stern. He placed his hands where hers would have been. The metal was bitingly cold. He looked down into the churning black water, a chaos of foam and frozen slush. It was a long way down, but something was wrong. The railing was chest high. To go over, one would have to climb, or be lifted, or be thrown. A simple slip would send a body to the deck, not into the abyss. He interviewed the crew, a gallery of closed faces and shuttered souls. They were a mix of career sailors and men like him, those with something to hide or something they had lost. Their stories were uniform in their vagueness. She was quiet. She kept to herself. She did her work. They were bricks in a wall of collective amnesia. Only one, an old fisherman named Anatoly with eyes the color of the sea and a face like cracked leather, offered anything. He found Clyde near the bow, watching the ice floes pass like silent, floating tombs. "The girl," Anatoly said, his voice a dry rasp. She was afraid of the water, terrified. She would not go near the railings, even in calm seas. She said the dark down there was a mouth that never closed. He spat over the side. "A woman like that does not go to the railing in a storm to look at the view." The engine of Clyde's mind turned over, a gear engaging that had long been still. This was not an accident. This was a thing done in the dark, a secret the ship was holding in its belly. He felt the presence of the hidden antagonist, a shape moving in the peripheral vision of the investigation, a man named Mark. Mark was a foreman in the processing plant, a man of quiet authority and watchful eyes. He was the one who had organized the search party. He was the one who had found a button from her coat snagged on a loose bolt near the railing, a discovery he presented with a grim satisfaction that felt, to Clyde, rehearsed. Days bled into nights under the endless twilight of the Arctic. The investigation became a slow, deliberate melody, a rhythm of observation and deduction. The ship was his crime scene. Every corridor a clue, every whisper a potential piece of evidence. He felt the pressure from Irwin, a constant, subtle force. The political officer would appear beside him, a phantom in a well-pressed uniform. "Progress, Comrade Clark?" he would ask, his voice soft as falling snow. The crew grows restless. Uncertainty is a contagion. "I trust you are close to providing the necessary closure." Captain Byron, meanwhile, watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. He was a man trying to keep his ship from cracking apart in the ice, and Clyde's investigation was a new and dangerous pressure point. The revelation came not with a shout, but with a whisper. Clyde was in the ship's infirmary, looking at the official log of the night Marie died. The doctor, a weary man with nicotine-stained fingers, was uncooperative. But Clyde's eyes, trained to see the imperceptible, caught a discrepancy. The log entry for the night was too clean, too perfect. The ink was the same, the handwriting was the same, but the pressure was different. A single line noting a minor cut on a crewman's hand was written with a lighter, more hurried touch than the entries before and after. It was a page that had been rewritten. The original was gone, destroyed. Why? He thought of the empty locket. He thought of Marie's fear of the water. He thought of Mark's too convenient discovery of the button. And he thought of the rhythmic, musical hum of the ship, a sound that could conceal a struggle, a cry, a body hitting the water. He pieced it together, not with hard evidence, but with the cold, clear logic of a man who had seen the darkness in men's hearts. Marie had not been random. She had been a problem. She had been involved with someone who could not afford the complication. Someone who had promised her a bitter glory and had instead given her a cold, dark end. He confronted Mark in the cacophony of the processing plant, a deafening hall of machinery and flying fish scales. Men in blood-slicked aprons worked with rhythmic, brutal efficiency. Mark stood on a gantry above the fray, a supervisor in his kingdom. Clyde did not shout. He moved close, his words a blade meant only for Mark. "She loved poetry," Clyde said, his voice barely audible over the grind of machinery. "She was afraid of the sea, and she kept a secret in a locket, a secret you couldn't allow." Mark's face, for a fraction of a second, was a window into a room of pure panic. Then the shutters came down. "You are mad, Clark. You see ghosts." She slipped. "It was an accident. The party says it was an accident." He turned away, a dismissal, but his shoulders were rigid with tension. That was the confirmation. Clyde had found his man, but knowing and proving were different oceans. He went to Captain Byron, laying out his theory in the quiet sanctuary of the captain's cabin. The story of a forbidden affair, a pregnancy hinted at by the missing page from the medical log, a foreman who saw his career and his life crumbling for a moment of weakness, and a desperate solution found in the storm and the dark. Byron listened, his old, tired eyes fixed on the ice field outside his window. He did not seem surprised. When Clyde finished, the captain was silent for a long time. "You have no proof," he said finally, his voice heavy. "Only a story. A story that, if told, would see Mark shot. It would also see this ship branded with a scandal. The crew would be broken. The families. There would be no glory for the girl, only shame. The state does not reward the creation of problems, Clyde. It eliminates them. And the truth," Clyde asked, the word tasting like ash. "The truth is a luxury we cannot afford out here," Byron replied. "The truth is a weak flame in a very cold wind. It dies first." The climax was not a dramatic arrest, not a chase across the ice. It was a quiet, brutal transaction. Clyde was summoned to Irwin's office, a sterile room that smelled of disinfectant and power. Mark was there, standing at attention, his face a pale, sweating mask. Captain Byron was there too, a stone effigy. "The clerk has concluded his investigation," Irwin said, his voice pleasant, almost conversational. "He has determined that the unfortunate death of the worker Marie was indeed an accident, a result of hazardous conditions and her own carelessness. His report will reflect this. It is a conclusion that serves the interests of order in the state." He looked at Clyde, his wintry eyes holding a promise and a threat. "Is that not correct?" Clyde looked at Mark, who would not meet his gaze. He looked at Byron, who gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. He looked at Irwin, the architect of this clean, bloodless lie. He thought of Marie, her body sinking into the dark water she feared, her truth sinking with her. To speak now was to die. His death would not resurrect her. It would only be another piece of wreckage lost to the deep. "Yes," Clyde said, the word hollowing him out. "It was an accident." Irwin smiled. "Good. The matter is closed." Mark was not punished. He was not celebrated. He was simply transferred off the ship at the next supply stop, vanished into the vast, indifferent machinery of the state. The Vostok sailed on, its rhythm unchanged, its secret buried deeper than any body. Days later, Clyde found himself standing at the stern railing, at the very spot where Marie had gone over. The Arctic air was still. The sea, a vast, placid sheet of iron gray. The ship's wake was a long white scar on the surface, slowly healing. The old fisherman, Anatoly, came and stood beside him, the two men sharing a silence that was heavier than words. After a long time, the old man spoke, his voice a whisper that was almost lost in the wind. A confession for no one, for everyone. "He was not a bad man, you know," Anatoly murmured, his eyes on the horizon. "Just weak. And she wanted something real. In a place like this, that is the most dangerous thing to want. He told her he would make things right. He swore it on his mother's soul. He met her here that night, and he..." The old man's sentence trailed off, the final truth dissolving into the salt and the silence, leaving the case hanging forever in the frozen air, an unspoken verdict on them all. The silence after Anatoly's words was the truest thing Clyde had ever heard. It was not an absence of sound, but a presence, a solid, cold weight that settled in the space between them. The old fisherman did not look at him again. He simply turned and walked away, his footsteps a soft, retreating cadence on the metal deck, leaving Clyde alone with the ghost and the truth. He did not move for a long time. He watched the scar of the wake until it faded into the seamless gray of the sea and sky. The investigation was a closed file, stamped and sealed by his own complicity. He had traded truth for survival, a transaction as old as the state itself. He had thought the hollow feeling would be the worst of it, but he was wrong. The worst part was the clarity. He saw the entire ship now not as a machine of industry, but as an ecosystem of complicity. Byron, the weary pragmatist. Irwin, the cold ideologue. Mark, the weak man who had chosen murder over disgrace. Anatoly, the keeper of secrets. And himself, the clerk who had provided the official seal for a lie. They were all cogs, turning together to grind a single inconvenient life into nothing. He returned to his cabin. The tiny, bolted-down desk was as he had left it, but the glass was gone. He had washed it days ago, scrubbing away the last trace of the vodka and the memory of that single prophetic tear. Now, the empty space on the metal surface seemed louder than any tremor. He sat, and for the first time since coming aboard, he did not feel like a disgraced investigator or a lowly supply clerk. He felt like an archivist of the damned, the sole recorder of a true history that would never be read. The Vostok continued its journey, a leviathan of silence. The crew went about their duties, but the air had changed. The men did not look at Clyde with suspicion or fear anymore. They looked through him, as if he were a pane of dirty glass. He had become a part of the ship's apparatus of silence, a functionary of the lie, and in their eyes, that made him less than a man. He accepted it. It was his penance. Weeks bled into a month. The ship turned south, the endless twilight giving way to brief, gloomy days. One evening, a thick fog rolled in, muffling the world in a damp, cottony gray. The horn blew at regular intervals, a mournful, lonely sound. Clyde was making his final rounds in the supply lockers, checking inventory against a damp-spotted clipboard when he heard it. Not the horn, but a sound underneath it. A soft, rhythmic scraping. He followed the sound, his flashlight beam a weak spear in the swirling fog. It led him to a remote section of the outer deck, near a lifeboat davit. The sound was coming from behind a stack of cargo crates lashed down under a heavy tarpaulin. He rounded the corner. It was Mark, or what was left of him. He was hunched against the railing, his uniform soaked through with fog and sweat. In his hand was a metal file, and he was dragging it back and forth, against the thick cable that held the lifeboat secure. His eyes were wild, unfocused, his movements frantic and weak. He'd been at it for some time. A few strands of the cable were already severed, gleaming in the flashlight's beam. He looked up at Clyde, his face a grotesque mask of terror and exhaustion. "They know," he whispered, his voice cracking. "Irwin, he knows it wasn't an accident. He's been waiting. He's going to make an example of me at the next port. Not a transfer, a trial. My family, my name?" Clyde said nothing. He just watched the man saw feebly at the cable. He was trying to stage another accident, a desperate, pathetic escape into the fog-shrouded sea. It was a plan born of pure animal fear. She was going to ruin everything, Mark sobbed, the file slipping from his numb fingers. "I told her I would take care of her, send her away. But she wanted me to come with her, to confess. She said we could have a real life. She didn't understand. There is no other life. This is all there is." Clyde took a step forward. He did not pick up the file. He did not call for help. He simply stood there, a silent witness to the final, unraveling thread of the story he had helped bury. Mark stared at him, and in Clyde's impassive face, he seemed to see his own verdict. The frantic energy left him all at once. He slumped against the railing, his body racked with silent, heaving sobs. The fight was gone. The weak man had reached his end. Clyde turned and walked away, back into the heart of the fog. He did not report what he had seen. He went to his cabin, sat at his desk, and listened. An hour later, a single, muffled cry was swallowed by the fog in the ship's horn. The next morning, Mark was reported missing, presumed to have fallen overboard in the poor visibility. Captain Byron made the announcement himself, his voice betraying nothing. Irwin observed, his expression one of mild, professional interest. The Vostok sailed on. The case was closed. Again, this time for good. Clyde stood at the stern, watching the propellers churn the dark water into a white fury. He had sought a bitter glory in the truth, and found only a more profound silence. He was not the investigator, not the clerk. He was the grave, and the ship was his soil. And as the ice began to form on the rails again, he knew he would carry the weight of it. All of it, down into the deep with him. The next port was a bleak, windswept outpost of concrete and rust. A place where the sea and the state met in a joyless marriage. The Vostok was to be in dock for 3 days for resupply and a crew rotation. The air was thick with unspoken tension, a collective holding of breath. Clyde kept to his duties, counting crates and updating manifests, his movements automatic. He was a ghost among men, and the living gave him a wide berth. On the second morning, a black car arrived on the dock, its windows opaque. Two men in long, dark coats disembarked and were escorted aboard by a nervous junior officer. They did not look at the sea or the sky. They went directly to Captain Byron's cabin. The entire ship seemed to grow quieter, the usual clangs and shouts muted, as if the vessel itself was listening. Clyde was in the main hold, verifying the delivery of diesel fuel, when he felt a presence behind him. He turned. It was one of the men from the car. He had a face that was both young and ancient, utterly devoid of expression. "Clyde," the man said. It was not a question. "You will come with me." He was led not to Byron's cabin, but to a small, windowless briefing room near the bridge, a place usually used for navigational charts. Irwin was there, standing stiffly beside the table. The other man from the car sat at the head of the table, his hands resting on the polished wood. He did not invite Clyde to sit. "The individual, Mark," the seated man began. His voice a flat, bureaucratic monotone. "His file has been reviewed. His actions were a stain on the collective. His end, while unfortunate, has simplified matters. The state appreciates simplicity." He paused, his eyes, the color of slate, fixing on Clyde. "Your initial report was satisfactory. It maintained order. Your subsequent silence regarding the individual's final distress has been noted. It demonstrates an understanding of priority." Irwin gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod of agreement. There was no triumph in his face, only the cold satisfaction of a problem neatly contained. "Loyalty is a resource more precious than fuel," the man continued. "It must be recognized. Your position here is concluded. You will disembark with us. New orders have been cut. You are being reassigned." Clyde felt nothing. No relief, no fear. It was as if the core of him had been scoured out by the Arctic wind, leaving only a hollow shell that nodded in understanding. "The new assignment," the man said, sliding a single sheet of paper across the table. "Administrative post in Magadan." The name hung in the air. It was not a promotion. It was a different kind of sentence, a transfer from a ship of silence to a city of whispers, from one kind of ice to another. It was a place where men were sent to be forgotten, a final posting before the earth itself claimed them. Clyde took the paper. He did not look at it. An hour later, he stood on the dock with a single duffel bag containing his life. He watched as the black car drove away, taking the two men back to whatever shadowy office they had emerged from. He was alone. The wind coming off the sea was colder than any he had felt on the water. It smelled of salt and diesel and frozen earth. He turned his back on the Vostok. He did not look up at its rust-streaked hull, or the faces that might have been watching from the rails. He began to walk towards the train station, a low, grim building at the end of the pier. His footsteps echoed on the worn concrete. He was just a man, with a new set of papers in his pocket, walking into the long, gray twilight. The case was closed. The ship was gone. But the silence remained, and now it walked with him. The train to Magadan was a slow, rattling progression into a landscape that seemed to be shedding the last vestiges of color. The birch forests thinned, their white trunks like bones protruding from the frozen ground, and gave way to vast, empty plains, scoured by a relentless wind. Clyde shared his compartment with 3 other men, all of them wrapped in the same thick silence, their eyes avoiding contact, their movements economical and tired. They were all ghosts in transit, their destinations preordained, their pasts irrelevant. He spent the days watching the telegraph poles slide past, a monotonous metronome counting down the miles to his new life. He tried to read the book of Pushkin he had brought from Leningrad, but the words seemed frivolous, the emotions of another world. He would read a line and then find himself staring at his own reflection in the grimy window, superimposed over the endless taiga. The face that looked back was not his own. It was the face of the archivist, the keeper of the unspoken. He had become a living tomb for Marie and for Mark, for the weakness and the fear and the brutal pragmatism of the Vostok. The train shuddered to a halt at a small, nameless station to take on water. The men disembarked to stamp their feet on the packed snow and smoke. Clyde stood apart, the cold seeping through his thin coat. He watched a group of laborers unloading crates from a freight car further down the track. Their movements were slow, deliberate, their breath pluming in the air. One of them, an old man with a back bent like a question mark, caught Clyde's eye. There was no curiosity in the look, only a flat, exhausted acknowledgement. It was the same look the crew had given him after the lie was sealed. He was one of them now. He belonged to the silence. Magadan was not a city so much as a scar on the earth. The buildings were low and square, huddled together for warmth against the elements. The streets were wide, muddy tracks, and the air carried the constant, acrid smell of coal smoke from the power plant. His new post was in a logistical office, a single, overheated room in a concrete block that processed manifests for incoming supply trucks. His superior was a woman with a pinched face and a perpetual sniff, who handed him a stack of forms and pointed to a desk without a word. His life contracted to the dimensions of the office, his small rented room, and the path between them. He ate his meals at the same canteen, walked the same streets, and returned to the same narrow bed. He spoke only when necessary, and his words were functional, devoid of inflection. He was a perfect, uncomplaining cog. This, he understood, was the point. This was the reward for his understanding of priorities. Not punishment, but erasure. One evening, months into his new existence, he was walking back to his room as a light snow began to fall. He passed the town's only monument, a stark, angular statue of a worker holding aloft a hammer, his face turned towards a future that never seemed to arrive. At the base of the monument, a small, hunched figure was laying a single frozen flower. As Clyde drew nearer, he saw it was an old woman, her head wrapped in a faded shawl. She straightened up with difficulty and turned, her eyes meeting his. It was not a face he recognized, but the look in her eyes was one he knew intimately. It was a look of a loss so profound it had become a permanent feature of the landscape, like the permafrost. She held his gaze for a moment longer than was customary, and in that silent exchange, he felt a jolt, a connection as sharp and cold as an electric wire. He saw the question in her eyes, the same question that had haunted the Vostok, the same question that lived in the hollow of his own chest. It was the question for which there was no answer. She turned and shuffled away, swallowed by the gathering dusk and the falling snow. Clyde stood frozen, the snow collecting on his shoulders. He looked down at the pathetic flower, a tiny spot of color against the gray stone and the white ground. It was then he understood the final, terrible truth. He had not left the case behind on the ship. He had carried it with him, and here, in this place of exile, it had multiplied. There were thousands of Marias, millions of Marks. The Vostok was not one ship. It was the whole country, sailing on through the ice, and the silence was the ocean on which it floated. He was not just its archivist. He was a part of its cargo, and the journey, he knew, would never end. The snow continued to fall, burying the flower and filling the footprints of the old woman. Clyde stood there until the cold became a sharp, physical pain in his bones, a sensation more real than any thought or memory. He finally turned and walked to his room, the image of the flower seared into his mind, a tiny, defiant grave marker in a world of unmarked voids. The next day at the office, the routine was the same. The sniffing superior, the endless forms, the stale air. But something had shifted. The silence in his head was no longer empty. It was now populated. He saw Marie's face in the frost on the window pane. He heard Mark's frantic scraping and the scratch of his own pen. He was no longer just processing manifests. He was cataloging ghosts. A week later, a new shipment of personnel arrived from the west. They filed into the office to have their papers processed, their faces pale and apprehensive. Clyde took their documents without looking up, stamping them with a dull thud. Then a file was placed before him, and his own name, typed on the top form, made his hand freeze mid-air. "Clyde," a voice said. He looked up. It was Irwin. He stood there, impeccable in a heavy winter coat, his face as composed and bloodless as ever. He did not seem surprised. He looked around the cramped, shabby office, his gaze taking in the peeling paint, the inefficient stove, the grim-faced clerk that Clyde had become. It was a look of pure, unadulterated assessment. "A necessary posting," Irwin said, his voice low, "for Clyde alone. The state requires vigilance in all its corners, even quiet ones." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes locking with Clyde's. "Your work on the Vostok was noted. Your understanding was appreciated. But understanding must be maintained. It is a continuous process." He straightened up, took his stamped papers from Clyde's numb fingers, and turned to leave. At the door, he paused and looked back. "The sea is far away, Clyde, but the state is everywhere. Remember the simplicity of a closed file. It is a form of peace." Then he was gone. Clyde sat motionless, the stamp still in his hand. The room felt smaller, the walls closer. Irwin's presence was not a coincidence. It was a reminder, a cold hand on his shoulder from 1,000 miles away. The Vostok had not simply let him go. It had released him on a longer leash, into a larger, colder ocean. He was not just cargo. He was a buoy, marking the depth of the silence, and he knew now that he would be watched forever to ensure he never made a sound. The days after Irwin's visit folded into one another, each one a perfect, gray copy of the last. Clyde performed his duties with mechanical precision, his movements so ingrained he barely needed to think. The encounter should have shaken him, should have reignited some ember of fear or defiance, but it did not. It only confirmed what he had already known on the deck of the Vostok in the fog. There was no escape, only different configurations of the same prison. He began to take a different route home from the office, a longer path that skirted the edge of the settlement where the buildings gave way to the raw open tundra. He told himself it was for the air, but in truth, he was drawn to the emptiness. The sheer, vast nothingness was a comfort. It mirrored the landscape inside him. One evening, as he walked this route, he saw a figure standing at the precise point where the last muddy track was swallowed by the frozen wilderness. It was the old woman from the monument. She was just standing there, her shawl pulled tight against the wind, staring out at the deepening twilight. She did not turn as he approached, but she was aware of him. He could feel it. He stopped a few paces from her, following her gaze into the immense, featureless white. They stood in silence for a long time, the only sound the whipping of the wind. "They never come back," she said, her voice so thin it was almost carried away. She wasn't looking at him. She was speaking to the tundra, not from the ships, not from the mines. They become part of the silence out there. Clyde said nothing. He simply stood beside her, a fellow sentinel at the edge of the world. "My son," she continued, as if confessing to the wind. "They said he was careless, that he fell. But he was a careful boy. He knew the ice." She finally turned her head, her eyes milky with age and grief, searching his face. "You have the look of them, the ones who know. You have seen the silence, too." It was not a question. It was a statement of fact. In her eyes, he saw not the suspicious glare of the crew or the cold assessment of Irwin, but a shared terrible knowledge. She was another archivist, keeping a record of one single irreplaceable loss in a world that demanded all losses be forgotten. He gave a single, slow nod. It was the most honest communication he had had in years. She looked back toward the tundra. "It is a cold thing to know," she whispered. Then she turned and walked away, back toward the huddled lights of the town. Leaving him alone at the border, Clyde watched her until she disappeared into the gloom. He looked down at his own hands, clenched in his pockets against the cold. They were the hands that had washed a glass, that had held a clipboard, that had stamped the papers that sent men to their fates. They were the hands of a functionary. But as he stood there, the wind scouring him clean of all but the essential truth, he realized the old woman was wrong. He did not just know the silence. He served it. And in a world built upon it, that was the only form of permanence there was. He turned from the emptiness and walked back toward the dim lights, ready to process the next day's manifests, to play his part. The case was never closed. It was eternal. The manifests the next day were for a shipment bound for a new mining outpost. A dot on the map further north. A place with no name, only a number. Clyde processed the orders for diesel fuel, dried meat, and spare parts. He also processed the personnel roster. 20 names. He wondered which of them would be the one to break, to whisper, to disappear into the ice. He stamped the papers. The sound was final. He ate his lunch alone in the canteen, spooning lukewarm soup into his mouth without tasting it. He watched the other clerks and minor officials. He saw the same careful blankness in their eyes, the same economy of movement. They were all, in their own way, archivists. They kept the records of what was, and by doing so, they enforced the silence about what was not. The system was a vast, self-perpetuating machine of complicity, and his role in it was small, essential, and eternal. That night, in his room, he took out the book of Pushkin. He did not try to read it. Instead, he held it, feeling the weight of the paper, the texture of the cover. It was a relic from a life that no longer belonged to him, a life where words had meaning beyond their function. He opened it to a random page. The words were just shapes. He could not connect them to any feeling. He closed the book and placed it on the small table beside his bed. It was not a comfort. It was a marker of what had been scoured away. He lay down on his cot and stared at the water-stained ceiling. The wind howled outside, a constant, mournful sound. He did not think of Marie, or Mark, or the old woman. He did not think of Erwin or the Vostok. He simply listened to the wind, and in that sound, he heard the true voice of the state, the voice of the silence he served. It was a cold, clean sound, and after a while it was the only sound he could hear. It was the sound of his own soul, frozen solid, waiting for nothing. The following week, a directive came down requiring a full inventory of all stored records in the office basement. The task fell to Clyde. The basement was a long, low-ceilinged room, smelling of damp concrete and old paper. Filing cabinets stood in uneven rows like neglected headstones. He worked methodically, pulling out drawers, checking dates against a master list. In the very last cabinet, stuck behind a stack of fuel consumption reports from a decade ago, he found a folder that was not on the list. It was thinner than the others, bound with a simple piece of string. He untied it. Inside were not official forms, but a sheaf of letters written on cheap yellowing paper. The handwriting was a cramped, desperate scrawl. They were from a man named Pyotr to a woman named Anya. They spoke of the cold, the poor food, the longing for home. They spoke of a promise to return in the spring. The last letter was different. It was shorter, the writing more agitated. Pyotr wrote of a man on his crew who had voiced a complaint about safety, who had spoken too loudly. The man was gone the next day, taken during the night. Pyotr's fear was a palpable thing on the page. He told Anya to forget him, to move on, to never speak his name again. The letter ended abruptly, as if torn from a pad. There was no signature. Clyde stood in the silent basement, the fragile papers in his hand. He held the proof of a specific, individual silence. He knew what the system demanded. He should take the folder upstairs, report it, and watch it be fed into the office stove. It would be the simplest thing, the correct thing. Instead, he retied the string. He did not look at the letters again. He slipped the folder back into the darkness behind the fuel reports, pushing it deep into the shadows where it would not be found. He closed the drawer, the metal screeching in the quiet. He made a check mark on his inventory list. The cabinet was empty. The record was complete. He climbed the stairs back to the office, the familiar numbness settling over him once more. But it felt different now. It was no longer just an absence. It was a choice. He had chosen to preserve one small, fragile silence against the vast, crushing one. It was not a rebellion. It was an act of preservation. He was still the archivist. But now, he understood. He was archiving for the lost, as well as for the state. He sat at his desk and picked up his pen. The next manifest was waiting. The ink from his pen was a pale, watery blue, the same color as the sky outside the grimy window. He filled in the boxes for quantity and description, his handwriting a perfect, unreadable bureaucrat's script. The act was the same as it had been yesterday and the day before, but the weight in his chest had altered its shape. He had become a custodian of two kinds of silence, the one that was enforced and the one he now chose to keep. He saw the old woman once more, a week later, standing in a line outside the bread shop. Their eyes met over the hunched shoulders of the others. There was no nod, no sign of recognition, but a current passed between them, a shared understanding that was more profound than any spoken alliance. They were two stones in a vast dark river, feeling the same relentless pressure, holding their ground against the same current. The winter deepened, locking Magadan in a grip of iron and ice. The sun became a memory, a faint, gray smudge on the horizon for a few hours each day. Clyde's life continued its narrow orbit. He processed the manifests. He ate his meals. He walked his route. But the walk past the edge of the tundra now held a new significance. He was not just gazing into emptiness. He was standing guard. One afternoon, a transport of prisoners was marched through the main street on their way to a work detail. Their faces were hollow, their movements synchronized by exhaustion. The townspeople averted their eyes, a practiced, collective dismissal. Clyde, standing in the doorway of his office, did not look away. He met the gaze of one man, a middle-aged fellow with intelligent, defeated eyes. The man held his look for a fraction of a second, a silent message of acknowledgement, before his head drooped forward again. It was the same look the old woman had given him. It was the same look he had seen in his own reflection. He realized then that the network was vast and invisible. It was not an organization. It was a condition. It was a fellowship of those who knew the price of the silence and had been forced to pay it. They were everywhere, in every office, on every street, in every line for bread. They were the true inhabitants of this land, a nation within a nation, bound by the unspoken truth that the official story was a lie, and that their real work was to remember what the lie had erased. That night he dreamed not of the ship, but of the basement. He was down there, not with a clipboard, but with a candle. He was not taking inventory. He was reading the letters aloud, and from the shadows behind the filing cabinets, figures emerged to listen. They were faceless, shapeless, but they were there. He was not speaking to them. He was speaking for them. He woke not with a start, but with a slow, cold clarity. The case was not just eternal. It was expanding, and his role in it was no longer that of a passive witness or a compliant functionary. He was a keeper of the record. He would stamp the manifests and file the reports. He would serve the silence that was demanded of him. But in the hidden spaces, in the forgotten drawers of the world, he would also preserve the fragile, paper-thin evidence of the silence that was imposed. He was the archivist of both, and in that contradiction, he finally found a purpose that could not be erased. The journey would never end, but he was no longer just cargo. He was the map. The spring thaw, when it came, was a slow and muddy affair. The snow retreated to reveal not earth, but a thick, clinging clay, and the air filled with the sound of dripping water and distant, cracking ice. With the change in season came a new kind of work. The Port Authority began preparing for the first ships of the year, and Clyde's office was inundated with anticipatory paperwork, manifests for goods that had not yet arrived, rosters for crews still at sea. He handled it all with the same detached efficiency. The dream of the basement had not faded, but had settled into him, a quiet, internal compass. He found himself noticing other things. The way a certain clerk would always pause before stamping a dismissal notice. The way the canteen worker would sometimes give an extra ladle of soup to the man who coughed too much. These were not acts of defiance. They were tiny, almost imperceptible corrections in the machinery of indifference. One afternoon, he was assigned to assist in transferring a batch of old personnel files to a new storage depot on the outskirts of town. The depot was a long, low shed, little more than a roof over a dirt floor. As he carried a crate inside, he saw the old woman. She was on her knees in a corner, using a trowel to carefully dig a small hole in the ground. She did not look up as he entered. He set his crate down with the others and approached her. She was planting something. Not a flower this time, but a small, withered potato, its surface pocked with eyes. She patted the earth over it with a tenderness that was shocking in this place. "It will not grow," Clyde said, his voice rough from disuse. "The ground is still too cold. The light is not enough." She finished her work and slowly, painfully, pushed herself to her feet. She looked at him, her milky eyes clear and direct. "That is not the point," she said. "The point is to put something in the ground that is not a body." She wiped her hands on her apron, leaving smears of dark soil. "They are building a new administration wing," she said, nodding toward the far end of the shed where new concrete footings had been poured. "They will pave this whole area. They will not even know this was here." Monday. She looked at the freshly turned earth, then back at Clyde. "You see? It is a record. A small one." He understood. It was another letter filed away in the dark. Another name, whispered into the wind. He looked at the pathetic little mound, a secret intended to be buried under concrete. A message for no one. It was the most hopeful thing he had seen in years. He picked up his empty crate to leave. As he walked out of the shed into the weak, late afternoon sun, he felt the weight of the manifests he would process tomorrow, the stamps he would wield, the silence he would uphold. But he also carried the image of that small, defiant act of gardening. The case was expanding, yes, but so was his understanding of how to keep it. He was the archivist, and his ledger now had two columns. In one, the official truth. In the other, the potato in the dirt, the letters in the basement, the look in an old woman's eyes. The balance was impossible, the entries forever unequal. But he would keep them both. It was his duty, and it was his penance. The Vostok sailed on, but he was no longer just marking its depth. He was charting the hidden, subterranean currents that ran beneath its hull. The new administration wing rose with startling speed, a skeleton of steel beams and concrete blocks that stood in stark contrast to the weary wood of the older buildings. Clyde watched its progress from his window, a daily reminder of the system's relentless growth. He continued his work, his pen moving across the paper, his stamp falling with a dull, final thud. But his mind was elsewhere, in the basement, in the dirt floor of the shed. He began a new, private ritual. On his walks, he would sometimes pick up a small, smooth stone from the path, or a twisted piece of driftwood from the shore. He would carry it for a while, feeling its weight and texture, before placing it in a different, seemingly random location. On a windowsill of an abandoned shack, in the hollow of a lightning-struck tree. They were meaningless gestures, invisible to anyone but him. Yet each one was a counter-entry in his private ledger, a tiny physical testament to a reality other than the one prescribed by the manifests and the directives. One evening, he found a small white feather on his doorstep. It was clean and perfect, lying there as if placed with care. He picked it up. It could have been from any number of the scrawny birds that scavenged the town, a simple accident of the wind. But he chose not to believe that. He saw it as a communique, a reply from the silent network. He took it inside and placed it between the pages of the Pushkin book. It was not a bookmark. It was a seal. The following day, a senior inspector from Khabarovsk arrived for an unannounced audit. The man was younger than Erwin, with a sharp, impatient energy. He spent the day going through the files, his presence casting a pall of anxiety over the entire office. Clyde felt the old familiar tension coiling in his stomach, the instinct to make himself small and invisible. The inspector stopped at Clyde's desk, his eyes scanning the neat stacks of processed manifests. "You are efficient," he stated, a simple observation devoid of praise. He picked up a ledger at random, flipping through the pages. His finger stopped on an entry Clyde had made the previous week. "This shipment of lubricants for the mine. The quantity is higher than the standard allocation. Explain the variance." Clyde's heart was a cold, hard knot. He had approved that variance himself. The foreman, a man with a permanently worried expression, had pleaded for it, citing a faulty pump that was wasting oil. It was a small thing, a practical decision. But now, under the inspector's gaze, it felt like a crime. He met the man's eyes. The standard allocation was insufficient for the operational requirements, he said, his voice flat. I confirmed the need with the site foreman. The alternative was a shutdown of the primary drill. No. The inspector held his gaze for a long moment, his expression unreadable. He was looking for something. A flicker of fear, a hint of deception. Clyde felt nothing. The fear was there, but it was buried too deep, beneath the layers of ice and the weight of the feather in his book. The inspector closed the ledger with a snap. "See it does not happen again. Standard allocations exist for a reason. Deviation invites chaos." He moved on to the next desk. Clyde exhaled slowly. He looked down at his hands, resting on the desk. They were steady. The moment passed, but its meaning lingered. He had not defended a principle or a person. He had defended a decision, a small, practical act against the rigid, unthinking application of a rule. It was another kind of preservation. The inspector sought a perfect, closed system. Clyde, in that moment, had acknowledged the messy, imperfect world that the system was built upon and tried to erase. That night, he did not walk by the tundra. He walked to the new construction site. The skeleton of the building was a black shape against the starless sky. He stood where the storage shed had been, where the old woman had planted her potato. The ground was already leveled, covered in gravel, ready for the pour of the foundation. There was no trace of her garden, no sign that anything had ever been there. He reached into his pocket and took out one of his smooth, cold stones. He knelt and pressed it into the gravel, not burying it, just leaving it on the surface. A dark speck in the vast, ordered darkness. It was a record, a small one. Then he stood and walked back to his room, ready for the next day's work. Story 6. The line between the warm, lamplit interior of the house and the cold, black mouth of the night was a sharp, trembling thing, drawn by the single pane of the front window. Inside, the world was soft focus and buttery glow, the scent of slow-cooked meat and polished wood. Outside, there was only the void, a silence so deep it felt like a held breath. For a moment, standing at that window, Carolyn felt the line dissolve. The dark seemed to press against the glass, not as an absence, but as a presence, a patient, breathing entity that had been waiting for a long, long time. She pulled the curtain closed, a swift, decisive motion, but the chill had already seeped into her bones. The silence was the first wrong note. It was a different quality of silence than the one they had left 2 hours before. That had been a living silence, punctuated by the humidifier's soft sigh and the faint, milky scent of a sleeping infant. This was a dead silence, a hollowed-out silence. It rushed into Carolyn's ears as she stepped over the threshold, a cold tide that erased the lingering laughter from the neighbor's dinner party. Joshua was behind her, humming some tuneless fragment, his hand warm on the small of her back. She went straight to the nursery. It was a reflex, a pull as fundamental as gravity. The door was ajar, just as she had left it. The nightlight, a porcelain moon, cast a weak, bluish glow across the empty crib. The white sheet was rumpled, a landscape of tiny hills and valleys where her daughter's body should have been. The stuffed rabbit, the one with the one drooping ear, lay on its side, staring at the wall with blank black eyes. Carolyn made a sound, a small, airless gasp, like a fish drowning on land. Her hand went to her mouth, not to stifle a scream, but to hold in the sudden vertiginous emptiness that threatened to pour out of her and fill the house forever. Joshua, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the sudden tectonic plates of their lives grinding against each other, came up behind her. His humming stopped. He looked over her shoulder. His body went rigid. "Lily," Carolyn whispered. The name was a prayer, a curse, a question. The house became a crime scene. The warm lamplight was now a clinical glare, exposing every dust mote, every forgotten crumb. The detectives moved through their home with a quiet, invasive efficiency. Detective Miles, a man whose face was a roadmap of tired lines and resigned eyes, asked his questions in a voice that was soft, almost apologetic. His partner, a younger woman named Reyes, had a gaze that missed nothing, her eyes cataloging the unopened bills on the counter, the faint ring of a wine glass on the oak table, the distance between Carolyn and Joshua as they sat on the sofa. "We were only next door," Carolyn said, her voice thin and frayed. "Millers. Arthur and Genevieve. We were only gone 2 hours." "You left the back door unlocked," Detective Miles stated, not a question. "For the cat," Joshua said, his voice too loud, too quick. "We have a cat. He gets restless." The cat, a sleek black shadow named Orpheus, was currently weaving between the legs of a forensic technician, utterly unconcerned with the void he had been named for. The investigation was a slow, cruel unraveling. It began with a public story, the one printed in the newspapers and murmured over fences. A missing baby, a possible kidnapping, a community cloaked in fear. But then the thread started to pull, and the private tapestry beneath began to show its tangled, ugly patterns. There was the financial pressure. Joshua's consulting business, which he presented as a thriving enterprise, was in fact a house of cards, one gust away from collapse. Secret loans, remortgaged assets, the desperate, sweaty scent of a man drowning in quiet shame. Detective Reyes found the files buried beneath layers of password-protected folders. He wasn't just under pressure. He was underwater. There was Carolyn's fragility. Postpartum, the doctor said. A history of anxiety. Her mother confided in a hushed, guilty tone to the detectives. She had journals, pages filled with a looping, frantic script detailing her fears, her inadequacies, The terrifying, all-consuming love she felt for her daughter that sometimes, in the darkest hours, felt like a cage. She had written just days before Lily vanished. I look at her, and I see a future I can never live up to. I am a reflection in a cracked mirror. And then there were the neighbors, Arthur and Genevieve Miller. They were the picture of elegant stability, their lives a curated collection of good taste and quiet wealth. Their home was a mirror image of Carolyn and Joshua's, but perfected, sterilized of chaos. Arthur was a cardiologist, his hands steady, his demeanor calm. Genevieve was a former ballerina, her posture a permanent poem of discipline and grace. They had been the perfect host that night. The food was exquisite. The wine was expensive. The conversation was light, a careful ballet avoiding the depths. But Detective Miles, a man who had spent a lifetime listening to the spaces between words, heard the dissonance. He noticed how Arthur's eyes lingered on Carolyn with a paternal, almost pitying softness. He saw the way Genevieve's perfect smile never quite reached her eyes when she looked at Joshua, a flicker of something cold and assessing in their blue depths. He learned that the Millers had lost a child, a baby girl stillborn 15 years ago. A tragedy, everyone said, a shared grief that bound them. The case became a hall of mirrors. Each reflection offered a new truth, a new suspect. Was Joshua a desperate man who had staged a tragedy to collect insurance or escape his debts? The financial motive was clear, a bright, shining lure. Was Carolyn an unstable woman who had, in a moment of profound break, done the unthinkable? Her journals provided a roadmap to a fractured psyche. Or were the Millers not the benevolent neighbors they seemed? Their grief was an old dry bone, but some bones, when unearthed, still carry the scent of decay. The families descended, bringing their own histories of suspicion and blame. Joshua's mother, a sharp-faced woman with a bitter mouth, whispered to anyone who would listen that Carolyn had never been strong enough, had never been right for her son. Carolyn's father, a stoic and silent man, looked at Joshua with a cold, unforgiving eye, seeing only the failure, the financial chaos that had put his daughter and granddaughter in harm's way. The days bled into weeks, a monotony of agony. The posters of Lily's face, a cherubic smile frozen in time, faded on telephone poles. The news vans packed up and left. The world moved on. But inside the house on Elmwood Drive, time had stopped. The nursery remained a shrine, a crime scene tape still looped around the door handle in their minds. Carolyn moved through the rooms like a ghost, feeling the phantom weight of her daughter in her arms, hearing the echo of a cry that was never there. She would stand for hours at the window, staring at the Miller house, watching the perfect, orderly comings and goings. She began to notice things. The way Genevieve would work in her garden at dawn, her movements precise and ritualistic. The way Arthur never arrived or left at the same time, his schedule a chaotic, unpredictable thing. She saw him one evening, standing in his own window, looking back at her house. He didn't look away when their eyes met. He simply raised his hand, a slow, deliberate gesture that was neither a wave nor a dismissal, but something else entirely, a signal from a distant shore. Joshua retreated into a fortress of silence. He spent his days on the phone with lawyers and accountants, his nights staring at the blank television screen, a glass of amber liquid in his hand. The space between him and Carolyn grew, a new continent forming in their living room. They were two strangers, shipwrecked on the same island of loss, unable to speak the same language. Detective Miles felt the case slipping away. It was all circumstantial, a collection of maybes and what-ifs. A financial record, a troubled journal, a neighbor's old grief. There was no body, no ransom note, no forced entry, just a missing child and a locked door that had been left open for a cat. He found himself driving to Elmwood Drive long after his shift ended, not to investigate, but to simply sit in his car and watch the two houses, the one broken by tragedy and the one that presented a perfect, unassailable front. The break, when it came, was not from a clue or a confession, but from a pattern. It was the rhythm of it all that finally snagged in Miles' mind. The cat, the unlocked door, the 2-hour dinner, ... The Millers' insistence that Carolyn and Joshua stay for just one more drink, for dessert, for coffee. The way Genevieve had, with a strange insistence, taken Carolyn upstairs to see a new piece of art, leaving the men alone downstairs. The way Arthur had engaged Joshua in a complex discussion about market futures, a topic he knew would captivate the struggling man. It was a dance. A carefully choreographed separation of the parents from their home, from their child. He went back to the Miller's house alone. He didn't have a warrant, but he had a hunch. A melody of suspicion that had been playing in the back of his mind for weeks. Genevieve answered the door. She was dressed in white, a linen tunic and trousers, looking like an angel of domesticity. "We've told you everything we know, Detective," she said, her voice a cool, smooth stone. "I know," Miles said. "I just have one more question. About your garden. The one you tend to so early. The delphiniums are magnificent this year. Such a deep, unusual blue. A flicker in her eyes. A crack in the perfect porcelain. Just a fraction of a second. But it was enough. He knew. He didn't know how or why, but he knew the answer was in that garden. He didn't need to dig. He just had to look. At the base of the most vibrant, towering delphiniums, the soil was darker, richer. They were planted over the old septic tank, Arthur Miller had explained offhandedly weeks ago during the initial canvass. The nutrients, makes everything grow. Miles stood there, in the perfumed air of the twilight garden, the scent of turned earth and blooming flowers thick in his nose. He looked at the house, at the flawless facade, and he saw the truth not as a revelation, but as a quiet, terrible certainty. The Millers had not taken Lily to harm her. They had taken her to complete themselves. A replacement for the daughter they lost. A living doll to place in the empty nursery that undoubtedly existed behind one of those perfectly curtained windows. Arthur, with his medical knowledge, could have sedated the child just enough for the short, silent journey through the shared, dark backyard. Genevieve, with her dancer's grace, could have moved like a whisper through the unlocked door. It was a crime of profound, pathological grief, disguised as neighborly kindness. He could get a warrant now. He could tear up the garden. He could storm the house. He could bring down the full force of the law upon these two broken, monstrous people. He could return a child to a broken home, to a mother haunted by ghosts, and a father shackled by failure. He could create a new set of headlines, a new circus of pain. He thought of Carolyn's hollow eyes. He thought of Joshua's defensive slump. He thought of Lily, who had now known only the sterile, desperate love of the Millers for the most formative weeks of her life. Would returning her be a rescue or another kidnapping? He stood there for a long time, as the sky turned from violet to deep indigo. The line between justice and mercy, between right and wrong, had blurred, just as the line between the house and the night had, for Carolyn on that first evening. It was no longer a sharp, trembling thing. It was a wide, gray, uncertain expanse. Detective Miles turned his back on the garden of delphiniums. He walked to his car, the sound of his footsteps swallowed by the soft grass. He did not look back at the Miller house, or at the house where Carolyn and Joshua waited for an answer that would never come. He opened the car door, slid inside, and started the engine. The headlights cut 2 weak paths through the gathering dark. He pulled away from the curb, driving slowly, deliberately, leaving the case and all its unbearable, unanswered questions behind him in the perfumed and poisonous silence. The phone rang 2 days later. It was Detective Miles's captain, his voice a blunt instrument of bureaucratic frustration. The case was being downgraded, resources reallocated. There were no new leads. It was, for all official purposes, a cold case. Joshua took the call. He listened, said, I understand, in a flat, dead voice, and hung up. He did not tell Carolyn. He simply poured himself another drink, the ice cubes cracking in the silence like tiny bones breaking. Carolyn found the strength to leave the house. It was not a conscious decision, but an animal need to move, to escape the suffocating stillness of the rooms. She walked without direction, her feet carrying her past the manicured lawns and shaded sidewalks. She ended up at the edge of the small neighborhood park, a place she had once imagined pushing a stroller through. Now it was just an empty green space under a hard, bright sky. She saw them then, on a bench near the sandbox. Genevieve Miller was there, but she was not alone. She was pushing a petite, navy blue pram, rocking it gently with one hand. A pram Carolyn had never seen before. A new pram. From the pram, Carolyn heard a sound that stopped her heart. It was a gurgle, a soft, cooing babble that was uniquely, unmistakably Lily's. It was the sound she had been listening for, in the dead silence of her own home, for weeks. Her body moved before her mind could form a thought. She crossed the grass, her steps quick and silent. Genevieve looked up, her face a perfect mask of polite surprise that did not quite hide the flicker of primal fear in her eyes. "Carolyn, hello," she said, her voice a little too high. Carolyn did not look at her. Her entire being was focused on the pram. She reached it and looked down. Inside, swaddled in a cashmere blanket of pale gray, was a baby. It had Lily's nose, the same delicate shape. It had her wisps of fair hair, but the eyes that looked up at Carolyn were a stranger's eyes. A placid, content blue. This was not her daughter. The gurgle had been a trick of the wind, a cruel echo from her own desperate memory. "I'm so sorry," Genevieve said, and her voice was thick with a genuine, terrifying emotion. "This is Isabella, my sister's girl. She's visiting for a few weeks. It's been a comfort." Carolyn stared at the baby, at the lie that was so perfect and so flimsy. She could have screamed. She could have overturned the pram. She could have grabbed Genevieve by her pristine linen collar and shaken the truth out of her. But she did none of these things. She simply stood there, the knowledge settling into her like a terminal illness. Detective Miles had seen the truth and chosen to walk away. The law had closed its eyes. There was no one coming to save them. There was only this, the unbearable, silent understanding between two women in a sun-drenched park. She turned and walked away, back toward her empty house. She knew then that the search was over. Lily was gone, not lost, but taken, and she was living just next door behind a wall of flowers and grief and absolute power. The fight was not about getting her back anymore. It was about something else entirely. It was about what happens after you look into the abyss, and the abyss looks back, not with a monster's face, but with the serene, smiling face of your neighbor. It was about learning to live in a world where the nightmare was real, and it was watering its delphiniums every morning at dawn. She reached her front door, her hand steady as she turned the knob. The line was gone. There was no inside or outside anymore. There was only the long, cold wait. The waiting was not passive. It became a new kind of life, a parallel existence that ran silently beneath the surface of the old one. Carolyn stopped looking out the window. She started listening. She learned the rhythms of the Miller house not through sight, but through sound. The precise click of the garden gate at 6:15 a.m., the low hum of Arthur's German sedan engine turning over, the faint, melodic chime of their doorbell, a sound that never came from her own door anymore. Joshua noticed the change in her. The frantic energy, the ghost-like wandering, had solidified into a cold, focused calm. It frightened him more than her tears ever had. He tried to bridge the continent between them one evening, his voice rough with whiskey and desperation. "We could move," he said. "We could start over somewhere else." She looked at him, her eyes clear and depthless. "And leave her here? With them?" There was no answer to that. It was the unanswerable question that now bound them together more tightly than love ever had. They were partners in a vigil, guardians of a terrible secret. They began to perform a pantomime of normalcy for the outside world. They mowed the lawn. They collected the mail. They even went to a neighborhood block party, standing on the periphery with plastic cups of lemonade, a united front of quiet grief. Carolyn watched Genevieve across the street, holding the baby she called Isabella, receiving condolences and compliments with a graceful, tragic smile. Their eyes met once, and a current of pure, unadulterated understanding passed between them. It was a recognition that they were now forever linked in a silent war. Carolyn's plan did not form all at once. It accreted, like a pearl around a grain of sand. It began with small things. She let the hedges that separated the two properties grow wild and thick. She started leaving the back porch light on all night, a single, unwavering beacon that shone directly into the Miller's master bedroom window. She took up running not during the day, but late at night. Her route a constant, looping path that circled the Miller house, her feet pounding the pavement like a steady, threatening drumbeat. She was in the supermarket one Tuesday morning when she saw Arthur Miller in the organic produce section. He was examining a bundle of asparagus with a surgeon's intensity. She pushed her cart next to his. He looked up, startled, a forced, neighborly smile already forming on his lips. "Carolyn, how are you holding up?" She didn't return the smile. She looked directly into his eyes, her voice low and devoid of all emotion. "She doesn't like the pureed pears, Arthur. She never did. She gags on the texture. Lily prefers the peaches." The color drained from his face. His hand tightened around the bundle of asparagus, the tips snapping audibly. He said nothing. He simply turned and walked away, leaving his half-full cart in the middle of the aisle. That was the first shot. It was not reported. It was not witnessed. It existed only in the space between them, a confirmation of the shared horrible truth. The balance of power had shifted, imperceptibly to anyone else, but profoundly to the four of them. Carolyn was no longer a victim to be pitied. She was a predator in her own right, stalking the edges of their stolen paradise. One afternoon, a week later, the doorbell chimed. It was a sound so foreign and shocking that both Carolyn and Joshua froze in the living room. Joshua went to the door. Genevieve stood on the porch, alone. She was not smiling. She held a small white cardboard box in her hands. "I made too many," she said, her voice thin and strained. "They're lemon tarts. I thought you might like some." Joshua, baffled and suspicious, took the box with a stiff thank you. As he went to close the door, Genevieve's hand shot out, not to stop him, but to place something on the doorframe. It was a small, worn cloth rabbit, the one with the drooping ear. She turned and walked back to her house without another word. Joshua brought the box inside and set it on the table. Carolyn opened it. Nestled inside, among the perfect sun-yellow tarts, was a single folded piece of paper. She unfolded it. It was a photograph, printed on high-gloss paper. It showed a baby, a few months older than Lily had been, sitting in a high chair smeared with peaches. She was laughing, her eyes crinkled with joy. It was undeniably her daughter. Carolyn picked up one of the lemon tarts. She brought it to her lips and took a small, deliberate bite. The flavor was intensely sour, followed by a cloying, sugary sweetness. It was the taste of the offer, the bribe, the acknowledgement that she held a power they now feared. The rabbit was the proof of life. The photograph was the promise of more. The tarts were the flag of truce in their unspoken war. She finished the tart, licking the sweet residue from her fingers. She looked at Joshua, who was staring at the photograph with a mixture of hope and horror. She knew then that this was not the end. It was a new, more complex and terrible beginning. The fight to get Lily back was over. The negotiation for glimpses of her life had just begun. And Carolyn, armed with nothing but a mother's ruthless love and a pain that had been honed into a weapon, was ready to bargain. The photograph became their currency. Carolyn placed it in a simple frame on the mantel, the only picture in the house. It was not a memorial. It was a map. It showed them the territory of their daughter's new life, a life that was continuing just 30 yards away. Joshua could not look at it for long. The normalcy of it, the high chair, the messy joy, was a deeper wound than any image of loss. He began spending more time at the office, any excuse to escape the suffocating theater of their home. Carolyn, however, studied it. She saw the pattern on the high chair tray, a familiar duck motif from a brand she knew Genevieve favored. She saw the light from the window, confirming the room faced east, the same as her own unused nursery. She saw the tiny, almost invisible scratch on Lily's left hand, a mark from a fall in the garden weeks before the disappearance. It was her. It was all her. Her runs around the Miller house became more frequent. She no longer pounded the pavement with a threat, but with a purpose. She was a sentinel, a permanent, orbiting reminder. She started leaving things in the overgrown hedge. A rattle she found at the back of a closet. A single tiny sock. They were always gone by the next morning. Weeks passed in this tense, silent dialogue. Then, another offering appeared on their doorstep. This time, it was a small, sealed envelope. Inside was a lock of fine, fair hair, tied with a white thread, and a new photograph. In this one, Lily was taking her first wobbly steps, her hands gripping the edge of a coffee table Carolyn recognized from the Millers' living room. On the back, in Genevieve's elegant script, was a date and a time. Thursday, 2 p.m. The park. Carolyn's heart hammered against her ribs. It was an invitation, a supervised visit. The audacity of it took her breath away. She showed it to Joshua that night. He read it, his hands trembling. "We can't," he whispered. "We can't go and just watch. It's monstrous." "What's monstrous is not going," Carolyn replied, her voice quiet and firm. "This is what we have. This is what she's giving us." They went. They sat on a bench far from the playground, their bodies rigid. Precisely at 2, Genevieve appeared, pushing the same navy blue pram. She walked to a secluded patch of grass, spread out a blanket, and lifted Lily out. She was bigger. Her hair was longer. She was dressed in a beautiful, impractical white dress. Genevieve did not look at them. She sat on the blanket, placed a set of stacking rings in front of Lily, and began to read a book. Her posture, a picture of maternal serenity. Carolyn watched, her nails digging into her palms. She drank in the sight of her daughter, the curve of her cheek, the concentration on her face as she tried to fit a ring onto the post. It was agony. It was ecstasy. It was a transaction. After 20 minutes, Genevieve gently gathered Lily, placed her back in the pram, and walked away without a backward glance. Joshua was silent on the walk home. When they were inside, with the door locked, he sank onto the stairs and put his head in his hands. "I can't do this," he said, his voice muffled. "I can't be a spectator in my own daughter's life." "Then, what is your plan?" Carolyn asked. She stood over him, not with pity, but with a cold, relentless logic. "Do we call the police? The same police who gave up? Do we storm the house? And then what? A media circus. A custody battle we might lose. Because we are the broken ones, the ones who lost her. She is alive, Joshua. She is healthy, and we can see her. This is the battlefield now. This is the war. She turned and walked to the kitchen. She took the lock of hair from the envelope and carefully, tenderly, placed it inside a small silver locket she had not worn since Lily's birth. She clasped it around her neck. It was not a token of surrender. It was a uniform. She was preparing for the long, cold, and silent campaign ahead. A campaign fought with photographs and stolen moments, where victory was measured not in reunions, but in the simple, terrible fact of a child's continued existence within their line of sight. The world had narrowed to this single, brutal truth. They were no longer parents. They were archivists of a life that was being lived next door. The locket felt cold against her skin, a tiny, metallic secret. Joshua avoided touching it, just as he avoided the framed photograph on the mantel. The house settled into a new, more profound silence, punctuated only by the tense, scheduled events that passed for their lives. The next envelope contained a single glossy curl of ribbon and an invitation to a chance meeting at the library's children's story hour. Carolyn went alone. Joshua said he had a work commitment, but they both knew he was in the basement, staring at a blank wall. She sat in the back of the bright carpeted room, surrounded by chatting mothers and squirming toddlers. Genevieve arrived late, Lily on her hip. She chose a spot directly in Carolyn's line of sight. The librarian began to read, her voice a cheerful sing-song. Lily, captivated by the colorful pictures, bounced on Genevieve's lap. Then, she turned her head. Her gaze swept over the other children and landed on Carolyn. There was a pause, a moment of simple, infant curiosity. Then a small, uncertain smile touched Lily's lips. It was a fleeting, unguarded thing, there and then, gone as she turned back to the book. But it was real. It was a spark of recognition, or perhaps just a reaction to a familiar, orbiting face. Genevieve's posture, which had been relaxed, went rigid. She had seen it too. After the story, as the children dispersed, Genevieve packed Lily's diaper bag with slow, deliberate movements. She did not look at Carolyn as she approached. "She remembered me," Carolyn said softly, not as an accusation, but as a statement of fact. Genevieve's hand stilled on the bag's zipper. "She won't," she whispered, the words tight and clipped. "We will make sure of it." The threat was naked now, stripped of its polite veneer. The unspoken agreement had been that Carolyn would get glimpses, but Lily would remain Isabella, a Miller in all but blood. The child's own memory was the wild card, the flaw in their terrible design. Carolyn simply nodded, a slow, accepting gesture that seemed to unnerve Genevieve more than any outburst would have. She turned and left the library, the cold weight of the locket a counterpoint to the fading warmth of her daughter's smile. The game had changed again. It was no longer just about seeing Lily. It was about being seen. It was about etching herself into the child's consciousness so deeply that not even the Miller's careful, loving prison could erase her. She walked home, her mind already working, planning the next move in their silent, desperate war, where a child's fleeting smile was both a victory and a declaration of hostilities renewed. The next day, Carolyn went into the attic. She moved past the sealed boxes of baby clothes and the unused nursery furniture to a trunk in the far corner. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper, was a bright yellow sundress with smiling ladybugs on the hem. It had been a gift from her own mother, one Lily had never had the chance to wear. She took it down, washed it, and hung it in her own closet. That evening, on her run, she did not just circle the Miller house. She stopped, right in the middle of the sidewalk in front of their large picture window. She stood there, just for a moment, holding the yellow dress up by its tiny straps, a flash of impossible sunshine in the twilight. She saw Arthur's silhouette freeze in the window before she turned and continued her run. 2 days later, A padded envelope was on the doorstep. There was no photograph. Instead, there was a child's drawing. A chaotic scribble of orange and green crayon on a sheet of thick paper. And there was a single clean pacifier. Carolyn held the drawing to the light. It was nothing, just the random marks of a baby. But on the back, in that same elegant script, was a message. She needs stability. She needs peace. We can give her that. You can have these. Or you can have nothing. The choice is yours. It was an ultimatum. The pacifier was a symbol of infancy, of a stage that was passing. The drawing was a token, a placeholder for a real connection they were threatening to sever. They were telling her that her presence, her attempts to be seen, were disrupting the stability of their stolen world. They were offering her a choice between curated scraps and a complete blackout. Carolyn took the pacifier and the drawing into the kitchen. She placed the pacifier in the trash. Then, she taped the drawing to the refrigerator, right next to a takeout menu. It was not a treasure to be revered. It was a document, a piece of evidence in an ongoing case. She would not be bribed with pacifiers or threatened with silence. The yellow dress had been a message, and they had received it. The war was not over. It was simply entering a new, colder phase. She picked up a crayon from a junk drawer, a deep, vibrant blue, and drew a single firm line across the bottom of Lily's orange and green scribble. A base, a foundation. It was her reply. She was here. She was the mother, and she was not going away. The blue line was still there the next morning, a stark slash under the chaotic orange and green. It was the first thing Joshua saw when he came down for coffee. He stared at it, his face a mask of weary confusion. "What does that mean, Carolyn?" he asked, his voice hollow. "It means I'm drawing a line," she said, not turning from the sink. "It means we are not accepting their terms." He poured coffee, his hand unsteady. "Their terms are the only ones on the table. They have her. We don't. We get what they give us. And what will they give us when she's 2? Carolyn asked, turning to face him. "When she's 5. When she starts school and calls another woman Mom. Will they give us a report card? A lock of hair from her first haircut? We are not collecting artifacts of a dead child, Joshua. We are fighting for a living one. So what's the plan?" He snapped, the coffee sloshing over the rim of his mug. "You're going to draw on their mail. Stand outside their window with a series of signs? I'm going to be a fact," she said. "I am going to be as constant as the sunrise. They want me to be a ghost. I refuse." The next envelope arrived a week later. It contained no photograph, no drawing, no lock of hair. It was a single, crisp $100 bill. There was no note. The meaning was clear, vulgar, and devastating. This was no longer an offering between grieving parents. It was a payment, a transaction. They were reducing her motherhood to a debt they could settle. Carolyn picked up the bill. She folded it once, then again, into a small, thick square. That evening, she went for her run. She saw Arthur washing his car in the driveway, a picture of suburban normalcy. She did not break her stride. As she passed, she let the folded bill fall from her hand onto the pristine, wet concrete. It landed with a soft, damp splat. She did not look back. The following Thursday at 2 p.m., they went to the park. The bench was empty. The blanket was not spread on the grass. They waited for an hour, but Genevieve and Lily never came. The scheduled visit had been canceled. The punishment for refusing the money had been administered. Joshua put his head in his hands. "We've lost it," he murmured. "We've lost the little we had." Carolyn watched a sparrow hop across the path. "No," she said. "We've just called their bluff. They're afraid. They thought they could buy my silence or scare me into submission. They can't. Now they know it. She stood up, her body feeling both light and terribly heavy. The park was just a park again. The game had moved. The silence from the Miller house over the next few days was deeper, more profound than before. It was a silence of recalculation. Carolyn felt it like a change in barometric pressure. She knew they were inside, behind their perfect walls, deciding what to do with the problem of her. She waited. She was good at waiting now. It was all she had left. 3 days later, the decision arrived. It was not in an envelope. It was a sound. The sharp, rhythmic squeak of the Miller's garden gate. Carolyn, who was in the kitchen, moved to the window. Genevieve was walking across her own lawn toward Carolyn's house. She was not pushing a pram. She was carrying Lily, who was bundled in a blue coat. Carolyn's breath caught. She did not move, did not even blink, as Genevieve climbed the 3 steps to her porch. The doorbell chimed, a sound that now felt like a physical blow. Carolyn walked to the door, her legs numb, and opened it. Genevieve's face was pale, her expression carefully neutral. Lily, nestled against her shoulder, turned to look at the stranger in the doorway. Her eyes, the same shade of hazel as Joshua's, were wide and curious. "She has a cold," Genevieve said, her voice low and devoid of its usual maternal warmth. "She's fussy. I thought the change of scenery might help." It was a lie, a flimsy, transparent lie. But it was also a monumental concession. They were not meeting on neutral ground. Carolyn was being granted an audience on her own territory. She stepped back, a silent invitation. Genevieve crossed the threshold, her shoes clicking on the hardwood floor of the foyer. She did not look around, as if afraid of what she might see. She simply stood, holding the child, a living, breathing offering. "May I?" Carolyn asked, her voice a dry whisper. Genevieve's arms tightened for a fraction of a second, a primal, possessive reflex. Then, with visible effort, she loosened her grip. She leaned forward and transferred Lily into Carolyn's waiting arms. The weight was different. She was heavier, more solid. She smelled of lavender soap and the faint, milky scent of a toddler. Lily looked up at Carolyn's face, her brow furrowed slightly. She did not smile. She did not cry. She simply studied this new person holding her. Carolyn felt a tremor run through her entire body. She brought her hand up, slowly, and brushed a strand of hair from Lily's forehead. The child's skin was warm, slightly feverish. Genevieve watched, her arms now crossed over her chest, a sentinel for a kingdom she knew was crumbling. "She's teething too," she offered. Another piece of mundane, intimate data thrown into the silence. Carolyn nodded, unable to speak. She held her daughter, rocking gently back and forth. This was not a victory. It was a different kind of torture, more exquisite and devastating than any photograph. This was the reality of what had been taken, the living, breathing proof of it in her arms. She looked over Lily's head at Genevieve, and in that moment, she understood the true nature of their war. It was not a battle to win Lily back. It was a battle to share her. It was a war of attrition, fought with moments like this, each one a temporary, painful truce in a conflict that would have no end. She held her daughter closer, committing the weight, the smell, the feel of her to a memory that no one could ever steal. The moment stretched, thin and fragile. Lily's head grew heavy on Carolyn's shoulder, her breathing deepening into the ragged rhythm of a congested sleep. Carolyn did not move, afraid that the slightest shift would shatter the reality of the child in her arms. Genevieve stood by the door, a statue of conflicted grace, her gaze fixed on the floor as if the patterns in the wood held the answers to an impossible question. Then, a car door slammed outside. Joshua was home. His footsteps sounded on the walk, then faltered on the porch as he saw the open door and the scene inside. He stopped on the threshold, his face a canvas of shock and a desperate dawning hope. His eyes locked onto Lily, then flicked to Genevieve, then back to Carolyn. He didn't speak. The sound of his arrival stirred Lily. She whimpered, a small, tired sound, and burrowed her face deeper into Carolyn's neck. The simple, instinctual trust of the gesture was a lance through Carolyn's heart. Genevieve moved then, a swift, decisive motion. "That's enough," she said, her voice regaining some of its steel. She stepped forward and reclaimed Lily, her movements practiced and sure. The child, disturbed and warm, began to fuss in earnest, a thin, reedy cry filling the foyer. "She needs her medicine." She turned and walked out the door, down the steps, and across the lawn without a backward glance. Joshua remained frozen on the porch, watching them go. The sound of the Millers' front door closing was a definitive, heavy thud that echoed in the sudden silence. Joshua finally stepped inside, his eyes wide. "She was here," he breathed. "She was in our house." Carolyn nodded, her arms feeling terrifyingly empty, the ghost of her daughter's weight already fading. "She was." He looked at her, truly looked at her, perhaps for the first time in months. He saw the locket at her throat, the resolve in her eyes, the way she stood rooted to the spot where she had held their child. The cold logic of her campaign finally clicked into place for him. He had thought she was waging a war of attrition against the Millers. He now saw she was also waging one against his despair, against his willingness to accept the scraps. He walked to the refrigerator and looked at the child's drawing, at the bold blue line Carolyn had drawn beneath it. He reached out and touched the paper, his fingers tracing the chaotic orange scribble. "Okay," he said, his voice low and thick. "Okay. It wasn't a surrender. It was an enlistment." The silent war now had a second soldier. He turned from the refrigerator, his jaw set. The next move was theirs, but they would no longer be waiting for it alone. They would be watching, together, for the next crack in the perfect facade next door. The crack appeared sooner than they expected. The next morning, a small, flat box was on their doorstep. It was not an envelope. It was plain, brown, and unsealed. Inside, nestled on a bed of white tissue paper, was a tiny, white, baby shoe. It was scuffed at the toe. The other shoe was not in the box. Joshua brought it inside, holding it carefully in his palm. He placed it on the kitchen table. They both stared at it. It was not a gift. It was a question. What does it mean?" Joshua asked, his voice quieter, more focused than it had been in weeks. "It means she's walking," Carolyn said. Her own voice was steady. "And it means they're telling us. This is different. This isn't a performance. This is a report. So what do? We listen," Carolyn said. "We accept the report. We do not send it back. We do not draw on it. We acknowledge it." She found a small, shallow shadow box in the hall closet, one that had once held a seashell. She removed the shell and placed the single, scuffed shoe inside. She hung the box on the wall in their living room, a few feet from the refrigerator. It was not a shrine. It was a bulletin. A post in an ongoing correspondence. 2 days passed. The silence from next door was watchful, waiting. On the third day, Carolyn went to a department store and bought a pair of soft-soled leather shoes, a size larger than the one in the box. She did not hide them. She left the bag on the passenger seat of her car, visible through the windshield. The following week, the second shoe appeared. It was in the same kind of plain box, left in the same spot on the porch. This one was equally scuffed. Joshua brought it in. Without a word, Carolyn opened the shadow box. She did not place the second shoe beside the first. Instead, she took the first shoe out and carefully tied the laces of the 2 shoes together. She hung them back in the box, the pair now complete, dangling together. a whole truth instead of a half one. That evening, as the sun set, Arthur Miller was seen taking out his trash. He paused on his driveway, looking across at their house. He stood for a long moment, looking at the warm light in their windows before turning and going back inside. He had not waved. He had not smiled, but he had looked. "He knows we're still here," Joshua said from the window. "He knows we're not going anywhere." Carolyn came to stand beside him. "They both are," she said. "They know we see her. And now they know we are listening. It's a start. It's not enough, but it's a start." The war was not over. The silence had not broken, but a new, stranger language was being formed, word by word, shoe by shoe, in the quiet space between two houses. The new language required a new kind of patience. It was a week before the next communication arrived. This time it was a small, clear plastic bag, knotted at the top, containing a single, soft, golden brown curl. It was left beside the morning paper. Carolyn brought it inside and placed the bag on the table. Joshua reached out and picked it up, holding the tiny curl in his broad palm. His eyes glistened. "She got a haircut," he said, his voice rough with emotion. Carolyn nodded. She went to the junk drawer and found a small, empty spice jar. She emptied the curl into it and screwed the lid on tight. She placed the jar on the mantelpiece, next to a wedding photo. It was not hidden away. It was displayed. "We should send something back," Joshua said that evening. "Not a threat, not a demand, a reply." Carolyn agreed. The next day she bought a small, sturdy board book about a lost duckling finding its mother. It was simple, with bright pictures. She did not write in it. She did not sign it. She simply left it on the Millers' porch just after dawn. It was gone within the hour. The response was not immediate. For 10 days, there was only the quiet rhythm of their lives, the watching and waiting. Then, on a rainy Tuesday, a photograph was slipped through their mail slot. It was not a professional portrait. It was a candid shot, taken in what looked like a kitchen. Lily was in her high chair, her face smeared with something orange, and she was laughing. In the background, slightly blurred, was the corner of the duckling book. Joshua laughed when he saw it, a short, wet sound of pure joy. He taped the photograph to the refrigerator right over the old takeout menu. They stood side by side, looking at their daughter's messy, joyful face. "It's a truce," Joshua said, his hand finding Carolyn's. "It's an agreement," she corrected softly, leaning into him. "An agreement to share the evidence of her life." The following month, on Lily's birthday, there was no party invitation. But that evening, as dusk settled, the Millers' back patio light flicked on and off 3 times. A signal. Carolyn and Joshua walked to their own back fence and looked over. Arthur was standing on his patio. He nodded once to them. Then Genevieve came out, carrying a cake with a single lit candle. She placed it on the patio table in front of Lily. They sang, their voices a soft murmur across the lawn. They let the candle burn for a full minute before Genevieve helped Lily blow it out. Carolyn and Joshua watched from the shadows, their hands clasped tightly together. They did not sing. They did not call out. They were silent witnesses to a celebration they could not join. When it was over and the Millers went inside, Joshua turned to Carolyn, his face etched with a pain that was no longer desperate, but accepted. "This is it, isn't it?" he whispered. "This is what we get." Carolyn looked at the dark, empty patio. "No," she said. "This is what we have. And we will have more. We will have school plays and soccer games. We will be the people in the shadows she knows are always watching. We will be her secret." She turned and led him back inside. The war was over. What remained was this fragile, painful, and enduring peace, built one shoe, one curl, one photograph at a time. It was a life sentence and a lifeline, all at once. The fall came, and with it, a small, padded envelope. Inside was a piece of stiff paper, a child's painting of a tree with fiery red and yellow leaves. Taped to the bottom corner was a single, perfect crimson leaf. It was a report on the season. Carolyn placed the leaf in the spice jar with the curl. The painting went on the refrigerator, displacing an old grocery list. Joshua, without consulting her, built a small, simple birdhouse from a kit. He painted it a cheerful, bright blue. He left it on the Miller's porch one Saturday morning. 2 days later, from their kitchen window, they saw it hanging from a branch of the oak tree in the Miller's backyard. It was empty, but it was there. The communications were not frequent. They were not warm, but they were a thread, a tenuous connection that held fast through the turning of the year. A mitten left on the fence post after a snow. A Polaroid picture of Lily, bundled so heavily she could barely move, making a snow angel. Carolyn sent back a packet of flower seeds in the spring. They learned the rhythm of it, the giving and the receiving, the unspoken rules. Nothing with words, nothing that demanded a direct response. It was a conversation conducted entirely in artifacts, a shared custody of moments, if not of the child herself. One afternoon in late spring, Carolyn was weeding the flower bed along her driveway. She heard the familiar squeak of the garden gate. She did not look up, her heart hammering against her ribs. Small, unsteady footsteps pattered on the concrete walk. Then, a shadow fell over her flowers. Carolyn slowly sat back on her heels. Lily was standing there, holding a dandelion puff in her fist. She was closer now, her features more defined, a tiny, serious person in a yellow sundress. "Flower," Lily said, her voice clear and high. She thrust the dandelion toward Carolyn. Carolyn reached out, her fingers trembling, and took the offered weed. "Thank you," she whispered. Lily stared at her for a long moment, her head tilted. Then she turned and ran back across the lawn to where Genevieve stood, watching from her own property line. Genevieve's face was unreadable. She did not call out. She simply put a hand on Lily's shoulder and guided her back toward their house. Carolyn looked down at the dandelion puff in her hand. It was a simple, messy, beautiful thing. A gift. She brought it carefully to her lips and blew, sending the tiny parachutes spinning into the air. She watched them drift, catching the afternoon sun, a constellation of wishes settling onto the grass of both lawns, belonging to neither. And Story 7. The chill came first. It was a localized cold, a perfect rectangle of winter hanging in the humid air of my study, a ghost of the envelope that had just been slid through the mail slot. I held the heavy, cream-colored paper in my hand, but the true message was that lingering pocket of frigid air, a breath from the outside that had not yet warmed to the room's temperature. It felt like an omen, a sudden drop in barometric pressure before a storm. The envelope was addressed to me, Damien Voss, in a precise, angular script I recognized immediately. Barrett, Dutch. Dr. Alistair Barrett, a man whose mind was a cathedral of complex equations and grand, unifying theories. We were not close friends, more like intellectual pen pals, two scholars orbiting different suns who occasionally exchanged fascinating debris from our respective universes. My domain was the silent language of symbols, the myths and icons that humanity has used for millennia to explain the unexplainable. His was the hard, unforgiving frontier of quantum physics. For him to reach out in such a tangible, urgent way meant the debris this time was not just fascinating. It was dangerous. Inside was a single sheet of the same expensive stock. The message was not written, but composed of symbols, a stark, black ink collage. A double helix, not of biology, but of something more ancient, intertwined with a strand of binary code. A lambent, golden ratio spiral superimposed over the stark geometry of a crucifix. And in the center, a single perfect Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail. Its eye a tiny, shimmering drop of mercury that felt cold to the touch. Below this arcane heraldry, a time and a place were written in that same clean hand. 8 p.m. The Aetherius Museum. Come alone. The weight of the invitation was immense. This was not a request for a casual debate over brandy. This was a summons. I arrived at the Aetherius just as the last of the day's light was bleeding from the sky, the building's modern glass facade reflecting the deep purple of the twilight, making it look like a shard of obsidian. Madison Croft, the museum's director, met me at the private entrance. She was a woman whose elegance was a weapon, her intelligence a sharp, bright light in her gaze. She wore a simple black dress that seemed to absorb the dim light of the hallway, and she smelled faintly of old paper and a clean citrus perfume. "He's in the main hall," she said, her voice low, a confidential murmur that matched the gravity of the evening. "He was agitated when he arrived. He insisted on waiting for you there." We walked through the silent, cavernous spaces of the museum, our footsteps echoing off marble floors. The exhibits stood like silent sentinels, frozen histories and dead civilizations watching us pass. The main hall was a vast rotunda, dominated by a massive, suspended skeleton of a whale, its bones a cathedral arching into the darkness above. And there, in a pool of light beneath the great beast's rib cage, stood Alistair Barrett. He looked like a man who had not slept in weeks, his usual vibrancy replaced by a wired, febrile energy. His eyes were too bright, his movements quick and bird-like. "Damien," he said, and his voice was a dry rustle. "Thank you for coming. Madison. What I am about to show you, it cannot leave this room. Not yet." He led us to a portable holographic projector he had set up on a small plinth. With a tap, the air above it shimmered, and a complex rotating model of subatomic particles materialized, a nebula of light and motion. For 20 minutes he spoke, his words a torrent, a river breaking its banks. He talked of quantum entanglement and consciousness, of a resonant field that connected all living things, a fabric of existence that his equations could now map. He called it the anima mundi, the world soul. But this was not the poetic fancy of the ancients. This was a measurable, quantifiable force, a field where observation did not just influence reality but prayed to it, where focused human intention, faith, hope, despair created statistically significant perturbations in the quantum foam. "Do you understand?" he whispered, his face illuminated by the glowing data. "I have found the interface, the meeting point of the measurable and the divine. Science has just provided a mechanism for miracles. This will not reconcile science and religion, Damien. It will obsolete them both, or unite them into something entirely new, something terrifying to the powers that be." The air in the hall grew thick, heavy with the implications. The scent of ozone from the projector mixed with the dusty, ancient smell of the museum. I felt a cold dread, the same chill that had entered my study with his letter. He was not just presenting a theory. He was holding a lit match over a powder keg of global institutions. "When do you go public?" Madison asked, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "Tomorrow," Barrett said, his eyes gleaming. "A press conference at 10. I wanted you to see it first, Damien. Because of this." He tapped the projector again, and the quantum model vanished, replaced by the same collage of symbols from my invitation. The helical crucifix, the binary Ouroboros. This is the key, the symbolic signature of the field. It's everywhere, buried in religious iconography, ancient art, the very structure of our DNA. It's a message we've been seeing but never reading. I need you to help the world read it after tomorrow." He powered down the projector, the light dying in his eyes as the hologram faded. We were left in the near darkness, the skeleton of the whale looming above us like the ribs of a forgotten god. "I have copies of everything," he said. "The full paper, the data, my notes on the symbolism. They're safe." He shook my hand, his grip feverish and damp. Then he turned and walked away, his figure swallowed by the shadows of the hall. That was the last time I saw Alistair Barrett alive. The news broke the next morning. Brilliant scientist found dead in apparent lab accident. The report was sterile, efficient. A gas leak, an explosion, a tragic loss. I sat in my study, the cream-colored envelope on my desk, and I knew it was a lie. The chill had not been an omen of a storm, but of the storm itself. Madison called an hour later, her voice tight, stripped of its usual composure. "They were here, Damien. Last night, after you left. Someone was in the museum. They went through the security logs, accessed the main hall's camera feeds. There's nothing. It's all static for those 10 minutes after we left. We met at her office, a glass-walled sanctuary overlooking the city. The morning light was harsh, unforgiving. We didn't speak of coincidence. The connection was too direct, the timing too perfect. Barrett had been silenced, and we were the only ones who knew why." "He said he had copies," I said. "He said they were safe. He gave me something," Madison said. She unlocked a drawer in her desk and drew a small, sealed evidence bag. Inside was a single, antique key. No note, just this. He pressed it into my hand as he was leaving. He said, "For the reliquary." I thought he was being metaphorical. I took the key. It was heavy, iron, cold. It felt like a secret. The reliquary. The Aetherius had a room, a vault, really, where it kept its most valuable and fragile artifacts, a collection known as the reliquary. It was a place of silent, sacred things. "We have to find what he left for us," she said. "Before they do." The next 48 hours were a descent into a quiet, pervasive dread. The investigation became our secret life, conducted in the shadows of our public ones. We were no longer a professor and a curator. We were archaeologists of a fresh crime, sifting through the digital and physical remains of a murdered man for a truth that could get us killed. The key did not open the reliquary's main door. It was for something inside. We spent a day in that hallowed, climate-controlled space, surrounded by saints' bones and splinters of the true cross, our every move watched by the unblinking eye of a security camera. The air was dry and smelled of cedar and slow decay. We found it finally in a display case dedicated to medieval alchemy. A small, iron-banded chest, labeled as a replica. The key fit perfectly. The lock turned with a gritty, satisfying click. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a slim, unmarked data drive. And, tucked beside it, a single page from a notebook, covered in Barrett's handwriting. It was not equations this time. It was a name. Harold Met. Cardinal Enzo Harold. The most powerful traditionalist voice in the church, a man who had publicly decried the heresy of scientific materialism and fought against any modernization of doctrine. Below his name, Barrett had written just 2 words: "He knows." The conspiracy was no longer an abstraction. It had a face, a title, and the immense, ancient power of a global institution behind it. Barrett's discovery wouldn't just change science. It would eviscerate the foundation of literalist faith, turning prayer into a potential technology, God into a programmable field. Harold would have seen it not as a reconciliation, but as an annihilation. We took the drive to a public library, using a computer terminal that couldn't be traced to us. The files were a labyrinth. The full scientific paper was there, dense and impenetrable. But there were other things. Financial records, shell companies, all tenuously linked back to foundations with deep ties to the Cardinal's office. and emails, cryptic and careful, but their meaning was clear. The project must be terminated. The presentation cannot be allowed. The risk is existential. He didn't just discover it, Madison breathed, her shoulder pressed against mine as we stared at the screen. He knew they were watching. He was documenting them too. A shadow fell over us. A man stood at the end of the row of computer terminals. He was unremarkable in every way, dressed in a neutral-colored coat, his features bland and forgettable. But his eyes were like chips of flint, and they were fixed on us. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He just watched. His presence was a cold pressure in the room, a sudden drop in temperature. We left immediately, walking quickly, then running, our hearts hammering against our ribs. We didn't look back. We didn't need to. We could feel him, a phantom limb of terror, a chill at our backs. That was Francesco. His name came to us later. A whisper in the dark corners of the investigative journalism we now desperately consumed. A facilitator. A man who made problems disappear. He was the sharp, clinical instrument of the powers Barrett had threatened. We were rabbits in a field, and the hawk was circling. We knew we couldn't go to the police. The forces arrayed against us were too vast, too embedded. Harold's influence reached into political and corporate spheres, a network of true believers and powerful men who saw Barrett's truth as a threat to the very order of the world. Technology was our only ally and our greatest foe. We used encrypted messages and burner phones, our conversations reduced to terse, coded phrases. We were living inside a thriller, and the genre was corrosive. It stripped away comfort, trust, and the illusion of safety. Our only chance was to do what Barrett had asked of me, to read the message. I buried myself in his notes on the symbols, in my own library of arcana. The helical crucifix was not just a fusion of science and faith. It was a specific map, a representation of the DNA sequence that Barrett's research indicated was most receptive to the Anima Mundi field. The binary Ouroboros was a loop of code, a self-replicating algorithm that described the field's recursive nature. It was a signature, a tag God, or the universe, had left on its creation, and we had found it. We had seen the Maker's mark. We decided our only leverage was to become louder than Barrett had been, to scatter the truth to the winds so that killing us would be pointless. We compiled everything. The paper, the financial links, the incriminating emails, my decryption of the symbols, into a single digital packet. We set a dead man switch. If we did not reset it every 12 hours, it would burst forth to every major news outlet, scientific journal, and online forum in the world. The night we finished, we waited in my study, the same room where the chill had first entered. We sat in the dark, listening to the sounds of the city, each one a potential threat. We didn't speak. The understanding between us was complete, forged in fear and a shared, grim determination. The silence was a third presence in the room, heavy and waiting. He came for us just before dawn. There was no sound of a door being forced, no shattering of glass. One moment, the hallway outside my study was empty. The next, Francesco stood in the doorway, a dark silhouette against the lesser darkness of the hall. He held a pistol, suppressed, a black hole at the end of the world. His movements were economical, devoid of anger or passion. This was a job, a final piece of cleanup. "It's over," he said, his voice flat, devoid of texture. "The data, where is it?" "It's gone," Madison said, her voice astonishingly steady. "It's already everywhere. You're too late." He took a step into the room, and the smell of cold night air and gun oil came with him. "I don't think so," he said. "People like you always have a failsafe. You think you can control it. You can't." My eyes were fixed on him, but my mind was elsewhere. It was on the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail. A loop, a cycle. Barrett's discovery was not just a thing, but a process. A truth that, once known, began to change the knower. And in that moment of absolute terror, a bizarre calm settled over me. I understood his final, unspoken clue. The key wasn't just to the reliquary. The key was the reliquary. Truth wasn't in the data. The data was the reliquary that held the truth. And we were now part of its contents. I looked past Francesco, into the dark hallway. Cardinal Harold stood there. He was an old man, his face a web of lines and burdens, his cassock a black void. He did not look like a villain. He looked like a shepherd who had found a wolf among his flock and had done what he thought was necessary. "This is a tragedy," he said, his voice rich with a sorrow that seemed genuine. Alistair was a brilliant man, but some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. Some knowledge is a fire that consumes the bearer. We are but men, trying to hold back the inferno. "You killed him," Madison said. "I protected the faith of billions," Harold replied, his gaze resting on me. "From a truth they are not ready to bear. A truth that would reduce wonder to a waveform, prayer to a perturbation. You see the science. I see the emptiness left behind." Francesco's finger tightened on the trigger. The moment stretched, a synapse of time about to fire. And then the cardinal raised his hand. A small, almost imperceptible gesture. "Stop." He looked at me and his eyes were ancient, tired, and terrifyingly compassionate. "You have the packet," he said. "The dead man's switch. You will not use it." "How can you be sure?" I asked, my voice a dry leaf. "Because you now understand the burden," he said. "You have looked into the heart of this, and you see it is not a weapon to be wielded, but a weight to be carried. To release it would not be an act of liberation, but of unimaginable violence. To the church, to science, to the fragile human spirit. You will choose to carry it, as I do. As Alistair could not." He was right. In that moment, he was absolutely right. The triumphant revelation we had imagined now seemed childish, destructive. The truth was not a light to shine, but a dark, dense star that warped everything around it. We had become its guardians, not its heralds. Harold turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing down the hall. Francesco lowered the gun. His expression did not change. He simply turned and followed his master, melting back into the shadows from which he came. They left us there, in the silence of my study. We did not move for a long time. The sun began to rise, casting a pale, sickly light into the room. We had won. We had the truth. We had our lives, and it felt like the most profound defeat. We never reset the dead man's switch. The packet never sent. The truth of Alistair Barrett went back into its reliquary, and we became its curators. Madison and I, bound by our terrible secret, found a fragile, haunted peace in each other. We never spoke of it again. There was nothing to say. The world moved on. Barrett became a footnote, a tragic might have been. Harold remained a powerful voice, a bastion of tradition. Francesco vanished. Sometimes, in the deep silence of the night, I take out the iron key. I hold its cold, heavy shape in my palm, and I think of the Ouroboros, the serpent forever consuming itself. We are all part of that loop now, forever eating the truth, forever being consumed by it. The mystery was never who killed Alistair Barrett, or why. The mystery is the truth itself, and the terrible price of holding it. And in the quiet of my study, long after Madison has gone to sleep, the only sound is the persistent, patient ticking of the old grandfather clock in the hall. Its rhythm, a constant, quiet heartbeat, measuring out the silence. A sound that promises nothing, and hints at everything still to come. The clock's ticking was the only sound for a long time, a metronome counting out the seconds of our new, constrained lives. Then, one afternoon, about a month later, a plain, padded envelope arrived at the museum for Madison. There was no return address, only her name typed neatly on the label. Inside, nestled in bubble wrap, was a small polished stone. It was dark, almost black. But when she held it to the light, it revealed deep, swirling blues and a single, perfectly straight band of silver that seemed to glow with an internal light. There was no note. She brought it to me that evening, placing it on the desk between us. We both stared at it, this alien, beautiful object. It felt heavy in a way that had nothing to do with its physical mass. "It's lodestone," I said finally, my voice hushed. "Magnetite. It was in my locked mailbox at work," she said. "No one saw who delivered it." I picked it up. It was cool and smooth. The silver band caught the lamplight. It wasn't a natural formation. It had been cut, polished, and inlaid with a precision that spoke of advanced technology, not ancient craftsmanship. I reached for a paperclip on my desk and brought the stone close. The metal clip twitched, then leaped from the wood to cling to the stone surface. We said nothing. The air in the room, which had begun to feel normal again, was suddenly thick and charged. This was not a threat. It was a message, a confirmation. Later that night, with the stone sitting between us on the coffee table like a silent guest, I opened Barrett's old notes again. I hadn't looked at them since that night. I avoided the dense scientific passages and went straight to the appendices, to his scrawled observations on geomagnetic fields and historical sites of purported miracles. My eyes found a passage I had skimmed before, a speculative footnote. He postulated that certain crystalline structures, particularly those with strong magnetic properties, could act as natural amplifiers for the anima mundi field. They were focal points, lenses. He called them echo stones. Madison was watching me, her face pale. "He's not gone," she whispered. "His network. It's not just us." The stone was a token, a signal. We were not alone in carrying the burden. We were being acknowledged by others who knew, others who were like us, living in the quiet spaces of the world, guarding their own fragments of the impossible. The conspiracy was not just one of suppression, but also one of preservation. Harold and his ilk were one side. We, it seemed, were another. A week later, I was giving a lecture on medieval symbolism to a half-empty hall. As I spoke about the pervasive imagery of the serpent and the staff, my eyes scanned the bored young faces. And then I saw him. An older man sitting in the back. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, but his posture was rigid, his gaze intense and focused solely on me. He didn't look away when I met his eyes. He simply gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. Then, he stood and left. When I returned to my office, there was a single sheet of paper on my desk. It was a photocopy of an ancient illuminated manuscript page. In the margin, drawn in deep red ink, was the helical crucifix. Beneath it, in a clean modern typeset, were the coordinates for a location in the Scottish Highlands, and a date 6 months from now. The quiet in my study was different now. Ticking of the clock was no longer a sound of patient waiting, but of a slow, inevitable countdown. The reliquary we guarded was not a static thing. It was alive, and it was calling its curators to a meeting. The truth was not a weight to be carried in silence. It was a seed, and it was beginning to stir in the dark. The coordinates burned in my mind, a secret fire that warmed and terrified me in equal measure. I did not tell Madison about the man or the paper immediately. I needed to sit with the knowledge alone, to feel its shape and its implications. For weeks, the photocopy remained hidden inside a volume of Blake's poetry on my shelf. A silent, pulsing heart buried in the stacks. I would take it out when the house was asleep, tracing the lines of the helical crucifix with my finger, feeling the ghost of a connection spanning centuries. It was Madison who broke our unspoken pact of silence first. She found me one evening staring blankly at the television, the sound muted, the lodestone a cold weight in my hand. "We can't pretend it didn't happen," she said, her voice soft but firm. "The stone, the key, the data. It's not a past event. It's a present condition." I looked from her resolute face to the dark stone in my palm. "They're reaching out," I said. "Someone else knows. They sent me an invitation." I told her about the man in the lecture hall, the manuscript page, the coordinates. A strange light came into her eyes, not of fear, but of purpose. "We have to go," she said. And it was not a question. The 6 months that followed were a study in suspended animation. Our public lives resumed their normal contours. I taught my classes, she curated her exhibits. We went to dinner parties and paid our taxes. But beneath the placid surface, we were preparing for a pilgrimage. We researched the location, a remote, privately owned island in a loch, accessible only by a single, infrequently scheduled ferry. We studied Gaelic, not because we expected to need it, but because the act of learning a new ancient language felt like part of the preparation. We were training our minds, steeling our resolve. We told our colleagues we were taking a long overdue sabbatical to hike the highlands. It was a plausible lie. The day we left, the sky was a flat, featureless gray. The journey was a slow unwinding of the modern world. Planes, trains, a rental car, and finally, the small weathered ferry that chugged across the dark, still waters of the loch. The island emerged from the mist, a hump of green rock crowned with the ruins of a medieval chapel. There was no town, only a cluster of a dozen cottages and a single inn. The innkeeper, a dour man with a thick beard, accepted our reservation without comment and showed us to a sparse room overlooking the water. The date on the paper was the following day. We had nothing to do but wait. That night, we walked up to the chapel ruins. The wind whipped off the loch, carrying a biting chill. The stones of the chapel were jagged teeth against the twilight sky. In the center of the roofless nave, someone had lit a small, contained fire in a pit of stones. Figures stood around it, perhaps 10 of them, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. They were of different ages, different nationalities, but they shared a common stillness, a watchful quality we recognized in ourselves. A woman with short silver hair and a deeply lined face stepped forward. She introduced herself as Elara. She did not offer a last name. "You are the curators from the city," she said, her accent unplaceable. We felt the disturbance. The death of Alistair Barrett sent ripples through the network. "We have been waiting to see if you would find your way." One by one, the others gave their names, or rather, the names they use now. A geologist from Chile, a former programmer from Japan, a historian from Egypt. They were academics, researchers, mystics. They were the others who had, through accident or design, stumbled upon facets of the same impossible truth. They were the silent guardians of the anima mundi, a scattered fellowship living in the shadow of a revelation too great for the world. "We are not a society," Elara explained, her eyes reflecting the fire. "We are a symptom. The field, as Barrett called it, expresses itself. It creates points of resonance in certain individuals, in certain places. We find each other. We protect each other. And we protect each other. And we protect the world from what it is not yet ready to know." The man from my lecture hall stepped forward. "Harold and his order are one response to the field," he said. "They seek to suppress it, to control it, to keep humanity in a state of what they call graceful ignorance. We are another. We seek to understand it, to live in harmony with it, and to prepare for the day when its existence can no longer be denied." He gestured to the fire, and to the ancient stones around us. This place is a nexus. The field is stronger here. It has been a place of power for millennia. That is why we meet in such spots, to remember what we are guarding. For the next several days, we shared our stories. We spoke of Barrett, of the symbols, of the chilling confrontation with Harold. They listened, their faces grave. In return, they told us of other discoveries, other near misses, other quiet deaths that had been made to look like accidents or suicides. We learned that the conspiracy of suppression was global, subtle, and terrifyingly efficient. But so was the network of preservation. We were not soldiers in a war. We were gardeners tending a fragile, dormant seed. Our purpose was not to plant it, but to ensure the soil was ready when the season finally changed. On our last night on the island, Ilara pressed a small, smooth piece of green jade into my hand. "A second echo stone," she said, "for when you need to find your way back, or to call for help. The field will carry the signal." The ferry ride back to the mainland felt like a return from another world. The air smelled different. The colors of the heather in the sky seemed more vivid. We were the same people, but the silence we carried was no longer empty. It was populated. It had a geography and a history. Back in the city, the grandfather clock in my study still ticked, but its sound was no longer a measure of waiting. It was the heartbeat of a secret world, a rhythm we now knew was echoed in remote chapels and hidden places all across the globe. We had not found an answer that night in the study with Harold. We had found a question, and now we had found a community built around that same, vast, unanswerable question. The mystery had not been solved. It had simply grown larger, and in doing so, it had made a place for us within it. The jade felt warmer than it should have, a smooth, living heat against my skin. I kept it in my pocket, a constant, subtle reminder that the world was not as it seemed. Life resumed, but the texture of it had changed. A trip to the grocery store, a faculty meeting, a walk in the park, all of it was now a performance. A careful layer of normalcy draped over a deeper, more resonant reality. We were actors on a stage, but we were no longer the only ones who knew the lines. The first test came 3 months after our return. An email arrived in Madison's work account from an anonymous sender. The subject line was blank. The body contained only a string of numbers and a single word, Los Andora. We knew the code. It was a request for verification, a check-in from another part of the network. We spent the evening in my study, the Ouroboros key and the 2 echo stones on the desk. Using Barrett's old ciphers, which we had committed to memory, we composed a reply, another string of numbers, confirming our status as secure and present. The act felt both clandestine and mundane, like paying a secret utility bill for a hidden room in your own house. The network was not a place of frequent contact. It was a dormant system, a web of sleeping spiders feeling for vibrations. Our lives were mostly our own. We celebrated a birthday. We repaired a leaky faucet. We argued about what to have for dinner, but the undercurrent was always there, a hum just below the threshold of hearing. Then, on a rainy Tuesday, the second sign came. I was cataloging a new acquisition of 18th century nautical charts when my phone buzzed. A news alert. A prominent, outspoken astrophysicist in Switzerland, a man known for his controversial theories on consciousness and the universe, had died suddenly in a hiking accident. The location was near Lausanne. My blood went cold. The check-in had not been a routine signal. It had been a warning. The suppression we had been told about was not a historical fact. It was a contemporary, ongoing process. I showed Madison the article that evening. We sat in silence, the rain tapping against the window panes. The astronomer's face smiled from the screen, a man full of ideas, now extinguished. Harold's words echoed in my mind. Some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. This was the cost of that philosophy. This was the cleanup. Complicit, Madison said, her voice hollow. By staying silent, we're part of it. What choice do we have? I asked, the old defense feeling weak on my tongue. To release Barrett's data now would be to paint a target on everyone in the network. It would be a massacre, not a revelation. So we just wait, she shot back, a flash of the old fire in her eyes. We wait for them to pick us off one by one? For Harold or someone like him to decide we've become a liability? We had no answer. We had traded the immediate threat of a gun for the slow, grinding pressure of a vice. We were safe only as long as we were useful, as long as our silence served the purpose of those who held the real power. The network offered community, but not protection, not from a decision made in a quiet Vatican office. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in my study with the lights off, the green jade stone a cool weight in my hand. I thought about the helical crucifix, the Ouroboros, the endless, consuming loop. We were inside the mystery, yes, but the mystery was also inside us, changing us, forcing choices we never wanted to make. The truth was not a static thing we carried. It was a current, and we were being swept along by it. The ticking of the clock was no longer a countdown to a meeting. It was the sound of a world turning, unaware of the silent war being waged in its shadows. A war where the only possible victory seemed to be a continued, fragile, and deeply compromised existence. The next morning, the world had not ended, but the light in our kitchen felt thinner, more brittle. We moved through our routines with a new, grim determination. The astronomer's death was a line crossed. It proved the order was not merely containing a past event. It was actively pruning the present. Our quiet curation was no longer enough. We had to become something more, though we did not yet know what. A few days later, a package arrived for me at the museum. Not at my office, but at the main reception desk, left by a courier who had already gone. It was a small, flat box. Inside, nestled in black velvet, was a watch. It was an old, elegant piece with a simple leather strap and a pale cream-colored face. The hands were black, slender, and precise. There was no brand, no inscription. I turned it over. The back was sealed. It was not running. I brought it home and showed it to Madison. We examined it for hours. It was beautifully made, but it seemed inert. A piece of discarded history. It was only when I picked up the Ouroboros key that I noticed a change. The cold iron of the key seemed to vibrate faintly, a subtle thrum that traveled up my arm. I held the key near the watch. The second hand gave a single convulsive jerk, then was still. This was no random artifact. It was another piece of the puzzle, a tool, but its purpose was a cipher. We spent weeks in a state of focused frustration, trying to understand the watch. We took it to a discreet, expensive watchmaker in another city, pretending it was a family heirloom. He opened the back and called us over, his face puzzled. The mechanism was unlike anything he had ever seen. There were crystals woven into the gears, tiny slivers of a dark, polished stone that looked familiar. It was magnetite. Lodestone, don't I? It's not meant to tell time. Madison said that night, staring at the disassembled watch laid out on a velvet cloth. Not our time, anyway. She was right. Using Barrett's notes on geomagnetic resonance, we began to form a theory. The watch was not a chronometer. It was a detector. The lodestone components were designed to react to fluctuations in the Anima Mundi field. The same field Barrett believed was concentrated in nexus points like the Scottish island. The hands did not measure hours and minutes. They pointed toward sources of power, or perhaps toward disturbance. We reassembled it with trembling hands. The moment the back clicked into place, the second hand began to move. It did not sweep in a continuous circle. It ticked forward in slow, deliberate increments, then would pause for a minute or an hour before ticking again. It was hunting. We took it to different parts of the city. In most places, it was lethargic. But near the oldest church in the city, its pace quickened. In the museum's sub-basement, surrounded by pre-Christian artifacts, it spun in a frantic, dizzying circle. We had been given a compass, and a compass implies a journey. The quiet in our lives was now filled with the sound of that single searching tick. It was a more urgent question than the grandfather clock's steady beat. It was asking us where to go next. The network had given us a community. The watch was giving us a direction, and for the first time since Harold had left our study, the feeling in the pit of my stomach was not just fear, but a terrible, thrilling sense of anticipation. The loop was not just consuming itself. It was expanding. The watch dictated our lives. We began taking long, aimless drives on the weekends, letting its erratic ticking guide our turns. It led us down forgotten country lanes to the foundations of demolished factories, and once to the center of a sprawling modern shopping mall where it became utterly still, as if baffled by the spiritual emptiness of the place. We were learning its language. A slow, steady tick indicated a faint, residual energy, like the scent of perfume left in a room. A frantic whirring meant a place of recent or potent activity. It was on one of these drives in a nondescript wood on the edge of the county that the watch behaved differently. The second hand, which had been pulsing with a slow, rhythmic certainty, suddenly snapped to a dead stop, pointing like a spear into the dense undergrowth. We parked the car and followed its unwavering direction on foot, pushing through brambles and low-hanging branches. The air grew cold. In a small, muddy clearing, we found the source. It was a body, a young man, dressed in hiking gear that looked too new, too clean. There was no visible wound, no sign of a struggle. His face was pale and waxy, his eyes open and staring at the canopy above. He looked like he had simply lain down and stopped. But tucked into his half-open jacket was a small, leather-bound journal. Using a handkerchief, I carefully extracted it. The first few pages were filled with dense, handwritten equations and sketches of crystalline structures. The last page contained a single, hastily scrawled sentence. They found a way to weaponize the silence. Madison gasped and pointed at the man's left hand. On his wrist was a watch. It was a cheap, digital thing, utterly ordinary, except for one detail. The screen was shattered from the inside, as if by a tremendous contained force. Tiny shards of the LCD screen were embedded in his skin. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. We backed away from the clearing, our hearts hammering against our ribs. We drove home in a terror-stricken silence, the watch on my wrist now motionless, its purpose seemingly fulfilled. The man in the woods was not a victim of the Order's suppression. This was something else. This was a new front in the silent war. A technology that didn't just silence people, but somehow turned the field against them. The watch hadn't led us to a nexus of power. It had led us to a grave. We had been looking for answers, but we had found a warning instead. The weapon had a signature, and now our compass knew it. The next time the hand stopped, we would know what it had found. We buried the journal and the man's watch in a metal box beneath the floorboards of my study. The act felt both sacred and sacrilegious, a hasty burial for a man we never knew, a secret we now had to carry. The police found his body 2 days later. The news report called it an unexplained death, possibly a heart attack. We read the article side by side at the kitchen table, the words tasting like ash. The watch on my wrist remained dormant for a week, its hands still. Its silence was more unnerving than its ticking had ever been. It was a predator that had caught the scent of its prey and was now waiting, coiled and patient. We tried to resume our normal lives, but the performance was crumbling. Every stranger on the street was a potential threat, every unexpected noise a trigger. We were waiting for the other shoe to drop, but we now knew the shoe was not just a person. It was a principle, a force that could stop a heart and shatter a watch from the inside. It was Madison who broke the stalemate. We can't just wait for it to happen again, she said, her voice low and steady. The network needs to know. They need to know the suppression isn't just about secrecy anymore. It's about active harm. They've developed a tool, and we composed the message with painstaking care, using the old ciphers. We described the watch's reaction, the body, the shattered timepiece, the final message in the journal. We sent it out into the void, a digital whisper carrying a nightmare. The reply came not as an email, but as a postcard. A bland, touristy image of the Alps. The message on the back was brief. The pattern is new. The risk is elevated. Stand by. It was signed with a single stylized symbol that looked like an eye inside a gear. It was not from Ilara. It was from a deeper, more operational layer of the network we hadn't known existed. A few nights later, the watch stirred. It was a faint, hesitant tick. Then another. I showed Madison. We watched as the second hand began to move again, not with its former searching energy, but with a slow, dreadful purpose. It was not hunting for power anymore. It was tracking a poison. It pointed southeast toward the city center. We knew we had to follow. This was no longer a scholarly pursuit. It was a responsibility. We were the only ones with this particular key, this cursed compass. We drove in silence, the watch a cold weight on my wrist. Its ticking the only sound in the car. The hand led us away from the historic districts, away from the museums and churches, and into a neighborhood of new construction, of glass and steel apartments and minimalist office buildings. It stopped, pointing directly at a sleek anonymous high-rise. A biotech firm, according to the discreet plaque by the entrance. The watch began to vibrate, a low, angry hum. The weapon wasn't hidden in some ancient ruin. It was being refined in a lab. We were parked across the street, staring at the building's sterile, illuminated facade, when my phone rang. The number was blocked. I answered. A synthesized voice, genderless and flat, spoke only 4 words. You are too close. The line went dead. The watch on my wrist fell still once more. We had found the source, and the source, it seemed, had found us. We drove away slowly, careful not to attract attention, but every nerve was screaming. The synthesized voice had been a warning, not a threat. It was a line of demarcation. We had crossed from observation into a zone of active conflict. For days, we expected a visit. We expected Herald, or men in dark suits, or something worse. But nothing happened. The watch remained still. The silence was a held breath. We realized the warning was a form of communication in itself. It was an acknowledgement. We had been noticed by the other side, and we had been deemed, for the moment, not worth the effort of elimination. We were flies on the wall of a cathedral, insignificant so long as we did not land on the altar. This understanding brought a strange, cold comfort. We had mapped a new boundary. The biotech firm was a fixed point in our new reality, a dark star whose gravitational pull we could now feel. We began a different kind of research, a painstaking, mundane investigation into public records, corporate filings, and scientific journals. The company, Omnichel Therapeutics, was a leader in targeted neurological therapies. Their published work was brilliant, groundbreaking, and utterly conventional. There was no hint of geomantic fields or resonance weapons. The silence they were weaponizing was perfectly camouflaged within the noise of legitimate science. It was Madison who found the thread. Look at the board members, she said, her face lit by the blue glow of her laptop screen. One of them, he's not a scientist, he's a cardinal. The man's face was stern, elderly, and draped in the crimson of high office. He was a Vatican banker, a man who moved in the world of finance and faith. The connection was not overt, but it was there. The order of the closed door was not just in dusty libraries and remote chapels. It was in corporate boardrooms, funding the very technology it would use to enforce its ancient mandate. They were using the tools of the future to protect the secrets of the past. The watch remained our secret barometer. We checked it daily, a nervous ritual. Its continued stillness was our only assurance of temporary safety. We were living in the eye of the storm, tending our fragile garden while knowing a frost could come at any moment. The mystery had not just grown larger. It had grown smarter, and it had armed itself with the most terrifying weapon of all: plausible deniability. We were keepers of a truth that could not be proven, witnesses to a crime that left no trace. And the only thing we had to fight it with was a watch that didn't tell time, and the terrible knowledge that we were now, undeniably, too close to ever turn back. The Cardinal's face stared back at us from the screen, a portrait of serene authority. He was the link, the proof that the ancient and the modern were not just connected, but were facets of the same entity. The Order was a hydra, and we had been staring at one head while another, more dangerous one, was growing in plain sight. Our research became an obsession, a secret second job. We could not attack Omnichel directly, but we could map its connections, its funding streams, its subsidiary holdings. We worked in shifts, one of us always keeping an eye on the street, the other digging through digital archives. We were archaeologists of the present, brushing away the dust of corporate legalese to find the outlines of the truth. We learned that Omnichel held several obscure patents for acoustic resonance therapy and focused infrasound emitters. The descriptions were couched in medical jargon, but to us, they read like blueprints for the weapon that had killed the hiker. The watch remained our silent partner. We took it with us everywhere, a canary in a coal mine for a poison no one else could perceive. Its stillness was a daily reprieve. Then, 3 weeks after the warning call, it moved again. We were at a grocery store, of all places, surrounded by the mundane chatter of a Saturday afternoon. I felt a faint tremor on my wrist. I looked down. The second hand was twitching, swinging in a slow 45-degree arc, pointing toward the store's entrance. My eyes met Madison's. She saw my expression and nodded, her face pale. We abandoned our cart and walked outside, into the bright, noisy parking lot. The watch steadied itself, pointing toward a man getting into a silver sedan. He was unremarkable, dressed in khakis and a blue polo shirt. He looked like an accountant or a mid-level manager. He started his car and pulled out into traffic. We followed at a distance. The watch remained locked on him, a predator tracking its quarry. He drove across town to the Omnichel building, used a keycard to access the underground parking, and disappeared. The watch slowly relaxed, its hand drifting back to a neutral position. He was not a victim. He was a carrier. The weapon wasn't confined to a lab. It was mobile. It was being tested, or perhaps even deployed, in the open air. The man in the polo shirt was a walking trigger, and the watch had sensed the emission. The realization was chilling. The battlefield was not a remote wood or a secure facility. It was the city itself. The silent war was being waged in the spaces between us, invisible and unheard. We were not just keepers of a secret truth. We had become hunters in an invisible jungle, tracking a ghost that wore the face of an ordinary man. We did not follow him again. The risk was too great. Instead, we began a new, more dangerous phase of our work. We had to log the carriers. Using the watch, we staked out the Omnichel building from a series of different, carefully chosen vantage points. We noted license plates, times, descriptions. We saw the man in the polo shirt several more times. We saw others. There was a woman in a red coat who made the watch's hand shiver. A young man on a bicycle who caused it to spin in a single violent circle before he passed out of range. They were all different, but they shared a certain blankness in their eyes. a mechanical quality to their movements, as if they were not entirely present in their own bodies. We were building a gallery of ghosts, a catalog of the walking weapons the Order had deployed. We did not know what their specific missions were. Were they silencing specific individuals, dampening the anima mundi in certain areas? We could only observe and record. The network's postcard had told us to stand by, but we were incapable of such passivity. We were gathering intelligence because it was the only action left to us. One evening, as I was updating our notes, the watch on my wrist did something new. It began to tick, not in its hunting rhythm, but in a rapid, frantic staccato. At the same time, the hour hand, which had remained fixed since we first activated it, began to move. It swung backwards, counterclockwise, clicking against the glass face until it pointed to the number 8. Then it stopped. The second hand continued its panic dance. Madison, watching from across the room, stood up. "It's not pointing a direction," she whispered. "It's counting down." We looked at the clock on the wall. It was 7:58 p.m. We had 2 minutes. To what? An attack? A death? An emergence of a carrier? We stood frozen in the center of the room, trapped by the watch's silent alarm. The only sound was its frantic ticking and the slow, heavy thump of my own heart. At exactly 8 o'clock, the second hand stopped dead. The watch was once again inert. Nothing happened. No sound, no tremor, no phone call. We waited, breath held, for another 10 minutes. Still nothing. We had been given a warning for an event we could not perceive. The weapon had been fired, and we had felt only the recoil in the mechanism of our strange compass. The true horror of it settled upon us. We could now measure the echoes of the silence, but the silence itself remained absolute.